is unreal. Beautiful stuff.
They take him down with ease.
I cannot believe what I've seen. And they've done it. I've done it for 5 years, and I've never seen anything like that.
Shutting them down one after the other.
That's Hardy for you. Gonna look to make it happen, and there it is.
Hello and goodbye.
It's all over. You cannot be serious.
Come back around, full 360. Striker coming for the backside.
Jeez! This man is absolutely insane today.
Oh, what?
Oh,
that's
it's
huge.
nasty.
He strikes again.
And Papa don't miss. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?
Welcome, friends. Hello, everybody. It is week number 5 of our spring qualifiers. So here, joined by Danny, by Jake, by Johnny. And we are here to get you ready for a great day of Overwatch once again. Man, I mean, the mid-season madness is practically knocking on our doors already. Like,
all of us are so close.
I know, we're so close. And we still have some things to determine. We still need to figure out which teams are going to make it. We still need to find out how many pumps you actually get in with your little tool. Share a class.
Hey,
this is what he does. This is what Jake does.
Guys, you gotta get the
seconds
reps
before
in.
we're in. He gets the reps in. Is that for your dominant gaming
Yeah,
hand?
it's for the mouse.
It's for
so
the
I can
mouse.
control the mouse properly.
Yeah. See, that's
Okay.
right. I think this is as great a time as any to
Great
look at our
stuff, Zoe.
standings.
Great stuff.
That's what we're here for. Let's take a look where we currently are. As I said, week 5, day 1. Still some things we need to figure out. We need to find out which teams are not going to make the knockout bracket. We need to make sure that 2 teams will get their bye into the mid-season madness. As far as the last 5 weeks go and the team and how the teams performed, is there any team you want to point out here as a big surprise, good or negative?
I mean, I think the middle of the table is full of surprises. I think a lot of these teams, Justice and Titans especially, people wouldn't have picked to be in the top half of the league right now. I mean,
Yeah.
I think that's impressive results for these teams. And then on the bottom half, I think people would have thought Shock and Defiant would be in those spots.
Right.
Absolutely. And I mean, Vegas and Valiant, they are eliminated officially already. Atlanta is officially already through. Glad's also guaranteed in the knockout bracket. And others can technically still be eliminated as well, though Atlanta would clinch a spot to the mid-season madness with a 3-0 victory against the Vegas Eternal based on the
There's no way
max
that's
map
going to happen,
differential.
Zoe. It's going to
I
be
know,
super
this is
close.
way out there,
It's gonna be
way
a good
out
one.
there, but we
That's
wish
a
them the
map
best
fiver.
of luck, right? Like,
We're praying for Atlanta, guys. You got to represent.
Atlanta, you got this.
Send some thoughts and prayers to Atlanta. Let's see if they can make it work. If London loses, Vancouver and San Francisco would clinch their KO spots as well. So there's still some movement which can happen based on the results of this very week. Now, I do want to take a look at our schedule to know what games are coming today. So here we're
Long
at
day.
4 matches.
Yep, a long day, as you can see, 4 matches each day this week. And we're going to kick things off with the London Spitfire and the LA Gladiators afterwards. Again, you know, Atlanta Reign, you got this, guys. Let's see if they can make it work against the Vegas Eternal. Washington Justice and New York Excelsior are our second to last match. And then we're going to end it all with a big bang, or so we hope. Houston Outlaws and the Florida Mayhem. And that is going to be the title match, the match we're going to watch out for. So let's dive into that a little bit more and actually talk about it. Jake, if you're looking at the Houston Outlaws as well as the
Florida Mayhem.
Thank you so much. I mean, there's a lot of questions which need answering, and I know that both of you have been going back and
We've been
forth
cooking.
with the takes and the hot takes, but
before that, I actually got to talk to 2 of the DPS players from both of the teams. I got to talk, actually Jake and I, both of us, got to talk to Pelican and Merit for their upcoming match. That's the last match of the day, and it's going to be a good one, so let's take a look.
What's up, Overwatch League fans? I'm Jake. I'm here with Danny, and we're lucky to have Merit and Pelican here for an interview. Danny, break it down. What are we doing today?
Today's all about the spice. We got these 2 players. They're playing against each other on Friday, so we're going to ask them some questions. Merit and Pelican, are you guys ready?
All right, guys. First question, we start with an easy one. Of course, Who is the greatest Overwatch League player of all time?
저요.
Oh, okay.
그나마 태민이가 잘한다고 생각하는데 태민이보다 제가 잘하니까 뭐 그럼.
저도 세연이가 잘한다고 생각합니다.
아이고, 이거 뭐야.
아이고.
Oh, he's really making Pelican look bad.
이게 아닌데.
Who do you guys think is the most underrated player in the Overwatch League?
과수 평가는 저는 태민이? 메리트? 뭐 저보다 못하면 못하는 거죠.
가소 평가 저도 저 같기도 해요.
All right, Merit Pelican, here's the big question. Your match is coming up on Friday, so I want you guys to give us a score prediction for that match.
태민이 먼저 말해보지.
저는 3대0.
와우.
3대0으로 지겠다. 오케이. 3대0으로 지고 싶다네요. 네.
Pelican's so happy that he gets to play Genji. The biggest smile on his face.
I wanted to end on a positive note. I know you guys are close in reality as much as we're getting you to trash talk. So we wanted to know, what part of each other's game do you admire the most? What do you see in each other as great players?
게임할 때 멘탈이 강한 거 세연이.
태민이 존경할 점이라면 뭐 게임적으로 모르겠고 이제 얼굴이 이제 너무 잘생겨가지고.
Anything you guys want to say to your fans or anyone that's watching?
저는 이제 휴스턴이랑 있는 경기 많이 봐주셨으면 감사하겠습니다.
제가 태민이 많이 좋아합니다.
그렇지!
아, 그렇지.
What a backhanded compliment that is. Like, I don't know about his gameplay. I guess he has a handsome face.
My favorite part was, Pelican's like, I'm the best player. And then Merrick goes, I think you are the best player.
Yeah, maybe you are the best. That's very much their personalities. Like, I knew Pelican would bring us some heat in that, but Merritt, you know, he's
Hey,
very,
he tried.
He's a humble guy. He did try his best.
Did he?
He tried. I mean, all right, you don't know Merritt. That is him trying. That is him trying. I can attest to it. Sure. All right.
I mean, I love, like, we obviously, as you said already in the video, like, we do like the Spice. We want them to trash talk each other, but it's so great to just see them being homies as well, right?
Yeah. I mean, the two guys, they had a great dynamic on the Outlaws last year. They played together incredibly well. So they obviously both respect each other as players. I think this is going to be a great match. I think it's going to be fun to see them clash.
Yeah, there's speaking of clash, actually, I do want to talk a little bit about that, because if we're looking at both those teams and their compositional choices and their play styles, we might look at a bit of a clash here, Jake.
Yeah, I expect to see, like, the DPS line, that's a huge difference for the team. I mean, Merritt plays a ton of these long-range hit scan, playing Hanzo, not as much of the Sombra as most of these other teams, whereas Outlaws, they've been very heavy on Tracer Sombra. When they do switch, it's often to put Pelican on Genji or Echo. They're really focused on a heavy dive style to play around Fearless, and really their whole team, like, that's their identity. So I think we're going to see very much a clash of styles here.
Yeah, let's actually take a look here at their tank line and the, of course, time played, which is really showcasing what you just mentioned, Jake.
Exactly. So we see Fearless using a ton of Winston, and probably this has to be one of the highest play times on Doomfist in the league this season. Really hasn't been a hero that many other teams have used. But the Outlaws have had great success, especially going up against Rhine comps, Ramatra comps. The Doomfist double mobility is really, really valuable. And in the dive mirror, we're seeing a lot of Winston pick come out. I mean, sort of an obvious choice for a player like Fearless, who's pretty safe to be called the best in the league. But it's awesome to see they have the variability. They really want to make the dive style work. I think that's what the Doomfist is all about. But for Florida, even though I think most people coming into the league would say, this guy's a Winston player, that's his best role, but he's far and away playing more Ramatra. This really speaks to Mayhem's focus as a style. They want to play rush comps. They want to really enable their backline, and it's someone's flexibility that allows them to do that. So here he is playing Winston, which, I mean, I think is a hero he's very, very strong on, but they've chosen to keep him on Ramatra for the most part, which speaks to, I think, their overall team strategy. They want to play very aggressive, move in as a unit, and make space for Merritt in the backline, farming away on that hit scan. You've got to deal with someone because he's right up in your face, but meanwhile, you know, you're getting sniped down by Merritt. So we'll see if the Outlaws have the depth and skill to sort of dance around someone, get on those weak, vulnerable backliners. I think that's really going to be the test for them in this match.
I feel like there will be some strategies that Gunban and Florida Mayhem have been cooking up for the Houston Outlaws specifically. You know what you're getting with the Houston Outlaws, so Florida Mayhem, you know, they can bring anything in this matchup, and I wouldn't be too surprised.
Yeah, I mean, those are both teams which come usually well prepared, and I want to see both of them having done their homework. Now, whilst you are keeping your eyes on the tanks, I know you have a different story for this match. Which is the player you think everyone should be, watching out for?
I mean, the viewer's been waiting for it. We talk a lot about damage players, talk a lot about tank players. It's time to call out the main support. In this matchup, I think that Chorong is going to be the most important player. And if you take a look at Chorong's Lucio stats, boom! Look at this guy. First, when it comes to eliminations, final blows, dies the least on Lucio in the league per 10 minutes. Just absurd Lucio stats. And guess what? He can play the Brigitte too. So Chorong, you know what you're getting. Houston Outlaws, they're going to dive. Fearless is going to play the Winston. We're going to see Tracer Sombra, at least some in this matchup. And Chorong is going to be crucial in this matchup. Rally is a fantastic ultimate to deal with those EMPs, for example. Now in Overwatch 2, sound barriers don't get destroyed by the EMP as well. So Chorong, he has a really important job on his hands in this matchup, and I think he's up to the task. If Chorong comes out with a player of the match performance in this match, I think that he could certify himself as the best main support in the league.
Didn't expect you to go full on.
Wow, yeah.
I appreciate that. But if you think about the support lineup, I mean, who do you really think has the advantage in this match? I mean, if you're honest.
Oh, sure. I mean, you look at Shu, you look at Violet. Yeah, fantastic backline. But Chorong, I think he can have. I think Chorong can have a ton of personal impact because of the role he plays and the value of Rally and Sound Barrier in this matchup.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. It'll be that he's the one being tested by Houston Outlaws dive. If people are falling apart, they're dying easily, a lot of eyes, I think, are going to turn to Chorong. It's up to him to kind of keep people fighting, but it's up to the whole team as well. So I think keep enough map control where it's even possible for Chorong to execute that.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in the stats there, right? His ability to not die is a work of art in itself. And speaking of art, that's right. I do want to talk about our fan art gallery because it's making a return better than ever. And because I always, showcase all of your art on the big screens, I feel like it is our time.
You want to get some
redrawing?
I want to say to shine, but that's probably not what's going to happen because we're coming prepared with a game here.
So he is going to beat us down.
Okay.
I might not. Everyone who can draw,
it's finally my time.
We are not good in playing Pictionary because we're perfect in it. But we need to know who drew it better. And I'd love to be the judge for that one, but I've been told that I too have to flex my drawing muscles.
Oh,
so we're bringing in.
We're being
I'm smurfing actually.
This is a smurf.
No.
But we're unbiased judges for this one. Hello, Vicky, Kitty, and Necra. Us four will have 30 seconds to draw a prompt, and our specialists will then judge very harshly, hopefully. Right?
Yeah, we will definitely be harshly.
Yes.
But let me just say, so you got the advantage, all right? You got the advantage out here. But I want to see each of you guys bring your best. So we're gonna not take it easy on you guys.
All right.
I think we should separate this into a men's and women's category. Personally,
I personally don't think that's necessary.
Is there a draw assist, like aim assist?
Affirmative action.
I need draw assist.
All right.
All right. So Vicky's gonna give us the prompt, right? Yeah, okay.
Yes, I am. All right, guys. All right, get everything ready. I hope you guys are set. The first prompt is gonna be the Vancouver Titans logo. Go.
Oh my God.
Oh, they only have 30 seconds for this.
Yeah, they only have 30 seconds. I could already tell. I could already tell that Johnny is having too much fun. Look.
This is where Jake's muscle hand tool comes in handy, right?
Done.
You get to draw faster and better.
Oh, Danny finished first?
Whoa.
He was Mr. Speed Racer? All right.
Oh,
hold on. Look at the time. All right. 3 seconds.
I think I got this.
All right. Everybody got to put everything down. Let's see. Let's get the reveal.
Okay. All right.
Zoe first. All right. Let's start with Zoe.
Okay.
Oh, that's actually so good.
Well, I mean,
what?
Zoe actually knows what it looks like.
I'm just the only smart one in the room because the logo is right here.
You're facing that way. You're facing that way. It's not fair.
That's your problem, honestly.
Now I'm not so confident in mine.
No pressure, Danny.
No,
all right.
Danny.
We gotta move on, guys.
Yeah,
no pressure. He speed ran, but Danny.
Hey!
That's not bad.
I kind of like
Some flair.
Okay. I like how angry the logo is. I mean, it is already angry, but it's extra angry. It's emanating angry energy.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good.
That's really good. It's like shouting.
All right, I'm going.
All right, Jake, you're next.
Is that Carl version 2?
It is. It is.
Is that a ghost?
He was really going in for that? That looks like Carl's cousin.
That actually does.
It is Carl. It might be Carl's cousin. It's Carl's angry cousin.
What is
Yeah.
it?
All right.
I don't know,
we gotta
man. I
check
didn't
out
have
Johnny.
time.
Johnny was going in on that. Johnny, go.
Well, I feel like I couldn't beat Zoe at her own game by doing the actual logo, so I added some cubism to mine and did a square
What the-
Vancouver Titans logo.
That looks like a-
Come on now.
Looks like a tiki
You know,
mask.
I just different style of drawing. It's just my way to do it. It's not the actual way. It's just my way to do it.
More contemporary.
This is my art style is being bad.
I got second place.
I feel like Johnny's still living it up in Hawaii or something, but you know what? It looks cool. All right.
Come on, put some respect on me. Come on, Vicky. Come on.
That's not deserving of respect.
All right. I'll give you a pass. You really did go in. You were also having a lot of fun drawing. I got to give it.
Yeah.
You also were trying to hide it from Drake, as if Jake. Was
Yeah, I'm gonna
copy
peek
you.
over at that and copy it.
I don't know what to tell you.
All right. Out of this though, is it too boring to say? I feel like Zoe was my favorite for that
I
one.
think
Necro.
Zoe nailed that one. I think
right.
Zoe has to win
All
this
right.
round.
Yeah, but relative to her previous work, it was pretty bad.
That's fair. We should be judging this based on the like our total portfolio.
All right,
you know?
all right. Going on next.
Okay, yeah, it's not my
We
final
gotta
game.
move on out here because you guys got other prompts coming up. Necra, tell them what their next prompt is.
This next one's actually a doozy, and I would love to know how you draw this. But your next prompt is Jake and Johnny debating.
Oh, easy. I'll do it in 10 seconds.
Goodness.
10
Jesus.
seconds. 10
Danny's
seconds
always
for Danny.
done so quick, Necra. I don't know how he does it.
I don't know. It's just that big brain of his. He like has the creative vision.
Oh, he's also like gotten this imprinted in his
Done.
head. Jake already going in. Oh,
He's done
I think
already.
I won this.
That's impressive.
and they got 10 seconds left.
3.
All right.
Come on, guys. You guys could try as hard as you guys want, but you guys are not going to win anyways.
Oh, you don't know that, Danny. Hold on. I was impressed with that first prompt.
Well,
All right.
Danny's then first. I think Danny should
You're
go
okay.
first.
All right, yeah, let's go. Let's go.
He
Mike
finished
first.
the fastest.
Oh no.
Dude, you can't. You're still going, Johnny.
Johnny!
Oh my God.
Go.
No, refs, anyone.
Oh.
That's pretty good. You guys gotta give this one to me. That's pretty good.
Johnny's like
Two sides,
7
two
foot
scale.
tall. I actually want to be in the same room as Johnny, but this is
I
actually a
can
great.
confirm.
Yep,
He's that tall.
literally. I love
Anyone
this.
see what
Okay,
I'm
let's take a look
seeing
at Zoe's.
That's just me.
Oh, that's really
Oh my
good.
goodness.
Oh.
They look like zombies.
Not bad.
Is that
not
a
bad.
Dr. Angie.
I can see my hairstyle in that. Look at that. Oh my. Look at that
Oh.
fade.
I actually
Oh.
love that.
That's stylish.
Zoe, that's
Is that like a
that's good.
dagger? Am I holding like a dagger?
Your
or
hair
something? What's-
sucks, Johnny.
Your hair sucks.
All right, let's look at Jake's. Let's take a look at Jake's.
In the drawing, all right? All right. I'm
Wait,
up.
should they show it both at the same time?
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Through all of us,
I
too.
did.
think
But
it's
you guys
that
sleeping
Zoe
was
and Danny
important.
Oh,
That's
sleep.
Yes,
incredible.
and Zoe
That's
and Danny
incredible.
was wondering what is
sleeping.
going on.
No, it's...
Great minds think alike.
Oh my god, that's so good.
That's how it goes.
That's
But
literally...
and so we're kind of shouting over each other. You get it? You're shouting over each other. Now I did accidentally erase here. I don't know what's going on. Like Danny's puking or something.
What? Do I have a beard now?
Danny's like birthing a spirit. He's birthing a demon.
Danny looks like he's throwing up. All right,
on top of
Necra,
your head there?
I personally,
A throwback?
I personally
know.
feel like the winner in my heart, Necra, is gotta be Danny. I like Danny.
I think Danny's is simple and to the point.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Zoe.
I would
love
want
the
the stick
hairstyles.
figures. Get on.
I feel
Get
like
on,
the
Zoe.
I hate this game.
with the 7 foot tall figure. I mean, it's got to do it for me. All right,
So
the
good.
final prompt. The final prompt. One last prompt out here. Zoe, you're out here. We need to be able to see Zoe as the final prompt.
Huh?
So wait, we're drawing Zoe?
We're doing soy? Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
A person. It's
I think
I'm
this
done
has
for.
the potential to make or break friendships here, depending on how this goes.
I actually can't wait to see how Zoe draws herself. I mean, we've seen it already before, but is it going to be
True.
like a different approach?
I hear laughter. That's not good.
is happening?
Soy, don't hate me.
See, it's exactly what I mean.
Oh my.
3
Yeah.
seconds left. Is Danny gonna be the first one to finish again?
Oh.
All right.
No,
It looked
Danny
like it
was
was
still
Johnny's
drawing.
time.
Yeah. Well, Johnny's ready.
Jake, you can't keep drawing.
So self-portrait.
Oh, what? How do you have time for that?
So he's
How do
more.
you do that? Do you pause time? Do you draw in slow motion? How did you have time to do
Old
that?
hairstyle though, because I forgot what my hair looks like currently. I remember.
We all are assisted. All right, this is bad.
No way.
I wanted to.
hair
Let me explain.
correct.
I wanted to get like stars as eyes because you have beautiful eyes. You know.
Necron.
The lips.
Hey,
We got a bunch of crosses out here.
It's
Let's
a
look
stick
at Jake.
figure, guys.
Okay.
That's all I can draw.
Yeah.
It's a happy stick figure.
A stick figure won last time, so I just figured go with the basics. Go simple.
Hey, come on.
If a stick figure won the last one,
those two.
I'll just
At
do
least I
You
tried
have
to
to
draw
mix it
hair.
up, Johnny.
because it's simplistic. Well, it's simplistic. I don't know. You don't have limbs either. You didn't ask about that.
I'm more concerned
Your
about my
arms,
hair.
I mean,
I'm sorry.
why is one
I'm
arm
sorry. But
Don't
the
ask.
stick figure may have won in the last prompt, but I cannot give it this
I don't
time
think
around.
so, guys.
I really like Angry Face Zoe, drawn by Zoe.
All right.
I think that's it.
All
That
right.
was the meta call right there. Zoe drawing Zoe.
Yeah, I mean
Next time,
that was
Jake.
way too good.
No, that's not gonna happen. Next time, if
Jake.
Zoe's not
Next time.
competing, this is a game. But
Next time. Well, that was
I love
That
it.
was a
something.
game.
That was a game. One of the
that was a
games.
game. My personal highlight here was our judges though.
Yeah.
Aw.
Aw.
Am I winning
well,
the game
You guys are sweet.
with that or?
I think Zoe wins the game.
So we
Zoe
should
wins
lose
the
points for
game,
sucking up
and-
like that.
and
You're
you
already
know what?
winning. You don't need to suck up.
I need more.
Not fair. Not fair.
She needs more accolades, that's for sure. But you know what? While we do appreciate at least Danny, Jake, and Johnny trying their best, chat, we want you to vote for who you think the next Van Gogh could be on the desk. Do you agree that Zoe is the true winner here? You should let us know. But while you do that, we do have a more recent submission of Zoe that I feel like might actually take the competition.
All right. Wow. You
Okay.
guys really had to put this on after we do our drawing.
That took more than 30 seconds. So
That's
that
at least
counts.
a minute there for
That's
sure.
like at least twice, 3 times as much time as we had. Wow. That looks so
Wow.
good though.
Honestly, this looks way better than me, so I take that. Thank you so much. That is very flattering.
I feel like this actually really captures you well, so
Yeah.
personally.
The eyes, the nose.
It's not as, it's more sultry than angry, which I usually am. So we take it. This is beautiful. Thank you guys so much. Of course, also shout out to Necra and Vicky Kitty for playing judges here and letting me win. You know, that was the obvious thing to do. Either way, we do appreciate all of your fan art submissions. So make sure to show us what you got. I'm sure you can do better than those guys. So you
One would
know,
hope.
we set the
Nah.
bar really, really low for everyone. Now it is nearly. Imaginary clock says high noon. I don't actually have a clock. That's why they kicked me out of Switzerland. Now, but it is about time to get our first game started of the day. And we'll be talking about London and Gladiators right after this. Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get started with our first match of week number 5, and you can share all the action with your communities too, because we have a watch parties going strong. All you have to do is find the...
There it is. Hey!
There it is.
This one.
Scan this one, find out how to get into all the fun. And we're now setting up our first match of the day, London Spitfire and the LA Gladiators. So let's take a look at their starting lineups so we know exactly who to expect to see on the server. Starting, of course, with the London Spitfire, a talented, mostly European squad, which really turned heads at the end of last season. But as of right now, they do not manage to make their Rhine comfort comps work in the current meta. They will be going up against a team that has crushed the preseason string gossip and proved very quickly that they have the compositional flexibility which is required to succeed in the current meta. And they're looking more and more cohesive with every match. Who are we favoring in this one?
I mean, I've got to favor the Glads, but I was just so interested to see Kai coming in on the first control map. That's a huge surprise. I'm not surprised to see Kai on, Junkertown for Widow or King's Row. He can lock in the Hanzo the whole time. But on the control map, that's a really surprising choice. So I don't know what to expect. I think it's possible that London could cheese some maps with some Rhine sim comps, but I think Glads is just a heavy favorite across the series.
Absolutely. So if we're looking at our predictions, I think I know where this one is going, but let's just take a look at it anyway.
Oh, okay.
Gladiators all the way. Not a single map is given to the London Spitfire. So let's take a look if the chat is a little bit more gracious with their predictions.
Where are we going?
Any London Spitfire chats? Yeah, I mean, 7%. It's not nothing.
Yeah. They're ruthless. They really are.
Yeah, we all credit Rio, right?
Yeah.
Maybe,
I can't believe you wouldn't believe in
maybe
London,
chat
as
just
we all
wants to
Fred
be
do.
right. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm with chat. 92.7. I think London could cheese a map. I could see if there's like a really great Rhine sim map. I could see that happening. All right, I'm done.
No, we're expecting to see a dominant performance, but of course we know that London Spitfire are a talented roster, so maybe they can surprise us with a map victory there on Control, perhaps. Let's see. Let's find out. For all the action, we're going to bring in our art judges extraordinaire and connoisseurs of fine whiteboard scribbling. It is Vicky, Kitty, and Ekra.
Thank you so much, Zoe. You guys are beautiful artists. You guys did your best, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All right, you guys did your
hard
best.
to work with. That's a hard medium to draw.
Actually, sure.
Definitely don't have me do that, please. I will fail.
please.
All right. But Necra, let's take a look at our first match that we got for the day. This is a really important week, especially looking at London. I know Jake was trying to be nice, Johnny tried to calm him down, but we got to talk about why it's so important, because London is on the brink of elimination if they lose this match versus the Glads, and if they lose 3-0, they're eliminated. If they take a single map, they do have an outside chance of fate in the hands of other teams, but losing the Glads and Defiant would basically just eliminate them from the competition, and that's obviously not what they want. They kind of have been ramping up a little bit, and with this first map being Lijiang Tower, there could be a chance, Necro.
Yeah, this is exactly the map that I would assume London Spitfire would have a chance at actually winning. Jake brought up a great point of London Spitfire being able to lean into something like the Mei, Symmetra, and Reinhardt composition. And as we're starting out on Control Center as our very first round of Lijiang, this is definitely a round that's going to be important to set the pace for this map in particular, and hopefully keep London Spitfire's dreams of making it into the knockout stage alive.
We gotta see here, because this is the first map that they can start building up some momentum, some confidence going into this. Have not had the best time that we were expecting after their performance in the last season. LA Glad's out here, though. Love how they were able to point it out. Kai being on the starting lineup, going to be able to go into that Hanzo. See how this is going to play close quarters, though, here. Especially since you see Kevster going onto the Mei, as we usually do for Lijiang.
We've seen a lot more Hanzo being played as of late, and I think that the Hanzo provides a lot of shield pressure to the Reinhardt that Hottie's going to be rolling out of spawn with. You have the ability to release the volley of arrows, which can help to start to break the shield, and the Sonic Arrow as well really helps to see if you can spot any intel. Where is London Spitfire trying to engage this point from?
Already with Kai taking that back angle, though, looking great, but Sparker getting the first pick onto Kevster is going to be huge. That's going to be putting a dent into the ult charge for Backbone and that Blizzard. Spitfire on the other side here. Dante taking a good amount of damage. Just just playing patiently in the back, and they're trying to go for the disengage, but Sparker with another pick onto Dante. So now putting a dent onto Dante's Annihilation and Kevster's Blizzard, as this is going to force the Glads to back away in time and give the control point to Spitfire first.
Sparker's been on fire already to kick off this match. I know that we've only seen one team fight here, but an early pick really opened the doors for London Spitfire to get this defense started. And now that you can see Hottie start to work up to the door, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the Gladiators to come back into this point. As you mentioned, Dante on the Ramatra having his ultimate charge stunted a little bit here, as you see Hottie almost to that Earth Shatter. Sparker as well, with the amount of work that he was able to put into that first team fight, almost has the Dragon Strike online as well.
And Kessler had gone down previously there too, and now Backbone has been able to round off the Blizzard a lot closer. First here, as the window goes up, the Immortality Field comes in from Landon. The immediate flicker round, and Sparker gets another pick onto Dante, making two onto Kai now. Sparker has been able to find these angles in such a better fashion than Kai, and since they were the ones to take control over the point first, he was also able to get set up for that next fight amazingly.
Exactly. You have the ability to lock down any of these angles, these choke points, if you're Sparker. And the fact that London Spitfire only committed that amplification matrix to that first fight means that you can go through, use the Dragon Strike here to split up the Gladiators and put them in a position where Hottie can lock them down with a Earth Shatter now.
Amp is online here for Lastro. They nearing the Annihilation here as Hottie's going to send down the Shatter, hitting only Dante on the other side as a Blizzard also gets called in from Backbone. Great way to try to block off the exit route from the Glads. Dante did get caught in that line of fire. The Dragons, and he's going to be set down. Glads go in for another reset, but they didn't have to burn anything because, again, they only had the Amp Matrix, and now they're going to be able to come in with a new set of ults.
Yeah, they're running out of time here, so Gladiators with almost a full slate of ultimates online are going to have to start to do something. Amplification Matrix, at the very least, should start to push London Spitfire back.
This is huge here. They find Hottie, who pushed him a little bit too far, and also Kevster's Maywall behind him to stop him from backing away in time. Overtime activated with Spitfire being at 99%. This is going to be able to get a flip here for the Glads, put themselves on the board, but a great distance of progress from the London Spitfire as they're just trying to find that one last member, Sparker, in the back.
It was such an amazing team fight for the Gladiators as well. They were able to use the amplification matrix to be able to push the Spitfire back, and they were able to hold on to 4 other ultimates to throw into this next rotation. That's huge amounts of value there from Lastro's ultimate alone. Landon's going to have one on the return, as well as Admiral having the Sound Barrier online, should be able to keep the London Spitfire up and running through some of these other heavy-hitting ultimates from the Gladiators here.
A good goal here, too, for the Spitfires, just forcing out as much of these ults that you were mentioning before. The Blizzard already been coming out. Lastro gets taken down by Admiral, but Funny Astro with the Sound Barrier is going to keep the Gladiators alive here, as Admiral had used his Sound Barrier earlier to engage in this fight initially, but since they've lost it on Hottie, expect them to back away now as the Gladiators take this other fight and are already nearing 50% on the point.
This is where things start to get a little dangerous for the Spitfire. They had to throw both of the supportive ultimates into that last fight and didn't really get much out of it because they only got the 2 ultimates from Kevster and Kai, and Dante has still been able to hold on to the Annihilation. We've seen what that ultimate can do to be able to zone off teams, and Dante is one of the best Ramatra in the league right now. I wholeheartedly believe he can just brawl with Hottie here.
And we know how crazy it is, too, when it comes to that final fight territory. The Blizzard called in from Backbone, stopping Dante. The Immortality Field delaying the inevitable before Dante initially gets taken down. But the immediate comeback with Kai not being checked on the platform is able to find 2. Last was going to be able to clean up the rest. The Gladiators win this other team fight, and now we're approaching that final fight territory where the Gladiators could just completely turn this around 0-99.
I think they might. That was such a clutch Blizzard coming in from Backbone, but Kai was able to LOS it to make sure that he wasn't caught, and he was able to take out some of the key damage components of the Spitfire before they were able to make use of that Blizzard. Now it's just Sparker and Landon here with their ultimates, and Backbone's already down.
Oh no, overtime activated right now here too. The Vortex right behind him. Dante had used the Annihilation earlier before, but with nobody left on the point, the Glads 0-100 round number 1.
This was the round I expected London Spitfire to be able to take away from the Gladiators. And now they only have 2 rounds left, one of which is going to be Market, our next one that the Brawl is going to have to work for them. Spitfire were able to get a lot done with being able to capture the point first on Control Center, and if they're able to do that again on Market, maybe they're going to be able to get this next round and bring us into a round number 3, but they're going to have to do a lot here in order to take this away from the Gladiators.
Yeah, a lot of things changed up at the very beginning of that first round towards the very end where Sparker had his pop-off moments but was not able to get set up in the way that Kai did. Even though he did get fended off from that platform initially, he was able to get set up and basically did not stop because Dante was also able to enable him. Had a great performance here now. As you already see the Mei walls coming up, the Symmetro teleporter on the very top. Already trying to set up the turrets here too, but this is where we see London Spitfire really shine in their element.
These brawl compositions do best when they're able to defend this point. And so now that London Spitfire have taken the control first, you're really looking at them trying to stave off this aggression from the Gladiators. And it's going to be a little slow going here. These brawl compositions take a little bit to get online.
It's annoying here too with the Symmetro turret set up in the door side. Dante taking a lot of damage after getting pinned. He's still alive here. Lastro doing his best. They were able to focus down Backbone because they don't want those Mei walls to get in the way from these choke points here. So you can see Hadi trying to get right back to safety. He's literally one. Funny Astro though, he gets taken down. So does Dante. 3 people still alive for the Gladiators. It's going to be a reset with the Spitfire taking control over the point.
The Gladiators are running a little bit of an unconventional form of brawl as well. You've got Kai with the Hanzo and Kevster on the Genji, which really means that you need to go for these high pick potentials. And if Kevster and Kai aren't able to get that damage down, then it can be a little difficult, especially when with Genji as well. You got to get a little close in order to make use of Genji's full kit. The Symmetra is going to be slowing everybody down, though. Those turrets at the door could make it more difficult for Kevster to be able to access the backline unless he's able to flake around.
Hey man, Dante's just putting in so much damage on the board. 4.7k here. You see the Immortality field called in, the window as well from Landon. Immortality helping out Landon as the ping comes in from Hadi. Dante had popped the Annihilation here, and he's still alive. They're playing outside his space now as he gets taken down finally by Landon. Losing it on Dante, though. Kevster's about to have that blade that you mentioned. Last round earlier, used up that nano. Sparker gets taken out. They do find that trade here. Dante makes the swap over to the Winston, but another team fight win for the Spitfire here.
Dudes are going to be working up to that last fight potential. Oh gosh, Earth Shatter already?
Oh, but in the process, though, they lost out on Backbone and Admiral, and Landon's literally won. They didn't have the healing output after that Shatter, so now the Gladiators move just right in. Kempster cleans up the rest, and they're able to take control over the point.
Spitfire could see that the cards were starting to fall. You had a couple of members down. Gladiators are coming back in with reinforcements, and so you may as well try to throw the Earth Shatter out there, see if you can get a solo Shatter and maybe put the advantage back in your favor. But look at the Symmetra teleporter. They're just going to flake around the Gladiators.
And the Photon Barrier, too, on top of that, as well as the Blizzard. So much space being controlled here by the London Spitfire as Kevster is going to be able to activate the Blade. Lastro gets taken out here. It's 2 down for the Glads and with no entrance with the Maywall blocking Kevster. He's going to try to get rid of these turrets before having to reset with the rest of the team.
Kevster's Blade wasn't always going to find a lot of value there. You saw that Lastro threw in the Nano Boost to be able to keep Dante's Ramatra up for the Annihilation, and it just didn't have it available for this, but you're going to have to get something done here. Kai's got the Dragon Strike again.
Amp online. Dante gets taken out first, which is absolutely huge here. Amazing look for Landon to just stare at him in the face of the Amp Matrix. Overtime ticking away in favor for the London Spitfire. They lost out on Hadi and Backbone, but Admiral had that sound barrier up, and Landon is just clicking on heads and bodies everywhere he moves. Overtime ticking away as Last Stress try to trickle in.
Gladiators may be able to get something done, but I feel like Landon's just putting in so much legwork.
He was a problem, and Kevster nailed him down with some help from Dante, but the Primal was online right before he died, and now the London Spitfire take us to round 3.
Okay, so their tournament lives still hanging in limbo a little bit, but they are 1 round away from making sure that they're not going to get 3-0'd here and mathematically eliminated from the spring knockouts. We are on Gardens now. This is really where London Spitfire are going to have to work on controlling the territory. You can work around the point really well if you're going to be playing with the Mei and Symmetra Brawl. You can also play from White Room, which is going to be the smaller room behind the point with the health pack, and sometimes you can also take the health pack house right across the way from point. So there are a couple different angles that London Spitfire could really take here in order to try to lock down these choke points, but you're going to see a little bit of a match here from the Gladiators to try to get through quickly with that Symmetra teleporter before moving back over to the Genji and the Sojourn this time around with the dive.
And Sparker sticking to the Symmetra, as we saw in that last round, doing them amazing work with the turrets, putting in the pressure. Glad to have to back away here as London Spitfire have taken the space by the point first. Talk about the right room on the other side too, as Funny Astro's trying to take a cheeky angle. Admiral's just gonna hang out by the rooftops. But this is gonna allow now the London Spitfire with the Maywall to just get set up before the Gladiators can stop the turrets from also being set up here too, as Admiral needs to back away. He's taking a lot of damage.
I mean, look at that. London Spitfire's just getting pincered here in the ante.
Wow, that was huge, but Landon with the immortality field was also ginormous, because then they had to split that attention. You can see they were able to take it out. They were also able to restabilize, but with Kevster coming right back in with the Genji this time around again here too, they are able to find these trades. Kai had gone down earlier in that fight, but Lastro had already gotten the nano boost, but then steered Hottie in the face as he gets pinned.
So this is going to be a great team fight victory here for the Spitfire. As long as they're able to keep control at this point, Hottie's going to try to stall for as long as possible before the Gladiators are able to take back control and now start to work on getting up their own control percentage. But this is where the Gladiators can really start to thrive here. London Spitfire have to work together as a unit, and Gladiators can really capitalize on that by doing what they did to be able to take the control away from the Spitfire in the first place. Pincer them. Just sandwich them between members of the Gladiators, and the Gladiators could take this round.
But the thing is, the Nano Boost is online, and Kevster tries to swing away at the choke point. He gets immediately deleted by Landon once again, who had used the Ant Matrix. The wall coming up from Backbone to Sound Barrier from Admiral. The Blizzard gets put down here too. Lastro falls low. Funny Astro's about to have the Sound Barrier here. Dante with the Primal is trying to stay alive to swing around in the pit. Landon has been a huge problem here, and they try to focus him down as Dante is going for the reset. But I like this call on the disengage while Funny Astro is still stalling on the point to get some extra percentage for the rest of the Glads.
Yep, Dante as well, just trying to stall for as long as possible, and Funny Astro being that slippery little frog. Gonna make it a little bit more difficult for London Spitfire to take back control, but I love how you called out Landon, just really putting in so much work for the London Spitfire. Hottie has gone down to so low so many times, or when a nano gets hit by Lastro, you're just able to have that immortality field online for the perfect moments. And so Landon, once again, all that healing he's putting in is gonna have the amplification matrix online soon. Don't even need it if you're just gonna take out the backline.
What? What? Hottie said, don't worry, I'll take care of this. The bridge is mine. Planted the flag, which in this case is his hammer right there. Sent down the shatter. Found the pin onto Lastro, then finished things off from Funny Astro with that strike. But man, goodness, what a look right now for the London Spitfire, putting themselves in the lead at 70%.
That is the chatty we all know and love on the Reinhardt, but Kai has something to say about that with the overclock.
Overclock activated here. He slides in. He finds the problem, which is Landon in this case, who put down the amp matrix. Over on the other side, they also lost out on Sparker. He put down the photon barrier, playing around that space, but they need to deal with Kai, who's been in the back, getting enabled, getting so much of this charge down here too, and they clean up the rest of the Spitfire.
Right, so overclock getting used here. Sparker had that photon barrier in response to try to make sure that London Spitfire weren't going to take too much damage, but unfortunately they just had too many members down at this point, so London Spitfire able to walk away with 92%, as Gladiators are still going to be able to come back into this one with the Blade and the Primal Rage. It's a lot of sustain on the side of Dante to be able to make sure that too much. The anti Lastro.
The immortality came in though again at the right time from Landon. Yes, these antis have been on point, but Landon has been waiting for them. The Blizzard also came in immediately after they came out of the portal here as Admiral pops in the Sound Barrier, gets hit with another anti coming in from Lastro. The damage is too much as Funny Astro got taken down, and so did Dante, and they flipped the point from right underneath their feet, Necra.
I don't think they're going to be able to come back into this one either. You've got Kai just being held on the outside here by Hottie, the shield, able to keep him at bay. And you got the Earth Shatter here too to be able to follow everything up.
Let's see how this is going to be used as they're trying to trickle in through these choke points. Kill after kill though as the Glads fall down. Dante's next. Lastro won't be able to make it here in time. Overtime just wasted away as the London Spitfire take map number 1. What they needed, Necra, they found on Lijiang Tower.
They did exactly what we were hoping that they would, which is take this map that really does play to their strengths as a team, being able to play the brawl. And so being able to see this first map go their way, their dreams of making the spring knockouts are still alive here, Vicky. They do need a couple other things to align for them, but if the cards fall right, then they've got a chance.
It'll be better in their favor. They could take another one out here. We know how strong the London Spitfire are on these control maps, and we saw some back and forth go down in that first and second map, which is why we saw that round 3 come through here. But let's talk about Landon and how amazing he looked, especially on that final round. We need to see this consistently going through within the rest of these maps that we have to come. We got map number 2 on the other side of this break. You definitely don't want to miss it because it's going to be Hollywood. Welcome back, everyone. Taking a look at the action that we just saw on map number 1 on Legion. Backbone popping off in his own way, also blocking out the window with the wall, getting a quick little 3K at the very end here, right through the Ant Matrix there too. Look at that, he caught him in the middle of the air. Dante just trying to get away in time, as well as Kevster, but my goodness, Backbone, that was a really good look from the London Spitfire. Can they keep this up, Necro? We know that they're really good on control, but now we're going to be moving on to Hollywood.
We've got Hollywood, and we've got some swaps coming through here to be able to play the double flex support. His Skyripper comes in, as well as Babel for the Gladiators. And so you could definitely expect to see a little bit of like maybe Kiriko Ana. You could see Baptiste here alongside the Ana or the Kiriko. There's a lot of different looks that we've been able to see come out from the back line here, but definitely expecting to see that double flex support.
Yeah, that's going to play into the London Spitfires well after taking that first map. Again, we are going to be moving on to Hollywood. And with these changes, Necro, what can you expect here from the Spitfire, especially after coming out of that last map?
Well, their rush looked really strong there. We didn't get a chance to give Backbone enough credit there for the Mei, but because he's going to be staying into the roster as well, it's very possible that we end up seeing a little bit more than that. Sparker also was able to pop off on the Hanzo, and so you're at least able to have a little bit of maybe a sniper duel as you see Kai also staying in the roster for this map as well. I don't know exactly what to expect from the Spitfire because I feel like they just need to kind of pull out some hat tricks here.
Talk about Mei being banned.
It's banned.
I'm not over this. I'm not over this. I love being
understand.
able to see the player chat so much. Guys like, nah, it's banned. You can't play it.
Please, no. I get it, though. They don't want to be on the receiving end of that again.
I mean, I don't blame them. Just finish off that one last round back when I believe had like 16 elims, 5 final blows, and like only 9 deaths out here too. So they're really putting in a lot of pressure, but
it's gonna be fine if he plays it. I don't know, maybe? Maybe?
I wouldn't expect it. Let's see here, Hottie swapping over to the Diva. Back when just trying to get a quick little shot before making the swap. All right. Sticking to the Ashe out here, Necra. And I like how you brought up Kai still sticking on here for the guys, which just makes sense, of course. Gonna be able to play the Hanzo having more of those open sightlines. I was more surprised to see it happen on Legion, but obviously they're trying something different here as Hottie's already gonna be able to try to take to the ground, see an opportunity to see where the Glads are.
Yeah, we usually see Yaki come into the roster here, but I think that when you go over to a map like Hollywood, when you have these beautiful straightaways and this verticality to play around, the Hanzo makes a lot of sense, and that's where Kai can really shine, is on some of these hit scan / sniper heroes that he's really come to be known for. That's a great example of why he's in this lineup right now.
And that's why you also saw Backbone trying to put in some extra pressure, controlling that corner space with the Dynamite after putting Kai low, and now losing out that one member and Hottie falling low himself, having to back away, just disengage, just re-stabilize here. They know they're going to try to take that back end approach to the point. The Glass just waiting out here.
You could be a little bit patient. Gladiators right now are really looking for a singular pick to try to keep the Spitfire to reset every single time. Hottie's going to get taken pretty low here as well, but it's also Hottie's duty to try to get Kai off of that perch and really put him in a position where he doesn't have line of sight onto the rest of the Spitfire here.
And look who's holding his hand right here, too. It's going to be Laster, who gets hit with an anti from Skyripper. They trade that for Backbone also getting hit with the anti, so both these teams just taking their time while Kevster's trying to find the position. Trying to get into the back line and harass Skyripper here. Oh, but the immediate sleep from Skyripper. Nice anti onto Dante and Kevster, but he's got the recall for the reset after taking out Skyripper. Kevster's just always been on another level, and now he's finding this 1v1 over on the other side. He's going to take out Landon. It's going to have to be another reset here for the London Spitfire.
That looked really good to be able to start there. Skyripper as well, just investing the nano boost to see if they can get anything done with that attack push, but at least London Spitfire still have a lot of tools to work with. Landon's gonna have the rally. You could pop that really early, try to get a little bit of that armor on top of the rest of the team's health pool, and then see if you can get anything done with Sparker's pulse bomb as well. Backbone's actually gonna step away from the Ashe. Maybe not finding as much value as that one pick potential as the Hanzo is going to provide here, and try to see if you can contest with Kai a little bit better.
See if they can force him out of this position too. It's been difficult when Lastro's been right there, and he's got the rally at the ready. Same thing can be said for Spitfire. You have those 3 ults that you mentioned online here too, but the Glads have that nano boost, which would make a huge difference as Hottie tries to go for the reset, but Dante catches him before he could go in for the remake. They get these trades though, which is huge. Nice backline pressure coming in from the London Spitfire, losing out on Babel and Dante wouldn't be able to pop that primal there. Another big anti too onto Kai, but Kevster has been harassing Landon whenever he finds him in these side room opportunities. Gets the pulse bomb pick here and continuously is still harassing the back end. Kevster is going to be able to find Skyripper. Sparker's trying to do the same. Trying to find this 1v1 duo with Kevster. Meanwhile, the point has already found a tick here from London Spitfire, but I like the call to try to disengage while Kevster's busy.
What's really crazy is that London Spitfire wasn't able to capture that first point. You were able to get so much done there as Hottie was able to play a little bit of distraction, you know, tried to get the reset right on point to try to force out a couple of cooldowns there. Winston Bubble got invested from Dante, and you also saw the rally being invested from Lastro. It was enough, though, enough sustain on the side of the Gladiators to be able to have enough left in the tank for this final attack push here from London. This is all they've got left. 15
This
seconds.
is huge. They have so many ults to work with. Yeah, London has the nano boost, and now with Kai sending out the dragons, just going to be able to clear up so much of that space. Split off the Spitfire, which is big. Less than 5 seconds on the clock, and you've lost out on Skyripper and Backbone. Make it 3 with Landon going down. Overtime, taking away. Hottie trying to stay on that point for as long as possible. It's only Hottie and Sparker. Skyripper won't be able to get back just in time unless Sparker tries to delay and just stall as long as possible, but it doesn't look like it's going to be done. The Glads hold back the London Spitfire on their attack.
Gladiators were able to play that perfectly. Even though they had to give up a tick on that first point, they still were able to come back in and have the Primal Rage as well as the Nano and just a lot of tools to be able to invest into making sure that that defense got a full hold. London Spitfire, it's really tough on Hollywood to run the rush, especially when you know that you have to be able to access that back part of point. You only have a couple of ways that you can get through, and it's a pretty long choke point. You can't just kind of take your time to be able to try to get there. So you got to go with something that has a little bit more ability, and that's why you saw Hottie try to go for the Diva there.
And they try to mix things up too. You talk about how you don't want to take your time into trying to find these poke situations, and you're wasting a lot of time. Taking a look at Kevster though at the very end as well, finding a 3K after they were getting split off, immediately pressuring the back line here. This is when they had no time. They had to forcefully go into overtime, and Kevster had wiped out the back line too, with some help from Babel as well, just finishing off what was left of the London Spitfire. But Kevster popping off at the very end there, Necra. Looking to consistently go for that here this time around. But I like how you mentioned how difficult it is for London to play that on the attack, especially playing so split up apart, because then you have to worry about Kai and his positioning on the back line, as well as Kevster, who's harassing you on the other side when you try to take a more different rotation.
You called out something really important, which is that you ended up seeing Lastro constantly hand-holding Kai or Kevster in the back to be able to make sure that they were able to stay up and deal that damage. Made it really difficult for Hottie to be able to get back there and try to keep them from getting line of sight onto the rest of the Spitfire. And so they ended up losing members before they were able to actually approach point. It's going to be a dive composition coming up from the Gladiators. You're really playing to have that Nano Blade online if you feel like you can't get through from just raw picks, but it's starting to go really well as Kevster is able to lock down this high ground, and you've got Kai also on an off angle.
Yeah, it's just constantly the Glads playing split apart, but in different angles, so that way they have the London Spitfire in their line of sight from those angles here as Skyripper and Landon get taken out. And yes, Lastro and Babel go down here too, but with Lastro going down first, the attempt there was to go Zen to make sure that Hottie doesn't have a good time on Diva, which we've been seeing a lot more consistently, but he didn't like that. He makes a swap over to Lucio to get right back to the point quickly, and they are able to find these trades, losing out on Hottie, and now going to be able to get right onto the point to get that first tick, Necro.
All right, you've got a little bit of mobility, though. You saw Landon switch over to the Kiriko to be able to teleport to the team really quickly, and Sparker coming out on the Tracer to at least be able to juggle the point. Is it going to be enough to get the reinforcements with London Spitfire in time, though?
This is the stick on the pulse bomb, but still finds Lastro with tracking Kevster. That's just right on top of Backbone. They go in that for the trade, but Sparker losing out with Kai in the back, still being able to find these picks uninterrupted because he's on the high ground currently right now, has allowed the Glads to now fully move in onto the point. Skyripper's going to try to stall for a little bit. Hottie taking a nap, won't be able to go for a reset, so he also won't be on the points. Nobody is going to be able to stop the Glads other than Skyripper here, who sends out the Nano Boost.
And that's going to be all she wrote. That's going to be a very quick capture for the Gladiators to be able to take this second map and tie up the series. And something that the Gladiators did so well is just keep Skyripper away from being able to heal the team. That was really tough for Skyripper to be able to get an angle when Dante was just constantly pressuring him behind the point.
The Buzz having a little bit of fun at the end. I love to see the player cams of them laughing, having a good time. We get to see some of these highlights here. It wasn't just that 3K at the end of that first round that we currently see right here from Kevster, but he was doing a really good job at coordinating with Dante, finding the opportunity of these low picks that he was able to clean up from Kai too when he was on the back line. See it coming in as the Gladiators take map number 2, Necro. We still got map number 3 coming in with a tied series on our hands. We are going on to Rialto right after this break. Welcome back, everyone. The Gladiators got to set the record themselves, now taking map number 2, evening out the match score currently 1-1. And we got some subs moving in before we jump into our map 3, Necra.
We've got Lethal taking a step in for the London Spitfire roster over Backbone, and so maybe expecting to see a little bit more of maybe some Tracer Sombra action, something that's really going to help benefit the London Spitfire on Rialto, which is another map that's going to have a lot of verticality to it, as well as flank routes. You really want to see if you can have a bit more mobility when it comes to a map like this.
Yeah, especially since London decided to also start on the defense here. Gladiators with no subs as we get started on Rialto. Also nice to note here, the Glads had to make a statement, Necro, with that last run in that final map, that because they literally went crazy. Kevster did not die, by the way. He did not die.
Nope, no he did not. That Kevster was a big problem for the backline of the London Spitfire, and I think you're looking for a way to be able to try to keep him in check. And one of those ways might just have to be Lethal trying to take the reins to be able to deal some big damage. We're going to actually see London Spitfire roll out on, the D.Va and the Tracer again, but you're also going to see Lethal this time trying to pick up the Ashe. Maybe this was a look that London Spitfire weren't expecting to have to go for on Hollywood, and maybe Lethal is just kind of warmed up and ready to go for a little bit of this high ground action.
Let's see him. I mean, Lethal is one of those players that we've seen in the past, of course, coming in from Redbird. We've been able to cast him back in our time in Contenders, where he's really had pop-off moments with the Cassidy, the Sojourn, the Ashe now. As we're going to be able to see this look from the London Spitfire. So again, they did decide to go on the defense so they can get into that position here and see what Kai's going to do. Let me see if he has an opportunity to swap after Glads get some extra information.
Okay, I was like, what is he doing here? Maybe just playing it a little sly. Doesn't want to give away too much to the London Spitfire that he might be on the Widowmaker here, but this is one of Kai's classic picks. We saw him absolutely pop off on this hero last season, and so to be able to see him kind of take up the reins for this hero again makes me really excited to see what kind of pop-up potential he can bring to the table here.
Oh, if we could see the Glads just bait out Lethal and Styrofoam from the window. You saw the comms go in from Kai, and then they had the opportunity. Now the dive is initiated by Dante. He does get hit with an anti, but a bigger anti from Babel comes in, hitting Skyripper and Landon. Landon falls incredibly low. Kai gets arrested just a little bit by Sparker, but he is able to get away before Sparker has to flip the attention to help out his own backline from the high ground.
That was so sick. That's what we love watching the Kai Widowmaker for. You can see Lethal has to pay a lot of respect to that, switching over to the Widowmaker himself just to be able to contend with that high-octane gameplay. Kai is going to have to weave in these shots, though. You can see the approach up here. Looking for Lethal, you can see the ping as well, just to give that information over to the Gladiators where that could be.
Oh,
whoa.
Okay, well, that was not what I was expecting over on the other side. Skyripper getting taken down. More pawns falling here for the Spitfire, losing out on 3. Hadi was not even able to go for the reset, but I like this call here because they weren't even able to get the stall on this first point, so they're just going to try their chances in that next corner. If Kevster isn't already harassing Lethal all the way far up ahead, I mean, he was able to just jump right over that fence line there too, so he was able to get there quickly just to stall out the Spitfire.
Gladiators are taking so much space here that it's impossible for London Spitfire right now to be able to stand their ground. Look at how far forward Dante is. It's like Hadi can't really access the back line anymore. Kevster is just going absolute sicko mode in the front line. He's just I didn't know, I mean, Kevster's been acting like a raid boss, but this is just a completely different level.
It's like he's changing phases once you get halfway through. He gets another pick out here. He's like, I was able to finish that last map without dying. Want me to see me do it again? And the Nano Boost has been called in. Dante just to be able to clear out the front here. Doing so much of that damage, as well as the rally, too, from Lastro. Finding all his Spitfire like a shish kebab in this side room while getting away from the line of sight of Hadi, who tries to get the reset with the D.Va mech at the D.Va bomb. We're going to be able to find him right afterwards. He's also just stalling out Hadi after getting the second point, but they have just been non-stop, Necra.
It has been an absolute roll right now. Lethal can't find a way to be able to weave in these shots. Hasn't worked up to the sides. Kai has been holding on to them for forever. This is where London Spitfire can start to hold their ground. This is a historically great point for the defense, but it's about whether or not Kai keeps getting these picks. And the sites are really going to help with this because London Spitfire don't want to peek their heads out in fear that they could just get taken off by Kai.
Especially since the side has been called in there too. They know exactly where they're going to be approaching from. You just preemptively aim as Kevster still trying to harass through these different off angles. Nano Boost was called in until Landon maybe looked like he was in some trouble. Nice sleep, but then immediately woken up right afterwards. Dante, who also has his Diva Bomb to reset too, so they just have a lot of stall potential right now, Necro, as the Gladiators are reaching that choke point to that final finish line.
Kevster's looking for an avenue to be able to use his Pulse Bomb, keeping Sparker in check as well so that he's not able to get a Pulse Bomb down once he gets that online. Pulse Bomb's going to be a whiff and a miss though.
It is, and he's still able to draw the attention from Lethal as Sparker lands that Pulse Bomb, finds Babel, but Babel still was able to send out that Nano Boost onto Lastro again. Dante gets demegged as he goes for the reset with the Diva Bomb, but is not able to get right back into the Met. Finally, some life that we are currently seeing from the London Spitfire as Kai comes right back in, looks down mid, and then finds Lethal just sending a message before he meets up with the rest of Glads in the spawn.
Oh my goodness. I was like, is Kai about to pop off and get a 3K here? I wasn't 100% sure. It's good though. Landon able to hold the front line, be able to hold up that shield so that you are able to take out Kai. And this is where we're going to start to see a change in compositions. Kai going to go off the Widowmaker. You want to have a little bit more point presence when it comes down to this final point. So the Hanzo makes a lot more sense. And Dante going over to the Zarya. Dante is known for his tank flexibility now. Maybe not something that you would have said looking at last season and Dante taking up that tank position, but now he's played basically every single tank hero, and I would love to see what he's able to do with the Zarya.
I like this call here for this third point because you're playing so grouped together. That's why Lethal also swapped over to the Ashe as Landon calls in the rally, immediately gets taken down by Dante, who is charged up, looking to stay beefy out here as a follow from Kevster comes in, finds two. You can't get the reset here, Hadi. Sorry, no can do. And Sparker, it won't be able to stall for long either. They are desperately coming out of the spawn room doors, Necro, but they cannot be stopped. It's the LA Glads that get the payload to the finish line.
They have 2 minutes and 38 seconds left. That's a lot of time in the bank. London Spitfire won like one team fight. That's how dominant of a performance that Gladiators just put on.
Actually crazy. It's just not, they were unstoppable, going right past to that second choke point. The one time that they were held just a little bit was by that third checkpoint where they immediately made the swaps that they needed to control a lot more of that close quarter space that you see for that final run. But the Spitfire, they try to test out Lethal in the back with Widow. Kai was immediately able to shut him down before Lethal swapped right back over to the Ashe. Kai is absolutely a problem, but then when your attention is to trying to displace Kai and Kevster is harassing your backline, it's so difficult to try to control that space when we also have seen Skyripper having to save Landon by putting in the Nano Boost onto Landon a few times because of Kevster being annoying.
Kevster being annoying, Dante just taking up so much space far forward, really made it difficult for London Spitfire to draw that line in the sand. Because Skyripper, it felt like kind of didn't ever get a chance to breathe either, just because of the harassment that Kevster was dealing in the back line. And if Skyripper and Landon are being kept busy by Kevster, they're not able to heal up the front line. And so Hadi kind of left to his own devices. But it's going to be Spitfire on the attack. Hadi's already going to be hit with an anti, which is great for Babel to start getting that charge up and running. But it's going to be more of the same here. Widowmaker duels from Lethal and Kai, and also just kind of even compositions across the board.
Also seeing that Gladys taking up that extra space on the high ground here, trying to call out where maybe Kai is sitting, as Kai is just going to reposition. Lethal did call him out, looking down the site, over on the other side by spawn here. Kevster falling incredibly low. Managed to get away right into the line of sight of Lastro and Babel, who are going to be able to rack up those ults that you were mentioning before. Staying on the high ground here, though, is going to be able to deny the Spitfire a nice anti into Hadi and Landon, while Kai is in position, uninterrupted, looking for the opportunity. Oh, if he was able to get Skyripper, that would have been crazy. Dante also going to be able to hold off the front line from that high ground, but with Kai taking this other angle, they see him, but he's uninterrupted here unless Sparker could try to control some of that space in the back.
How do you get access to Kai? Who do you send after him? You could send Hadi, but then Hadi is out of line of sight.
There you go.
Kai deserves this nap. He really deserves it. He's been putting in so much work.
Putting in the sleep onto Kai before being woken up. You don't need to send anybody. You just got Skyripper putting in the sleep just in case here. But he has that health pack also right at his feet. Thinking about Kai's positioning, he just stays there. Now with the Nano Boost activated here onto Dante, he dives in, finds Landon, only leaving Skyripper up for the heals, and he's desperately running away. Can't get restabilized here as the backline is annihilated for the Spitfire, and it's only up to Sparker left up and alive to try to get around this corner, but it's not going to be done with the Gladiators taking these different off-angle approaches, Necro.
Do you see that Dante got the nano boost from Babel? Just went after the supports from London Spitfire. Landon went down Skyripper. Hadi tried his best. He had the defense matrix perma on Skyripper there. It just wasn't enough to be able to soak up the damage from Dante. That was also a very funny shot.
It's also what we were thinking about, you know, do you just send Sparker out there to continuously press Kai so that way he's constantly having to reposition and just not focus on the approach from Spitfire while they cross over his sight lines? But then you get shut down, you get met up with the rest of your team, another anti onto Landon, but they got ults to work with here in Necro. You got a minute and less than 30 seconds on the clock. Kevster has been doing such a good job at bringing and pulling all of the Spitfire into Kai's line of sight as he gets hit with another shot, but he's got the health pack right to his right. Misses out on the pulse bomb, looking like it just skidded right past him here as Hadi could go in for the reset with that Diva Bomb when you talk about the flexibility these have if Skyripper and Landon are being pressed.
Hadi absolutely has the ability to go for the reset with a mech if you feel like it does come down to the wire, but you are sub 1 minute territory, and London Spitfire were waiting for all 5 ultimates to become online. Got the rally to be able to kick things off here from Landon, but one in response here from Lastro.
Man, it's also been just a counter rotate from Glads constantly. Rally to rally here. Sparker sends out that pulse bomb. Doesn't find the mark that he was looking for. Hadi gets hit with another anti from Babel, who's about to have the Nano Boost. See the Nano Boost coming in from Skyripper onto Landon again to help him out, but also enable him to clear out this entire first point because the Glads are not giving them any space. They finally find Kevster as now the Nano Boost gets put onto Lastro, but he doesn't last as long as Landon did over in this side room. He is flailing around, and this is the space clearance that they needed as a Diva Bomb also gets called in from Dante before he gets reset with Babel.
Oh, but look at that. London Spitfire were able to sneak that first point right underneath the Gladiators' noses, and they're able to start really getting some momentum coming through here from the cart push. Dante used that reset, but to no avail. You're going to have to see a big reset here from the Gladiators as a whole. I love the counter rotate that they were able to do, but you got to start getting set up here on the high ground because this is another place where the Gladiators can really shine with how far apart they've been playing this game.
But I like how Dante was able to get away after that first checkpoint was already secured by the Spitfire, because now the Glads can just get into that position on that high ground in the building where the Spitfire want to take control into the space from. So Kevster in the back line, finding an opportunity here if he can with the pulse bomb. He's already marked down Landon on the high ground here too, but if they just dive right from this high ground and with that first pick here for the Glads, this sets them up in the driver's seat. They have the number advantage, and Kevster wants to capitalize here with the rest of Spitfire grouped up in that side room.
I don't know if Kevster even needs to use the pulse bomb here. You already got that pick onto Sparker. It's going to keep London Spitfire at bay for just a little bit longer as you have to have Sparker blink back to the rest of the team fight. But now you can throw it in when you know that Sparker's coming back.
It's coming in, and Lastro's got the rally. Hadi and Landon have ults online here to also answer right back, as well as Sparker. Spitfire could dominantly take this fight if they could get this extra space here. But again, it's the counter rotates from the Glads that have been so on point since the Spitfire had exited out of the spawn room doors. Kai gets marked down, he gets stuck by the pulse bomb. You can't get away from that. Finally, the threat that has disabled Spitfire from getting into these open sight lines have been eliminated. Lethal can now get put into a more comfortable situation, and the rally has been called in. But Necro, they have limited time now, less than a minute on the clock, as Skyripper sends out the Nano Boost back onto Landon to help enable this rally, get into position. In the back line, it's going to be Hadi who's trying to also press Lastro. Both Babel and Lastro had used their own ults, and Dante's going in for the reset here too earlier from the Diva Meg. Currently with Kai here, also trying to get right back in to get those early sight lines. But it's been so difficult for the Spitfire to even get any progress on this cart right after getting around that corner because the Glads are just able to reset so quickly.
They really are. Look how they're playing around these stairs as well. Kevster's able to land a pulse bomb this time around onto Lethal. And that's going to be a great way to hit your mark and try to keep this defense up. 15 seconds remaining. London Spitfire don't have any other opportunity here except to go. And they got to wait. They're still down a member, Vicky. They can't go in as a whole team of 5.
and they used so much in that last fight too, Necro. No time on the board. You got to stay on the payload. Keep it into overtime now, but they've lost out on Skyripper, and earlier they lost out on Sparker. Lethal's gonna meet them right back in the spawn, and nobody left from inside from the London Spitfire. Unfortunately, Hadi was trying to focus in his back line, and the Glads, they take another map from the London Spitfire, Necro.
Those rotations have been so good. Okay, so this must have been the bomb over the top that hit Skyripper. I was wondering how Dante was able to get that pick. And now I guess we were able to see exactly how that ended up going down, which is rare. I don't feel like we see too many Diva Bomb picks with yeets over the top of buildings anymore.
It's crazy, and looking at the stats too from that last match, I think Kevster had the most deaths, and the most deaths was only 3 deaths. And he put in over 8k damage on the board. The survivability from the Glads have been next level, and that's why we keep highlighting these rotations and these calls to disengage, because they also start playing at these different off angles, which then spreads the London Spitfire thin, and it's so difficult to isolate the problems being, in this case, Kevster, who's harassing your backline, and then Kai, who has these open sight lines and then finds her head before your DPS can. It's difficult out here looking at the London Spitfire, but we got another map on our hands. It's gonna be Colosio at the other side of this break.
Cannot come through, but now
funny Astro.
That is the delay tactics widely dealt in a 4v5. Oh, not quite so much anymore. Kevster dishing out the damage.
This is giving me vibes of Florida against the Atlanta Rain.
What? That is dirty.
A rough return here, just kind of getting bullied.
Oh,
Yeah,
that was
this
a
is
Wave hello, maybe goodbye to the rest of your team, Decay, because Lastro's on the field. Nano Zen just to keep him alive.
rolling, trying to keep everybody alive. And Hydron, oh boy, punched into oncoming traffic. Dante shuts him down.
Welcome back, everyone. Man, Necro, seeing videos like that, it literally brings you way back. So many memories being made out here,
true.
but focusing on the LA Gladiators right now, they are currently sitting at match point.
They are sitting at match point, and it's been a dominant performance after London Spitfire were able to take that first map of Lijiang Tower. And Dante, gotta give a big shout out to him as a player, because I feel like we put a lot of emphasis on the DPS lineup of the Gladiators, but what about Dante being able to hold down that front line on the Diva, on Rialto, and really making some good work there of the back line of the London Spitfire.
Yeah, he was doing really good, and his survivability too. You saw the stat card. Stats do not lie. He only died once in that entire last game. He was playing so well, and even finding that nice cheeky Diva bomb kill right over the rooftops to find Sky Ripper here. But he was also doing a really good job at not only not overextending, but also forcing a lot of the London Spitfire into the line of sight of Kai. You could already tell that the comms were really flowing for this team, but Dante had a really standout performance on that last map.
And the Gladiators as well, when you look at their performance over the entire stage so far, looked like they took a little bit of time to be able to find their footing at the very early parts of the stage, but it really looks like they are a well-oiled machine right now, with Dante also showing off so much flexibility when it comes down to the tank line, and also how Kevster and Yaki now actually taking a little bit of a substitution into the roster have been able to show off how deep their hero pools are to be able to play to the strength of each individual map.
Yeah, you know, to highlight on that point, it's really crazy. The LA Glads, they started amazingly week 1, didn't lose to any of the teams that we saw against, I think, between the Houston Outlaws and the Toronto Defiant. Week 2 is when they took their first and only loss against a team, which was the Atlanta Reign in that entire match. So, you know, the best team in the league, and here you are, the LA Glads are looking to not only be not afraid of experimenting here, but changing things up to see what they could do differently as we go into our next map. Necro, I'm excited to see some of the changes we've already witnessed between the rosters going into this potentially final map.
Yeah, so you saw that Funny Astro and Admiral are going to be coming into the support lineups here for both teams, and so it really speaks volumes to maybe going to something like a Rush or a Brawl composition, able to play the Lucio. That's what Funny Astro in particular is very well known for, and what Admiral was able to show us there in that very first map of this series. But yeah,
they're zooming like that.
Yes, that's what the Lucio's about to do.
And it was a given too, seeing that Kai is out, Yaki's in. Kai is doing such great work here, but they are looking to just close in the gap, get as aggressive as they can here. Wondering if they are going to stick. Yaki being on that Sombra, Kevster being on the Genji is no surprise, but we're going to get started already here, and the London Spitfire are bringing out Hottie on the Ryan.
Yeah, so a little bit of that Rhine rush coming through here from the Spitfire, as you also have Backbone subbing back into the roster to be able to play the Mei. Sparker picking up the Hanzo is able to put a little bit of pressure there onto Dante and maybe keep him from being able to access the Admiral and Landon. And I think the mobility overall is going to be really good here for London. Admiral coming back into the roster means that you've got the Lucio able to speed you around.
That's been so on point with these antis too. Had gotten an early 3-man anti right there before Backbone gets hacked by Yaki. Trying to get that EMP just online as quickly as possible here. Looking to his back though. This is the positioning from the LA Gladiators that we witnessed in the last map too, Necro, with the way that they're just trying to surround Hottie. It didn't work with Sparker getting that first pick onto Funny Astro, which is going to delay that sound barrier, but trying to find a way to make basically a London Spitfire sandwich, and it didn't work here. Dante now gets set down. The number favors London Spitfire here despite losing out on Sparker, and now the LA Glads are moving in.
Sparker at least is able to jump back into the swing of things very quickly. You're also bringing down Kevster pretty low the Sombra here from Yaki, that was really where I feel like London's going to start to feel the hurt. If you're able to consistently hack somebody like Hottie, maybe hack Admiral, really slow down the ability to use those cooldowns, then you're able to pincer London Spitfire way better.
Just takes some time to get that online, but Yaki's already nearing that 70% mark. Currently, Landon does have that Ant Matrix here too. Playing passively right here, looking to the side just in case Kevster wants to get a different angle. But it's the contention, too, that we're also seeing between Hottie and Dante just before the rest of the Glads just move in from the back line. Another anti landing onto the Spitfire and then Landon getting hacked. Something they got to look out for is going to be Yaki with a Nano Blade online potentially here as it is going to come in. Kevster dives right into the back line. Landon put down the Ant Matrix and the Immortality, but it doesn't matter. He was able to swipe right through it the moment that he was able to find Admiral and Landon here. And with some help from Yaki, they're going to be able to re-engage in that next fight, Necro, with the EMP ready.
Landon's Immortality fields have been so good this entire series, but there's not a whole lot that you can do against something like a Nano Blade, especially when Kevster's going to be the one that is wielding that sharp blade. But Yaki, yeah, already with the EMP online, this is a great way for Gladiators to continue to snowball and maybe take the lead back from London Spitfire. They're only meters away, but London Spitfire can deny this lead if they're able to go in with something like the May and try to get that area of
oh my goodness. You blinking, you may have just missed it. Goes in for the hack. Now the EMP comes in. The rest of the Spitfire get deleted. But let's talk about that initial pick onto Landon. He looked away for 2 seconds. Got dove on by both Yaki and Dante. Got deleted.
You could see how much respect Gladiators are putting towards the support lineup of the Spitfire, though. All of the focus fire that they put under Skyripper in those last 2 maps. Landon now on the Batiste, knowing that he's been such an influential part of London Spitfire's success in that first map. You have to shut him down. Otherwise, London Spitfire able to sustain.
Talk about the Immortality field, helping out 4 of the members of Spitfire, putting back when the send out that Blizzard. Yeah, it's why it's been a problem, but then these disengage comes in from the Glads. Funny Astro speed boosting everybody to then re-engage now with the sound barrier, and they're getting right back into position where they're not scared to fight in the side room because they've already used up Blizzard. A nice anti comes in, hitting Sparker and Admiral, but they are able to restabilize with the Glads backing away in time, so then putting their focus and just building up these ults. But Kevster finding Backbone and Sparker with this Blade is allowed to re-engage. Landon punches him, says get out of here after losing out on 2, but the number advantage is still in favor for the Glads here.
Didn't even have to use the Nano Boost either, so that's why Bobo could actually give that over to Dante, try to get that Primal Rage online, and just keep stalling out the London Spitfire. That's a big stagger there onto Hottie, and Funny Astro still going to be able to try to make quick work of the Spitfire as they eventually take back control of this bot. But that's a lot of progress that the Gladiators are able to make.
That's why you're also, I thought he was going to swap it. He considered it and then swapped back to the Ryan, but he had used that Shatter, and I don't think it hit anybody. It had no impact there the way that they needed it, especially since, again, they were at a number disadvantage, and with the EMP coming in from Yaki, finding Sparker, Landon, deleting them from the equation, leaving only 3 here for the Spitfire, then getting the hack onto Admiral. Yaki on another level up here with the follows from Dante, just as we saw when they earlier dove onto Landon.
This is the first time we've seen Yaki play in this series, but you can see why he's being subbed in right now. It's not that Kai was obviously not putting in the work for those first 3 maps, but Yaki provides something just a little bit different to be able to play with this dive a little bit more cohesively. You've got the Sombra that can help initiate these big pushes from Dante and Kevster, and the follow-up is there as well as Funny Astra's able to taxi everybody towards the target that Yaki has been able to lock down. So Yaki in the backline again.
Oh, man.
It looks like they kind of switched sides here, but you're able to get a lot done here if you can just hack somebody.
They're playing so messy here too, and Backbone making a swap over to the Sombra, at least trying to match that. Hottie, it's taken out first. Admiral has a sound barrier that he wants to wait here for the re-engage with Hottie. Once he comes back, he won't even be in the fight this time around. And looking at the changes too, Necro, with Backbone making a swap over to the Sombra, this is the difficult part because we know how good Backbone is on the May, but when your best May player has to also be your best Sombra player out here, it lacks that flexibility that London Spitfire needs.
Yeah, you can't play both of those heroes together, which is a composition that we see a lot with that Mei and that Sombra being able to work together. So you're going to see Sparker actually switch over to the Reaper, able to get a little bit more up close and personal for the Gladiators, but at least you're able to follow up with that too when you've got Hottie on the Winston. So a big compositional switch up here from the Spitfire to try to contend with the Gladiators and take back control.
A little too late, I'm wondering here, because you got less than 4 minutes on the clock. Do you see that progress now being put in from the London Spitfire with Sparker about to get that Death Blossom? EMP only landing onto Kevster. Not what you expect when the immediate turnaround comes in with the Nano Boost onto Kevster. He's holding onto the blade because they would rather just wait out to see if the Death Blossom was activated here too. I like this disengage approach before diving in. Gets the reset here too with the dash, and he's just going to be able to get right back to the rest of Gladiators. But it's holding onto that utility that differentiates the Gladiators here because Kevster still has that blade for the next fight.
Yeah, you're not going to have the Nano Boost to be able to help bolster up that blade, but the fact that you do have the ability to kind of exercise a little bit of that patience, it really does help out here to have just any tool in the kit. Sub 3 minute territory now, as you're going to see the sound barrier get invested here from Admiral.
Save him here. Trying to call up Glad's just trying to isolate the backline again like we've seen, but with Babel and Dante falling incredibly low. Babel makes the swap over to the Kiriko. Kevster with the Dragon Blade now, with a dash through. Swing around after London Spitfire lose out on Admiral. Howdy pops in the Primal, and it's going to be able to get right back into the action just as quickly here too. Kevster's still putting in so much of this pressure while backing away in time. Yes, they're able to find some of these picks, but the London Spitfire need to deal with this stall potential that Kevster's been able to do with Dante.
Kevster is... They just, honestly, the shurikens have been able to do so much damage. Even just the pressure of the blade. Yeah, Admiral would have loved to have the sound barrier online to be able to contest with that, but you know that the Nano wasn't online for it. You can deal with it a little bit better. But this is where the Gladiators are able to really keep that momentum rolling as Dante has the Primal Rage ready to go.
Rush coming in here too from Landon to start the engagement. See, Sparker has that Death Blossom ready, as well as Backbone trying to rack up that EMP to match up with Yaki. Waiting to see where Yaki's going to go into position, as a sound barrier only comes in for Dante and Funny Astro. Doesn't hit the rest of the team there. Nice barrier as the huge EMP comes in, hitting Hottie, Sparker, and Backbone. But since Landon was the first one out, he could not help the rest of his team out with Suzu. Hottie's still finding these picks, and again, that was a really big bubble in the middle to help prevent maybe that Somber from helping out the rest of the team here. But now with Kevster going down, we're seeing some life coming in from the London Spitfire. Hottie getting away in time.
Took a little bit of time for the London Spitfire to start getting these ultimates online after they made a pretty heavy compositional swap, but seems to be working right now. Dante able to stop the cart for a little bit before getting out there with the jump, waiting for the reinforcements to come back in. Sparker's been holding on to this Death Blossom for a long time, though, waiting for the perfect moment to let this one rip.
He's waiting for the opportunity to bloom here, and it's Kevster with a Dragon Blade who gets shut down by Sparker, finally unleashing that Death Blossom that you were looking forward to. Necra here, we're getting the trade, as you see Funny Astro and Admiral also go down. 3 only left here for the Glads as Babel gets hacked over by Backbone, but now the rest of Spitfire can at least take a breather for right now, but they got less than a minute on the clock, less than 35 seconds, and still the LA Glads have more of that extension with the clock.
I mean, you've got Hottie with the Primal Rage. This is a really nice tool to be able to have in order to try to get any of the Gladiators off of this point to give you a chance to be able to make this checkpoint. But when you've got the Kiriko Rush as well, this is a great start here for the Spitfire. They've just got to capitalize on these ultimates here.
Look at the positioning, though, from the Glads. They're hanging around the corner, but Sparker isolating Dante. Oh, Yaki gets away, but he still was able to pop the EMP, at least trying to. It lands on Hottie. Admiral was taken down initially at first. No time on the clock as overtime is activated. And Necro, this is so close. 62 to 64 as the London Spitfire are looking to outrun the Glads. The sound barrier from Funny Astro helping out all the 4 remaining members left alive here for the Glads. So much stall coming in again from the Glads, but not enough healing done as Hottie gets taken down. So does Sparker and Landon, and nobody's left as the EMP is late from Backbone to delay the bot.
Oh, that was so close from the Spitfire. But with that team fight win, the Gladiators take the map and the series. But London Spitfire did put up a heck of a fight in that final map, Vicky. I was really impressed with their ability to switch up their compositions so quickly and be able to get to a point where they were in contention to bring us to a map 5. That was more fight than I feel like the desk was expecting, and maybe all the rest of us as well.
Yeah, that, honestly, it's crazy to also note that Yaki had not died a single time while he was on that Sombra. His survivability was next level. They even tried to poop him away. He was able to teleport back to safety. And his EMPs, they got some big effects. Sometimes they didn't, but it was still him putting in a lot of pressure while, again, enabling Kevster. We also saw a lot of nice highlight moments from Dante, who did die 5 times, I do believe, in that last map there too. But with 25 elims and 13 final blows, the LA Glads take another one from underneath the London Spitfire, winning that series 3-1.
At the very least, for the London Spitfire, they still have a chance of making it to the spring knockouts. They do have that one map win that we were looking for, and maybe the rest of the cards will fall right in order for them to get another shot at making it to the mid-season. But with that win, the Gladiators are looking so good heading into the mid-season, and what's not to love about our player of the match, Kevster, who was able to do so much on that Tracer that was really impressive to watch, and it wasn't even just the Tracer that Kevster was able to stand out on.
Absolutely. We saw him stand out on the May originally here too, but he had so many moments. I mean, when you think about Tracer, I feel like the first player that comes to my mind is Kevster out here. He's just such an insane standout player and was able to get so much impact for the rest of the Glads here too. And it's difficult when your backline, if you're looking at the Spitfire, are getting constantly harassed by Kevster. It wasn't the May at the beginning, it wasn't just the Tracer, but it was also the Genji at the very end of the push map.
This is the flexibility that we are talking about when we say that the Gladiators have such deep hero pools. They're able to show us multiple different looks, but I mean, I think that's something that's really impressive about Kevster in particular is just how much it feels like his Tracer has improved from the beginning of the season. It took a little while for the Gladiators to really get online as we look at the earlier weeks for this team, but I think now it really does feel like they're in full force and they really know how to play around the strengths of each individual member, and Kevster's Tracer, the Genji, really showing up in a big way today.
Yeah, his survivability is just crazy, whether it be him on the Genji, swapping over to the Tracer. You can see it on the stat card alone. He died 3 times in that last match, but put in a good amount of damage, over 10k damage to round that off and to allow the Glads to take that win with the rest of the team. That's going to be our first match done and dusted. We're going to be throwing it to a break, and when we're back, we got some more Overwatch League action for you.
Monkey point. Oh, fucking stress.
Oh, nice.
I'm 제로 됐어.
And we are back again. That was match number 1 of day 1 of week 5 for Spring Qualifier. There's a lot of words.
Yeah, a lot of numbers.
Impressive. Lots of
like, wow.
numbers as well. It's
You got to pump those numbers up.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Where's the toy?
Words come out of my mouth. Sometimes I don't understand what they mean until they hit the audience, and that's that. Anyway, I do want to talk about this match because with this map victory, London Spitfire actually keep themselves alive.
Ooh.
They do have,
In theory.
in theory, yeah, they do have still a road ahead of themselves. It's now out of their hands, so they need to rely on other teams to perform a certain way for them to be able to make it into the knockouts. However, the story here, obviously Gladiators taking a W. They already clinched their spot. How did they get it done against the London Spitfire?
Well, I think especially we saw on the 2 more linear map types on Hollywood and Rialto, there was just an absolutely massive gap between these teams. On control, this is clearly London Spitfire's strength. They can play the Rhine Sim. I think Lijiang is definitely a high role for them, where the Rhine Sim is absolutely viable on all 3 points. Super winnable map for them, and they looked pretty clean here, although it was a close map. The next 2 were just not close. Gladiators is an infinitely better team when they play these long-range dive comps, and it's not close at all. You just see that in the next 2 maps. They were just getting beaten down. Kevster as well, and the Tracer, I think he's able to really light it up. On the 3rd map, there was some sort of hope for London, but again, that's what I expect for them. That, like, I think if London can manage to win a push map and then take it to that last map 5 caught, I think they could actually win some series.
Yeah.
But so far, it's been a little bit elusive for them.
Yeah, I agree. I'm gonna turn into complete overreact Andy here, and just be like, there are a couple teams in the league that struggle to close out control maps. We've seen teams like the Gladiators, for example, Thomas Shock, Houston Outlaws, when they sometimes play this Farah Doomfist composition. Like, losing control maps like this and struggling to close them out, that's going to matter. Like, when you get to the knockouts and when you get to the mid-season madness, you need to perform on control. Control is as valuable as a game mode as push or payload or any other type. So
it's more
really need to,
twice as valuable.
Exactly. There you go. So, I mean, you need to start closing out some of these control maps and not like pushing off the gas and giving up maps to a London Spitfire like this.
Yeah, I think that the lucky thing for London though is the last 2 control maps they've played were Nepal and Lijiang, which are I think the 2 best maps for their style. And I think on some other maps it's just not going to work as well. So I think they've been even a little bit lucky to get these map wins.
What if these teams that lose control maps are thinking, hey, we know we're better than the other team, so let's try some things out on control. And then revert back. No? No?
Love
not
the
in a
idea.
map.
Okay. Do not think that's the thought process there. But yeah, some teams just really thrive in a chaotic nature of control maps, whereas others are just faring better in a more structured setting of literally every other mode. Yeah. But let's hear it from the team themselves. We do have Kevster standing by for our winner's interview. So Kevster, thank you so much for joining us. It's great to see you.
Hello. Hello. All right, Kevster, I'm going to go ahead first. So, I mean, you guys look dominant against London Spitfire today, but I think I have to ask you about the first map, Lijiang. What happened what went wrong for the Gladiators in the first map?
I think we was like trying to experiment a bit too much. I think Lijiang's a strong rush map, so if there's one map, London.
Thank you. That is all
Danny wanted to hear. That was his theory.
Yes, Kevster.
Like
See, yeah, I was right. They knew that they were better, and they wanted to experiment. Thank you, Kevster.
He's desperate for the validation.
I said you don't experiment in a match, Kevster, but I guess I was wrong here, Kevster. I guess you do experiment in matches. I had a question about playing Sparker actually, because you're both on Team Sweden. So you know, I'm Captain Bias here. Hello, I'm Swedish. But I wanted to ask you, how is your relationship with Sparker? You know, playing with him on World Cup Team Sweden. Was there some extra banter going into this one? Like, oh, I'm gonna get you in this match. What was the matchup like versus Sparker?
I wouldn't say it was banter, but I think we're good friends, and he's a good player, so it's always fun playing against him.
Yeah, I mean, we're all Swedish, so, you know, I didn't expect that much.
All right, Johnny, we get it. We get it.
Got it.
Yeah.
Well, but I wanted to ask about the support line actually for the Gladiators, Kevster, since you're playing a lot of these flankers where you really have to like be aware of what your team's doing and how you're playing around them. So how's it like been playing with Lastro, Funny Astro, and Bobble, and like switching roles and so many different comps in this meta?
I think it's really good how we manage to like fit our supports in, like depending on our play style and like what supports want to play and stuff. And, I mean, they're all obviously really talented, so yeah, it's great.
Nice.
Yeah, your team's certainly not lacking any talent in any of the roles we're seeing. And partially to that, of course, you guys made it already. You clinched into the knockouts. Now, I'm just going to assume that you guys think you're going to get one of the 2 tickets to Korea. Which is the other team you think is going to be dominating in the knockouts? Give them a shout out.
Ooh, that's a hard one. I'd say maybe Mayhem.
Maybe Mayhem? Why just maybe?
I'm so unsure, really. We're dominating all of them, so it's hard to pick one.
Oh.
That's fair. Well, they're gonna figure it out sooner rather than later. We can't wait to see you back in action. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kev.
Thank you.
And that was Kevster, according to Jonathan. It's just Kev. Wow, you're like...
He knows him like that.
Did he?
Does
he know?
You guys,
Does he know?
Hey guys,
Did you
he's
get approved?
Swedish,
Yeah.
like Kevster.
No, but did you get approved? Is Kevster okay with you calling him Kev? He might be offended.
I just assumed because we're both Swedish.
Oh, wait a minute. Are they both?
I think they might be both Swedish.
Wow.
It's Kev, yeah. More from Kev and John at 9.
You know,
Kev and Joe.
we would have been playing for Team Sweden, but I refused this time around. You know, took a
Yeah,
step back.
they all
so
wanted
they didn't want to play
That's
this
really
year.
kind of you.
There was a, it's good for you to let the young guys have a chance. I mean,
Yeah.
you wouldn't if you tried, but
So we could have been
Gotta get
teammates,
it.
but I'm good. You know.
It's crazy that they want to miss out on that. I don't understand. Insanity. No. But of course, people can still support not just Team Sweden. They can also support our Overwatch team, where we're going to see some Swedish players play as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have some.
We just saw, is there just the 2 of them that we just saw? We're not going to see any more.
Don't elaborate.
0 Swiss players, so they got that going for
Okay,
them.
fair.
But yeah, grab your jersey now. Overwatch League, of course, has a wonderful shop, currently 20% off of the things. So grab a jersey, support your favorite teams to cheer them on in their meaningful matches, such as Atlanta Reign, which will be going up against Vegas Eternal. We talked about it in the pre-show. Tough road ahead for the Atlanta Reign.
Yeah.
Let's
Really
see,
worried about Reign here.
Yeah, let's see if they can get it done. We
gonna be
go
hard.
0-6 to 6-0. That's the state of both of those teams. Of course, the Vegas Eternal still trying to chase down the elusive victory. Don't think it's going to happen against the Atlanta Reign, but let's see how close they can make it look. Atlanta Reign has been an absolute juggernaut. They are the protagonist. Maybe they are the supervillain. I'm not entirely sure because they still give me villain vibes, but they are on
Look
the
at the
top.
player profile.
It's
Yeah.
honestly, why is it always the Reign?
I don't know.
They
I
got
just
the
have
villain
one thing
look
to
about
say.
them.
Gator, if you're watching this, I want to see the Hawk Moira. I know you can do it. This is the time.
Hawk
I
Moira.
want to see it. I want to see it. If we check out Hawk's rank profile, you'll see that he's played more Moira than anything else this season. He's absolutely terrorizing the rank ladder on Moira, and I know he's played it in scrims too. I've heard about that, so I want to see it come out in the match. You guys don't need to play your best players to win. You don't.
Honestly,
Whoa, hey, you never know.
It's really
maybe
obvious.
this is the time. This is the day for.
That's what I'm saying. The Hawk
for Vegas
Moira,
Eternal.
I mean, come on.
Moira.
There's a big potential
they
for the
lose
Moira
to
come out.
every
We
other
haven't seen
team and
much
then
of the
beat
season.
Atlanta Reign. That's a great story. That's a script right there.
That is a script.
That is
yeah.
a script.
Indeed.
It is an implausible one. but,
Two birds.
It'd be exciting.
Oh, it is a bird battle, isn't it?
It is.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I just noticed that right now.
Oh, do you have anything else to chime in on this?
I hope we get to see some Lifeweaver. It's been a minute since we saw some Lifeweaver. Now, Atlanta Reign, this would be the perfect opportunity. Bring us some Lifeweaver.
Okay,
I
we
think the
want
Hawk
the
Moira
live.
is too juicy to miss out on. I think that's the
Moira.
obvious.
I don't believe it. I won't believe it until I see it.
No, stop it.
Moira.
Zoe, you need to think what you're talking, what you're saying.
Honestly, I get paid regardless, so it doesn't really matter what's coming out of my mouth.
You just gotta say stuff.
It just happens. I let it guide me, you know.
Let it fly.
Yeah, let it fly. Ha
Like
ha!
these two teams.
Just like the
One of them will
birds.
fly.
Let's see which is the superior.
Let's go,
winged,
Vegas.
Fellow. Let's take a look at our predictions. Pow.
Wow.
Dropping down. Everyone going for the Atlanta Arena. Of course, the big question is, chat, where you at?
Oh, this could be like a 99-1.
No,
this could
I
be
feel like it's
this could be a
gonna be
new record.
96.
This could be a new record.
I think it's
What
good
do you
odds for a
say?
new record.
This could be a new record.
99.
Oh, come on, 3%?
96.
Really?
There's some diehards.
I
There's
need
some
to know.
diehards.
I need to know
The
how
true
many
fans.
people make out the 3%.
The
I need the
true-
hard numbers here.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I need,
There's like-
I need to know what we're dealing with.
I don't
Well, maybe
know.
one day we'll find out, or not. Either way,
How
we
many
are
family members are on the person?
like a Okay, you have the staff, the players, family and friends.
Yeah, that's what I mean. There's like the certain, we could call them non-rational voters. They're just they're picking their friends and they're they're supporting, which I think you gotta
Vegas
appreciate.
has some diehard fans.
Yeah, having the diehard supporters is really important for this team, and they're gonna need them after they get absolutely slaughtered in this match.
You never know. Like I said,
actually,
like
this
I
is a
said,
rare match, Danny,
today's gonna be the
where
day.
I think I do know.
I think you're being a bit mean to the Vegas Eternal franchise. I mean, they've won more stages than Houston Outlaws have in their history. So.
That might be
Gonna
true.
let
I don't even know. Is that
They win
stage?
for a
Oh
hot
yeah.
minute.
Yeah, they won with like a couple players like Sparkle and
Sparkle,
Hanbin. When did those guys come in? Why did they use Sparkle and Hanbin on the roster?
You know,
Fielder, he's on the other team.
Franchise history, it's hell of a thing.
It's weird, yeah. It's yeah, huh? Like,
I do love people relying on franchise history as if it has anything to do with the current player.
If there's an 11th hour Sparkle Hanbin Fielder signing and Atlanta loses Fielder, then I'm ready to
You just sound pretty salty, bro. Like, come on, man.
Look, all I'm saying.
The Jake Grab couldn't get it done.
For us to do this.
That is true. That is true. Junkrat is not a good hero, guys.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert. This just in.
Just in. Boys on the desk arguing, casters being ready. So many breaking news for this one. So let's send it over to our ever so lovely, everyone's favorite. It is Vicky Kitty. It is Necra. 3% for the Vegas Eternal, excuse me. Yeah. That's some diehard fans, though. We love that.
I really liked the visual of the Johnny Jake feud happening on the desk. Yeah, that was great.
It's an ongoing thing now.
It's not an argument.
It's an ongoing thing.
It's not an argument.
not much
It's
to argue about.
spitting facts.
Yeah, it's facts about teams which no longer exist.
I feel like this representation, like Danny leading into Zoe, like, Mom, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. Like, they're fighting again. Help. Like, all right. But also, can we talk about like how Jake was so like positive for the London in the last series, and then Danny's like, you never know, like, you know, Paris, and then here comes Reinforcers like arguing, like, you know, what we see in the past. Jake's like, okay, it is what it is. But I'm excited because Hawk Moira. Hold on.
I'm praying.
Because
there's no way. He's not going to do
I'm
it.
getting my phone out and messaging Gator right now on Discord.
Please do.
Please do.
Everyone,
There's
please,
no way.
Everyone
There's no
out there
way.
at home,
I'll
please
see what he
message
says. I'll
at
see what he
Gator. Is
says.
that his Twitter handle?
Yeah,
at
tweeted
Gator?
him. I don't know
Tweet
if
at
he
him.
has that
Make it
Twitter
happen.
handle, but
Everybody spam Gator. Spam Gator right now to see Hawk on Moira. Hashtag Hawk Moira. All right. Getting started, we're going to be taking a look at our lineups here, Necra. I mean, if I guess it's true. If there is a matchup that you want to do anything with, you know, Life Weaver, 100% win rate in the Overwatch League.
No.
And if you want to do anything different, I guess this is the time to shine. But Atlanta Reign can get too excited. You know, the Vegas Eternal can be pretty scary.
Listen. First of all, there is still something on the line here for Atlanta Reign. They need to win this match with a 3-0 in order to completely bypass the knockouts and secure a spot at the mid-season without having to go through that gauntlet of a tournament. So they still should try here, Vicky. But it's about whether or not, you know, Jake is right about whether they need to play at their full strength to be able to actually win this match.
I'm glad you brought that up. Yes, Atlanta do need to win that 3-0 versus Vegas just to 100% guarantee that #1 mid-season madness spot for safety measures out here. So yeah, it can be fun here if they want to try different things, but you can't have too much fun because I want to give some credit, all right? From what we've seen last week from the Vegas Eternal, yeah, they lost, but I feel like despite losing every single match and only taking one match, that was versus the New York Excelsior during week 3, to add some hype there, they did play their hardest versus the LA Glads last week, and even though it was a 3-0 for the Glads, Vegas brought it down to the wire for Kings Row and Junkertown in that series. So if they're waking up, yeah, it's a little late. Maybe they got their hibernation in, but maybe they could try to cook up something. It's just going to be difficult against the best team in the league right now.
There have been bright spots for Vegas. If you look at the individual players, they've been able to have some, you know, spotlight performances, but you're right. This is going to be a tall ask here. Looking at the Atlanta Reign, Lip has one of the best Sombros with some of the most high impact value we've seen out of any team. And this is really a hero that Atlanta Reign has tried to work around to be able to play to its strengths. And this is another way that you can do that. Sombra May, it's a flavor of the week right now and a flavor of the meta, and it's working out so far for the Reign.
Especially on Oasis here too. You have the Maywalls to block off the entry points of the choke point. They isolated a Vulcan here who's trying to get away from the Vortex as he was slowed down just a little bit. He highlighted Lip, and it's why we keep talking about Lip. Aside from these EMPs and how crazy his Sombra is, he has so much big potential in just finding these different backline picks. Like he just got onto Luke Nino, who's going to be able to come in with the Ant Matrix, but it's going to be another reset here for the Vegas Eternal.
Atlanta Rain have already taken control of the point, and at this point, they're trying to rotate through their ultimates, and this is a match we should really see Atlanta Rain take cleanly with a 3-0.
Wow.
Maybe if we get to the point where they're 2 maps under their belt, maybe they do start to see some silliness here, but we should start to see a serious EMP come out here from Lip.
See if the opportunity presents itself, and it does. It finds the backline, and it deletes Vulcan. Rakatak had pulled the trigger on that sound barrier in a good timing, but the thing is, the damage output and the way that the Atlanta Rain was able to collapse on the Vegas Eternal was just too much, setting themselves up here at nearly 50% already on the point.
Even just using the EMP, you got the amplification matrix out here from the Rain, and you still have the ability to access the Blizzard, the Ramatra Annihilation. You've got the sound barrier as well to be able to deal with Vulcans. You've got a lot of tools to work with here.
Talk about the Annihilation. It's already claimed Luke Nino, staring at the face of dangerous Vulcan, who's just really trying to find an opportunity into using this Maywall to block off the backline. He does find that pick onto Fielder, but he doesn't have Malthor or Dove to help him out here. Now it's another reset coming in while Rakatak tries to get away, and the Atlanta Rain win another fight here.
Yeah, they're still playing this very clinically. You were able to hold on to the Blizzard, but that's something that you can also use to be able to throw out the tank. Dove's actually going to be switching over to the Reaper, so playing a little bit more close quarters. Maybe they're able to get another elimination under their belt, but the fight's pretty split up at the moment, and you got this Blizzard wheel to lock down the choke. Oh,
It's a
but
little
Hawk's
too...
down?
This could be huge here. Rakatak stays alive even though he was at a pixel of health, and overtime is activated. The Atlanta Rain are disengaging, giving that space over to the Vegas Eternal, and that's completely fine because look who's about to get the EMP. It's going to be Lip, and he's already looking for an opportunity to harass the backline.
Yeah, you can pepper in a little bit of damage here, and even if you're able to play it right with the EMP online as soon as the rest of the Rain are moving in here. Annihilation first, though, from Vulcan.
This is huge here, too, because he had the Annihilation already ready right before Lip got the EMP. He's able to pull the trigger on it, and also was enabled by the Immortality Field in the Ant Matrix to contest in that choke point. But the Atlanta Rain are just going on the other side now.
And Atlanta Rain can really capitalize on the fact that Rakatak does not have the sound barrier up and running yet, so this EMP is about to be big.
Oh, and he lands onto Rakatak. He's able to put down the sound barrier just in the nick of time, but it's already too late with Fielder finding Luke Nino and Vulcan. That's just 3 alive left for the Vegas Eternal. Vulcan desperately swaps over to the Doom before deciding, all right, no, I'm sticking to the Ram here. We still have control over this point, nearing 50%, and with Malthol getting that pick onto Stalker, this could delay the Atlanta Rain more.
It is going to. That was perfect timing there from Rakatak. Yes, the EMP did land onto Rakatak, but you were still able to get the sound barrier up and running, and Vegas Eternal is starting to see some signs of life from them. We've got Dove with the Death Blossom trying to sneak behind the Rain right now. Does get hacked, but you're still able to cleanse that off.
He faked him out. He faked him out and then proceeds to pull the trigger on the Death Blossom, taking advantage of their only exit point through that choke point was blocked for a brief amount of time with that Maywall. Still, even though he got taken down, he delayed the Atlanta Rain from rolling out of their own spawns here, so wasting even more time.
This is going to be last fight territory. Atlanta Rain, they're able to come back into this one. The 2 ultimates, Vegas Eternal don't have a whole lot left in the tank right now. And as Rakatak goes down, it looks like this is going to spell disaster for the Eternal. But it's not over until it's over.
I mean, with that Maywall, the Blizzard coming in from Stalker, and now the EMP being the nail in the coffin, overtime ticking away here in favor for the Atlanta Rain, and nobody's left in sight from the Vegas Eternal to contest. Round 1 going in favor for the Rain.
Okay, that was still 99 to 100, though.
Oh, yeah.
Numbers don't lie. Vicky, that was still looking pretty good there for Vegas as they were able to take control back from Atlanta Rain, but I don't know how they're able to work with this composition on City Center. This is a map that doesn't necessarily play to the strengths of that Rush/Brawl composition very well, so we're going to see some compositional swaps here as we take a look at how much more open area there is for this map in particular. Not a whole lot that you can lock down there with those Maywalls.
Hey, I just still think about what we saw from the Vegas Eternal last week. It's always been this close game that they're slowly climbing towards. Just a few things need to be brushed up out here, but against a team like the Atlanta Reign, it's just so difficult. Hawk also opting for that Junker Queen here.
Junker Queen did just get a pretty big buff, so maybe you're going to see a little bit more playtime coming out from that particular hero, and I guess you're able to kind of work... I'm trying to think of similarities to Moira's kit here, if what we are hearing is true. I can't think of much except to maybe be in front of people's faces or in the back line or something, as Hawk's going to be able to have a lot of sustainability for himself.
Big bullet that hasn't come in just yet here. Gonna be able to find Dove. Huge, because he's being put into position thanks to Chio here as well. As Maltho being on the Torb in the back, I know Josh is having a ball game watching this here. He's gonna be able to back away just in time. Always gotta call it out as Hawk gets another pick for Maltho is able to get right back into safety, but the Reign taking control over this fight, very similar to what we had seen in the first round.
Okay, listen, if I had one thing to really try to support Torbjorn is that you can put the turret down to help figure out where Lip is. Maybe that's what it is. The setup's gonna take a little bit of time though. Atlanta Reign have firm control of the point right now. Lip is keeping the Vegas Eternal in check and spawn. Oh please, you can't get away with that. I was like, if Dove goes down there, that's just illegal.
And they have so much to work with here too, Nakra. You see Lip already with that EMP. Stalker's got that pulse. Choose rounding up close to that sound barrier, as well as Fielder with the rush as they're about to get into position already. Move all the way up here. And it's another team wipe in favor for the Atlanta Reign. And talking about the ults, they use that EMP from Lip to engage in that fight. And now the rest of the Reign are going to be able to hold on to their own ults for the next engagement.
You can use Fielder's Kiriko Rush. That's going to be a great way to be able to help kind of put the pressure onto the Eternal. They're just not getting to the point fast enough. Atlanta Reign are so quick to the trigger with these ultimates that it's really difficult for Vegas to actually get into these fights.
Here comes the rush. Here comes the Matrix. Nice immortality here from Luke Mino, but the disengage from Atlanta Reign before Stalker sends out that pulse bomb into the recall. Get right back into the safety hands of the rest of the Atlanta Reign, but losing out on Fielder. He did call in the rush earlier on. Chio does have that sound barrier, so it's that sustainability that's still there for the Reign, but they're just going to disengage for now, Necra. Give the point over to the Vegas Eternal to regroup.
Yeah, Atlanta Reign can't get too overconfident here. They did end up using the Kitsune Rush as well as the Pulse Bomb there from Stalker, only to the Amplification Matrix from Lucamino. So you still have 4 ultimates here on the side of the Vegas Eternal, and this is a really great look for them, especially if Dove can get in a position. Maybe you're able to get the Tactical Visor up on the high ground, but Atlanta Reign are going to sneak up there instead.
Well, they already take care of the turret here as the Molten Core is called in from Maltho. They're on the side room too, close to the traffic, just trying to help out Vulcan. He's got the Annihilation ready, and with the sound barrier activated from Rack Attack, Dove is in position with the visor. He finds Hawk. That would have been huge here too, because Hawk could have just utilized the Rampage in that moment with the way that the Vegas Eternal are grouped up in that side room. They get to stay in control over the point, and it's another disengage from the Atlanta Reign.
Looks like it's going to be just buying a little bit more time, though, for the inevitable. Atlanta Reign have another Lip EMP online, and Rack Attack just used the sound barrier, so that's not a tool that the Vegas Eternal have to be able to deal with this EMP. Lip's been able to hit some major ones, and that's going to be a nice pick there onto...
Oh my goodness. Gets the EMP and a huge Rampage coming in from Hawk, by the way, to find 4 there. It's the cleanup on aisle 3 for the Atlanta Reign while they wipe up what was left of the Vegas Eternal. Can we just talk about how Lip keeps getting these EMP? I feel like he gets an EMP after every minute and like 30 seconds or something.
He's been able to use that translocator to really help to sneak around the point and get into the back line of the Vegas Eternal. That's a big pick there onto Rack Attack as well. The mobility being down, that is a clean first map there from the Atlanta Reign to be able to take that 2-0. But Vicky, we saw some signs of life there from Vegas.
Yeah, we saw them trying their best, but it's just so hard to see it compared to the Atlanta Reign. Like, Lip really is that guy. Like, he put in, 9.2k damage in that game. He died only twice. The same could be said about Stalker, who died only once, putting in 8.5k damage there, working so well together with Hawk also making these adjustments, swapping over to the Junker Queen there in that second round. The annihilation that we also saw from this first round, when the wall was up, you saw that Vulcan tried his best to at least make a play into harassing the backline. He did get a pick off of it. We saw the back and forth happen here, Necra. But the Atlanta Reign, with their ultimates, they were able to get it set up so nicely, and they were so coordinated with the way that they were rotating through them.
Yeah, really nice job from Lip to be able to just kind of, again, play around those EMPs. Atlanta Reign still trying to play through this very clinically because we really do want to see them get that 3-0 in order to actually solidify their spot at the midseason. So they can't make mistakes here if they want to just make sure that they clinch that spot without having to worry about what other teams are going to do.
The bullies on the playground here as they take map number 1. We are going on to map number 2 on Kings Row, and that's on the other side of this break. Welcome back, everyone. The Atlanta Reign take map number 1 on Oasis. We are moving on to map number 2 on Kings Row. But first, we got a little slight change out here, Necro. We got Hawk out and Donhack in.
Donghak has been so good on those main tank heroes, being able to pull out the Winston, maybe seeing a little bit of Reinhardt action, and even showing off a little bit of that Ramatra. So just kind of giving a little bit more flexibility over to the Atlanta Reign to be able to play something like the dive if they feel like they need to, especially knowing that our next map is King's Row. There's definitely some ways that you can play around with the verticality, especially looking at the streets phase there. And so I'm excited to see what Atlanta Reign have up their sleeves for this one.
Yeah, especially seeing Vegas Eternal. They came out swinging. They did their best in those first 2 rounds. It was rather close in terms of percent, but the Atlanta Reign, like we highlighted with their ult uses, the way that they rotated through and with depending on whether they wanted to disengage or utilize those ults, and the way that Lip also just constantly gets EMP within a minute and like 20 seconds has also just been so difficult to deal with when it comes to negating your own ultimates in trying to start the engagement.
Yeah, Rack Attack had some really nice sound barriers there, but it's so hard to be able to keep up with the rotation of ultimate charge that Lip has been able to get. So you can't always rely on the sound barrier being up and ready to go to be able to contend with an ultimate like that. But Vegas Eternal, as we go over to King's Row, are going to be on the defense first, and we're going to see a pretty similar look coming out from them. You've got the Tracer and the Hanzo, you've got the Ramatra. Vulcan's been picking up that hero a lot and playing that one a lot in these past few weeks. And then you also have the Kiriko and the Baptiste. So you see a little bit of a interesting look here from the Vegas Eternals backline, get that double flex support.
See if this is going to work out here, as the Vegas Eternal are going to be starting on the defense. Seeing how these change-ups for the Atlanta Reign are going to work out. But wait a minute, Necra, we asked for the Moira, but we're getting a different look, and it's something else that we asked for. So it's the sprinkles on top. Oh, they teased us. They teased us.
No,
I had faith.
You can't fall for the bait, Vicky. You can't fall for the bait. You know, we've seen Lifeweaver come out at the very beginning of these matches, sometimes out of the attacking gates, just to see if you can use the tree to be able to get the pedal platform up there and then try to get a sneaky pick with the Widowmaker, but you can't fall for it.
If there's a team that we've seen it happen against, it's got to be the Vegas Eternal for a reason, right, Necro? No. We see an anti coming in from Fielder, hitting Lucmino, but I had faith. They aren't going to give it to me, but it looks like the Vegas Eternal are giving a lot of space right now over to the Atlanta Reign. I like how split up they were originally, but with Donghak going onto this high ground, he's displaced the members of the Vegas Eternal who are trying to use that windows, their ability to put in some pressure to the sidelines. Denying Maltho forces him down now as Lip is terrorizing the skies currently. Helps out Stalker delete that immortality field. Chio is incredibly low too, but the Vegas Eternal are able to re-engage after they focus on Lip.
Lip is still going to be playing distraction in the backline, especially waiting for the moment to be able to jump on somebody like Maltho, take out that huge piece of the DPS line of the Eternal, and that's going to be a double kill.
It was a backline who knew that they were not going to leave until they were dead. And now look what has happened. You've opened the floodgates and it's Lip terrorizing you. With the focusing being the follow from Donghak, and they are going to be able to get this payload out of the garage.
As soon as that payload gets unlocked, you could see an immediate jump forward there from the Reign. They know exactly how to be able to approach this next phase of the streets. Donghak is kind of looking at the high ground to be able to play around with the Lip, maybe trying to partner up with those focusing beams, being able to deal extra damage if the target is lower on health. But Stalker also just kind of trying to weave in a pulse bomb.
Okay.
Naltho with a nice pick, though.
Yeah, honestly, what we've seen of the Vegas Eternal have their shiny moments, Maltho was playing on the Hanzo, and he was really popping off. He gets that first pick here, but can it persist here as Donghak is right on his tail with the Primal, trying to displace him again from the high ground. He's forced to back away as he's incredibly low, but not into the safety of Chio, who's about to have the sound barrier. Maltho shuts him down, so he found Lip. He's now on Donghak. Lip is able to get right back into the fight, but they cannot claim that space that's around this corner. They have to give that respect over to the Vegas Eternal.
I would have really liked to see Stalker hold on to the pulse bomb there. It's possible that he didn't recognize that Donghak had already gone down and maybe was looking for an opportunity to try to keep the pressure onto the Vegas Eternal, but it's giving Eternal a lot of time here to be able to set up the defense, especially laying down that Kitsune rush on top of the point.
Rush activated as well as Chio with that sound barrier here, but they've lost out on Vocal and Maltho. They'll be able to come in with some ults here themselves, only leaving up to Lucmino and Dove. So 1v1 versus Stalker and Dove. He was outnumbered. It's just a reset, but it was a stall that he needed to go for here, just wasting some extra time from the Atlanta Reign.
You're giving some more time for Vegas Eternal to come back in and be...
Oh!
Okay. Huh?
From the right field too, like he just sent it over knowing that they were gonna go right around that corner, but we absolutely take those. That landed right on Fielder's head. He found the heady, and he also found everybody else from the Atlanta Reign with the scan. All right.
I'm changing my thought. I was gonna say it's giving Vegas Eternal some time to get the defense back up and ready to go for this end of the second point, but actually it was just giving time for Malthol to get online and get a big pick. I take we just gotta see more of this. Malthol, show us what you got here. You got the Dragon Strike online.
Oh, get off the high ground here. Stalker nails him down with the pulse bomb. Also, the duplicate coming in from Lip. He gets booted right out of it. He tries to get away in time, but the timing on Vulcan and the annihilation prevents him from getting away. Also forces him to stay on the ground there too here. When he puts out that vortex behind him, Donghak gets taken out, and Lip makes the swap up off the Echo into the Sombra. Enough time being wasted here because it's down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds.
I think that's okay. You use the duplicate, see if you can figure out a way to get through that second point, and if it doesn't work out, then you always have the Sombra to be able to fall back on. And this is really where you can start to see some big work getting done here as Donghak is able to help initiate some of these dives, follow up on any of those hack targets that Lip is able to get on the board here on the Eternal. And if you're the Reign, you're pretty happy with the amount of ultimates you got off the board from the Eternal as well. Dragon Strike is offline, you got the Amplification Matrix out, the Annihilation. You're just contending with Dove's Pulse Bomb right now.
It's a really good point. We also saw a nice anti coming in from Fielder, landing onto the back line. Nothing to take advantage of here too, with the Vegas Eternal playing a little bit more passive here, right behind that second choke point. Dove goes right back to the safety of Rack Attack. Luke does get hacked over by Lip, who's, by the way, already at 50% when he just made this swap like 20 seconds ago. See the pulse bomb attempt coming in from Stalker, doesn't get the stick, but Vulcan takes a lot of damage as the rally comes in from Rack Attack. Luke also has the Amp Matrix ready to control this middle ground here too. Another anti, both onto Vulcan and Rack Attack, but with Rack Attack had activated the rally before, is able to keep the rest of Vegas Eternal alive. The survivability has been there, and right now the Atlanta Reign are just trying to split them apart.
I mean, they're doing a great job of that right now. Look at how locked down Lucamino is. Has to use that vitality field pretty selfishly to be able to keep himself alive.
The survivability again from the Vegas Eternal. Atlanta Reign has constantly been trying to displace them, whether it be Donghak diving on the high ground, forcing Malthol to jump down, trying to isolate Rack Attack and Lucamino, but has not been able to get the follow-up picks. With Lip nearing EMP though at 96% and climbing Necro, this could be that last attempt from the Atlanta Reign.
It's gonna have to be. You've got 35 seconds left on the clock now as Atlanta Reign are trying to make their way back to this end of the second objective. And you're really banking on Lip's EMP being able to hit multiple targets. You've got the sound barrier from Chio to be able to use a bit aggressively here to get in here. But that's gonna be 2 big EMP targets.
Onto Vulcan and Malthol, but there's no follow-up. Yeah, there is no follow-up because they're playing so spread apart. That's why you saw Limp jump and then activate the EMP. Sound barrier from Chio to help the Atlanta Reign get into a more aggressive position. But the annihilation from Vulcan, he did get hit with that anti. They're playing outside his range, but it's wasting more time away. They finally get a pick onto Dove, while the Vegas Eternal has been alive forever. Overtime ticking away, allowing the Atlanta Reign to now get a little bit more desperate. The rally stuns Lip and Stalker. They engage right afterwards. The Vegas Eternal have nobody else other than Rack Attack and Dove to stay on this point. It's just a matter of time before the Atlanta Reign finally get that second checkpoint, and they do.
Yeah, but that was a hard-fought defense coming out from the Vegas Eternal. You have to give them so much credit for how well that they did on that second point. The survivability, like what more can we really say? It was, you can see it with your eyes, you can feel it. Nobody was going down, and those health bars were mighty, mighty full. Just kind of looking across the board at how well Rack Attack and Lucamino have really been able to keep this team up and sustained. You're running out of time here if you're the Reign to be able to finish up this map. Lip does have another EMP though. That was fastly charged.
It's so crazy to see how fast he gets, and that's why we keep saying it. Destroy the immortality field, and they destroyed Vulcan and Lucamino here. Lucamino goes down with the Amp Matrix, and with this limited time bank that Atlanta Reign is working with, this is what they need. They've also isolated Malthol in the back. He won't be able to rejoin the rest of his team. Stalker has displaced the back line, and now it's a clear point here for the finish line for the Atlanta Reign. Oh, the EMP landing onto Rack Attack and Vulcan. Lucamino poked 1 foot outside the spawn room doors, put down the Amp Matrix, and then got deleted. The Atlanta Reign making sure nobody from the Vegas Eternal can contest from spawn.
Oh, the Bastion would have been so funny there, especially if the amplification matrix was still up. I was wondering just how much that would do, but Atlanta Reign captured that third objective before we could see how that one would have gone. Still, such a great defense coming out from the Eternal on the second point, though. Vicky, I can't stress it enough how fun it was to be able to watch Vegas really kind of come alive in those final moments of that point.
Yeah, we're literally seeing Vegas make those adjustments throughout the weeks in real time. We saw the breath of life last week. We're seeing it persist this week. They've changed things up a lot, and they're playing more to their individual player strengths. That's why I highlighted Malpo on the Hanzo prior, because that's where we got to see him really come out in last week's match. But also, this is the Atlanta Reign in the moment that Lip swapped off of Echo because Vulcan's Annihilation was obviously not doing it. He was getting pulled down. The duplicate didn't get much done there. He was able to immediately swap over to the Sombra, and he was able to pull up, what, 4 EMPs in that time after that second check.
Disgusting.
It's crazy. And then Stalker also, his survivability, he hasn't died at all, despite Atlanta Reign losing some of those fights.
Yeah, that's so nasty. Like, the combination of Lip and Stalker is a DPS combo I don't think any team really wants to run into. And that's why Atlanta Reign are sitting at an undefeated record right now. They're 6-0. They've only dropped a singular map in those 6 matches that they've played. And a lot of that has to do with just how in sync Lip and Stalker have been as a DPS duo. It's been really difficult for any team to deal with. It's very impressive that Eternal have been able to outlast for that as long as they did on their second point defense, but now it's their turn to attack, and they have to finish the match here.
And that's the way to start it off. Yeah, Malpo getting that first pick onto Chio. It's huge because now the rally's going to be delayed. The Vortex coming in too from Vulcan to control that other side of the statue, and they immediately hold forward and find the isolation picks off of Lip 2.
Really great start here from the Eternal, and Atlanta Reign, they just have to use this opportunity to back up and make sure that they don't get staggered. Maltho is playing a little bit more aggressively though, able to pop up into the window and see if they can push back the Reign. But that should be a quick point capture here. That's a lot of time for the Eternal to work with.
And Donghak was considering re-engaging there, backing away in time as the rest of the Eternal have now round around this choke point here by the archway. See Stalker also being on the Genji, trying to find a different way to try to contest here while Donghak still holds that position on the high ground. Vulcan taking a quick nap right before the Atlanta Reign just rejoin together around this next corner.
Oh, the hack. I mean, Stalker's still able to follow up on these hacks, but I also really like the deflective availability of Genji, just being able to help kind of send back those arrows from Maltho that have already been so devastating.
He's not going to be involved here too, though. While Dove was able to find him with some help from Rack Attack, Luke also has that Amp Matrix ready. Like, just getting away, there's so much pressure. He's forces us back in time for right now, just into the safety of Chio and Fielder, trying to take a different angle to force Vegas Eternal to split their attention in both directions. But right now, with the way that Vegas Eternal playing Necro, there's a good amount of pressure before they try to re-engage with the whole team alive.
Vegas Eternal already have 2 ultimates online. You can use the Dragon Strike. Now Maltho got that up so quickly, but Donghak is able to pressure the back.
Oh, wow. The Primal going huge here into that backline like you mentioned. Donghak's going to be able to get away right back into the high ground. They know where Dove was in the back. Chio does find him from trying to harass the backline here, and Vulcan also being hacked, but they'll be able to re-engage with some ultimates on their own.
Eternal still have the amplification matrix. They can use that to push back the Reign. You have the annihilation as well, so Vulcan can play a little bit more aggressively. And then, yeah, they've got 4 ultimates here. Eternal have a lot to work with. They just can't throw everything at this next fight unless they're able to approach that second checkpoint. That's really where you want to start to send your ultimates as soon as you start to round this corner, but Stalker's gonna strike first.
And with Maltho going down first, too, it's the green light for the Annihilation from Vulcan, who tries to help out the rest of Eternal, but with Stalker and having that Blade, and Fielder not even having to waste out on the Nano Boost. Yes, Chio and Fielder go down here thanks to Vulcan and Dove, and Stalker needs to get some help. Elster with the health hack right there, hack for him thanks to Lip. But it was difficult here. He tried to get enough out of it. They traded, and now the Vegas Eternal have to regroup on the payload because they got to get it moving to that second checkpoint.
Yeah, they're still able to get some progress done, especially when Vulcan's able to play so far up. Stalker almost gets taken down there. before the Atlanta Reign are able to come back in and get this defense going, Vulcan gets so low that Immortality Field coming in clutch.
Few extra seconds on that payload could have really helped them out, but they do get around that next corner. The EMP comes in, finds Rack Attack and Dove before Luke Mito got taken down first. No Immortality Field from Luke to help out the rest of the Vegas Eternal, and Chio and Fielder clean up the rest here. Stalker once again on a tear.
Kumino had that Immortality Field used so early that it wasn't available for the EMP, so maybe caught a little bit by surprise there, as Lip really has been charging these up so quickly that just don't always have an answer in time. Malthal has switched over to the Sombra though, so this is another DPS hero that we've seen coming out of Malthal's pocket. Gonna be working up to that EMP as well in kind, and Chio on the Lucio does not have that sound barrier up yet.
They did the Spider-Man meme where they just pointed at each other, and it was trying to isolate him too, because Dove also called out the translocator there too, so they were able to try to isolate him. A nice anti-hitting Rack Attack though, setting him down. No safety for Rack, only leaving Luke Mito to sustain the rest of the Vegas Eternal. With the backline gone now, Vulcan's gonna fall low, trying to get away in time. Now Stalker's got them all grouped up over in the side room, and it's gonna be a cleanup as the Atlanta Reign get put into another winning position for this team fight.
Vegas Eternal at this point are just trying to take these eco pushes. You want to get as many ultimates out of the Atlanta Reign's bank as you can, and then try to go in with as many as you have. So EMP, you got the Pulse Bomb. You're going to have another 2 ultimates there from Vulcan and Rack Attack. So a lot of sustain, and she should be able to try to push through this next fight. Especially if you can pull the ultimate trigger before Stalker can get that blade online. Or Lip. God forbid Lip gets another EMP before Eternal make it to that second checkpoint.
Oh no. Oh,
That's
it's going to
devastating.
happen. And Rack is like running to Vulcan like, help, help. Lip is right behind us. He's found Luke Mino. Now Vulcan gets hacked. Dove gets taken down. Yes, the rally is called in from Rack Attack. EMP ready for Lip. And with less than a minute on the clock, Necro, this is looking scary for the Vegas Eternal.
That feels so late. That rally just feels like it just doesn't have a lot of impact here because of the fact that you already had a member down. Would have loved to see that ultimate be used here, like to be able to save it for this next fight, but the fact that Vulcan's able to even the score might be okay. The Eternals still have a chance here with the last 30 seconds.
Oh my goodness, Lip had scared the Vegas Eternal into hacking Luke Mino originally. The EMP called in, and now Lip with a huge EMP onto the back line. Cost Rack Attack his life, enabling Stalker to pull out the blade, find Luke Mino and Rack. Vulcan goes down, only 2 left for the Vegas Eternal, and they used up a lot to try to answer back to what Lip could have been going for an EMP before backing away and seeing what the Vegas Eternal was gonna do.
Oh, both teams had to expend a lot of ultimates there. You're going to see some panic swaps from Vulcan and Lucamino to try to get back to the point as quickly as possible, as Malthal's going to be able to trigger the overtime.
It's okay, Dove is right there as Rack Attack gets taken down from the high ground. Overtime ticking away, but it's only Malthal, Lucamino, and Vulcan with Dove left on the point. Make it 1 less with 3 now left with Lucamino going down, and Donghak is about to get the primal ready. So a lot of stock here as Lip finds Vulcan. Nobody left on the point as the Atlanta Reign take another dub under their belt.
It's taking a lot, though, from the Reign to be able to get through these maps. Vegas Eternal, once again, bringing Atlanta Reign down to a little bit of a wire. That second point, still very difficult for the Atlanta Reign to try to get through in order to be able to complete the map. And hey, Vegas almost did it. They almost got there.
They're doing their best. They're doing as much as they possibly can, but it's hard when your backline is literally getting harassed. Like, Luke Mino died 12 times in that game. He needed all the help. Rack Attack died 9 times. Luke Mino just didn't have that survivability. And then when you have Lip, on average, getting at least 2 people per EMP that he's built up, which we've seen has been a lot, like after every minute and a half or so. How do you stay alive here to keep the rest of your team alive? I like the looks that we're seeing between Malthal and Vulcan, especially with the Ram, and what we've seen with the Hanzo so far. But the combination of Stalker, Lip, and then Donghak on top of that, following up with a lot of this damage, has just been so difficult to deal with, Necra. We do got a map number 3 underway. It's going to be Rialto with the Atlanta Reign sitting at match point, and you don't want to miss it because it's going to be coming up next. a hype intro video for the Atlanta Reign. You love to see it out here. You also love to see that they're here sitting at match point versus the Vegas Eternal, who have been bringing their all, Necra.
They really have. I thought that we would see Vegas Eternal take that King's Row. They had such a great defense and unfortunately just fell a little short. Maybe they'll be able to get it this time around. As we go over to Rialto, we're going to see Vegas Eternal start on the defense again, and maybe they'll be able to show us on map number 4.
Yeah, we do have some swap-ups, and by swap-ups, I just mean the slight little switch-up that we saw earlier, and it's going to be Don Hawk out, Hawk going in to finish things off, potentially, for the Atlanta Reign on their match point map here currently. Seeing what we're going to expect from Vegas, as they are going to be starting things off on the defense, like you mentioned before. Seeing some talks going on in the chat. I was like, okay, are you guys going to break out Lifeweaver? That's getting a little ahead of yourselves out here, but nah, not going to get baited this time around. We are swapping over to what we feel comfortable with here.
Hey, listen, I did say that if Atlanta Reign go up 2-0, maybe this is where they start to experiment a little bit more. But I think Vegas Eternal have given them too much trouble where we won't see a whole lot of silliness come out from the Atlanta Reign. They have to play this clinically. They still want to get that 3-0 in order to bypass the knockout rounds and go straight to the midseason.
Everything on the table out here. This is the weekend that really determines so much. The final weekend here for our squads. That's why this week we'll be seeing those teams in the West finish out their qual stages, and while the East still continues their knockout bracket, a lot on the line here as the Atlanta Reign roll out. Already trying to take control over the high ground, where you can see Vulcan right next to Rack Attack, as well as Lupmino, just trying to control that other side entrance in case Lip tries to sneak in like right now.
Yeah, look at this. Neither Spider-Man point. Hello. I perceive you. I don't want you to perceive me, but I do perceive that you were on Sombra also.
The smile and wave and mind your own business out here. Yeah. Now Dove is trying to isolate here too. Thing is, yeah, with the health pack right behind where Vegas is posted up and constantly, Lip is going to have to go to the other health pack that's over on the left side of the building. And with some progress on the payload, you see the Atlanta Reign playing in that split positioning. You see Hawk on the high ground, helped out by Chio. Ready trying to find that Sombra duel that you see also to the bottom right. You see Lip already trying to say. Malfo on the other side trying to get that EMP ready. But look at the difference. This is a good comparison with Lip already nearing 65%.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of outpace here versus Malthol, but it's a whip and a miss here from Stalker. Stalker really not landing these pulse bombs super effectively into the Vegas Eternals backline. But Dove also has one ready to go. This might be a great way to, get a big stick.
Ooh, the rally coming in. Answers right back from the other side between Rack and Chio. Nanoboost also coming in, from Fielder here. EMP comes in, finds 3, found Rack Attack, Vulcan, as well as Dove. Vulcan goes to the reset with the Diva Bomb immediately afterwards, and Malfo gets the EMP right after that. Finding the EMP onto Hawk and Stalker, as Hawk is also going to be able to get the reset. A lot of ults used from both sides, and Stalker's going to get that Pulse Bomb ready right after he gets Rack Attack first. He gets put to sleep, and because of that, he got put to sleep right in front of his Pulse Bomb. So unfortunately, he's going to go down, but the rest of his team is going to clean up this point.
Oh man. Okay, first of all, very impressive that Stalker got another pulse bomb online during that fight after using it and not hitting a target the first time. Also very impressive that Stalker did hit a target, but it was himself. Wait, Lipka. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's so funny. Hang on.
We get to see it again. Yeah, we get to see Lupino put him to sleep. Take a nap.
Yep. Got Rack Attack there. Through the pulse bomb.
I love how Luke, just in case, for whatever reason, just still throw out the ante, just in case. Gotta make sure he's not a vampire.
Need an insurance policy. Lip and Stalker have been too much, and they're just not being able to get enough kills on a Stalker, that's for sure. But let's see if Dub can land another one. That was a big pulse bomb land first time around, and see if Dub can follow it up.
Fight for the high ground originally here for the Atlanta Reign as they jump down from the window. Fielder finds Dove. Tries to blink away in time. A hack onto Hawk. Shieldo and Fielder, both the backline, have their ultimates online, as well as Lip with another EMP. As it's activated, it finds Rack Attack and Vulcan. Can we talk about the timing on the ante, too? You can't get away in time. Vulcan literally survives with 1 pixel as he gets DMX. No reset for him. So it's going to be a stall out for Vulcan, as Malfo and Dub will be able to re-engage with their own set of ultimates, but that's not before the Atlanta Reign get that second checkpoint.
And another 4 ultimates on the board. Atlanta Reign just gets so much done with the EMP. I would love to be able to see them convert over the other ultimates a little bit better. I feel like that's where they have struggled a little bit in this series, is not only have Vegas Eternal been able to sustain through that, Rakatak and Lucamino just putting on such a great showing in the backline of the Eternal, but Atlanta Reign really have had to throw more ultimates than I feel like they would like to at these individual fights in order to make the progress that they would like to have. Approaching this third and final objective as well, you really want to have as much firepower as possible.
Oh, EMP lands onto Hawk and Lip, but no follow-up opportunity because the Vegas Eternal are just taking way too much damage. The pressure from the Atlanta Reign forces them to back away in time. The rally from Rakatek helps out the Vegas just for a brief amount of time, but that's when Stalker comes in with some help with 3 other members to find him with the pulse bomb. He took a lot of that damage originally here too, and they're literally hugging their spawn room doors right now, Necra. Currently see Vulcan making the immediate swap up because there was nobody left to stop the point. They needed a touch, but they just kept getting deleted. There was so much damage output coming out from the Reign, and we gotta talk about their survivability too, Necra. Only 1 death from the Reign, and it was Stalker. Everybody else stayed alive the entire time.
The Stalker diffed himself is actually just what happened there. Oh no, can we even count that? I guess technically we should give the credit over to Lucamino.
He got put to sleep.
Stalker, I know. I'm just joking over here. I was also a body block diff though at the end of the day. Hawk able to push up to the spawn doors of the Eternal, make it difficult for anybody to be able to get out of spawn to contest the cart. But very quick take. This is a much cleaner look from the Reign than what we've seen all series.
I was like Luke telling him, get off my back. He's died 3 times, only got it like 1 elim. It's just been difficult if you're the Eternal backline. Both Rack and Luke have had their times to shine, but this is just one of those difficult situations where Lip and Stalker are doing such a good job at not only trying to tear apart your DPS line, just trying to force them to focus on these different angles that they've been taking. Because again, their callouts to disengage have been definitely on point, but it's harder when Chio and Fielder are also able to re-engage with Lip and Stalker, keep them up alive, whereas Rakatek and Lucamino really haven't had that survivability.
That's just too much aggression coming out from the Reign for Rakatek and Lucamino to be able to do what they did on King's Row specifically. Chio and Fielder, let's give them more credit where credit is due. This is an all-star backline. No shot, you get away with that. I swear, that would have been like pick of the century right there.
Luke, like every support, help once. Let me breathe. He tried to get
Please.
away. He resets, but Lip still finds Dove, and Rakatek goes down right after him as Vulcan also gets hacked. Atlanta Reign playing literally up front in Vegas Eternal's spawn room doors currently, with Fielder taking that passive approach on the high ground. Dove is like, I'm tired of this. Tries to get a shot in with the Widow. Try to. Keyword.
Oh my god. Okay, listen. We've seen these forward spawn holds on Rialto before. Never at this level right now. Lip is so aggro. I think Lip is just feeling himself right now because there's no way that you have the confidence usually to be able to go up towards the spawn doors, get away with that. That's 2 picks now that Lip has been able to secure. That's almost an EMP. That might be the first ultimate online, unless Lucamino has something to say about that. Okay.
And you can also
that
see
was
the comparison.
so close.
Oh man, and he gets it. He sends out a huge EMP. It found 4 originally as a nano boost was put onto Dove. No follows as Malvo manages to escape with his life, with a pixel of health. Vulcan also gets a reset into, and Stalker's about to get another pulse bomb online. Fielder also has the nano boost here, so rotating through his ults. Yes, it was a big EMP, but it was no follow-up here as the Atlanta Reign were holding their position. Now the nano boost comes in, and while Vulcan eats up Stalker's pulse bomb, you can't eat up all the rest of the damage coming in from the back because you were fixated on that pulse bomb. Matrix can't help out your backline, and it's another reset for the Eternal.
It's so hard to be able to get through all of that damage as well when you have the nano boost to be able to pepper on top of that, just to make sure that you got a raid boss on the Reign and you also have the damage to be able to boot. So Hawk, Chio still have their ultimates to be able to help keep this defense up, but we're approaching some endgame ultimates here for Vegas Eternal as well. Oh, Vulcan, that was so close. Did you see that? Almost fell into the water after being hacked.
Like, everybody mind your business. Don't look at this direction. It's okay. I'm good. We're all good. Fielder did get hit with that ante from Luke, and Lip is already trying to go in for another hack. By the way, already reaching that 71% as another huge ante comes in, this time from Fielder. EMP coming from Maltho. Hawk out of the mech, can't get right back in here. Does get that one pick off of Rack Attack since everybody was grouped up in that side room here. Soccer on the other side still trying to nail down Malfo. They get the trade going in as Soccer finds himself incredibly low, but has Fielder help him. EMP lands onto Malfo and Vulcan, another huge anti to get the fault, but they don't get the pick, or the DMAC rather, just yet. Dove does go down here. Vegas Eternal now having to go for a reset in this side room. They're grouped up together, but I'm worried with Stalker having that pulse bomb.
I am too. He's looking. He's hunting the back.
Again!
Vulcan! Great.
Eats it!
Oh my gosh, the reflexes of Vulcan right now have been absolutely massive. That defense matrix has been so good.
Getting these huge reads. Going out for the buffet here for the pulse bomb as Vulcan has the nano boost on him. Fighting it off with the nano boost on Chio too. Vulcan trying to create some of that extra space as Mouthful trying to get into position, but he's got to look to his back and Stalker. That's right there. He falls low here as Lip also tries to get another hack, nearing 65% with the EMP that he just used about 15-20 seconds ago. Less than 20 seconds out on the clock, and with Rack Attack falling low and Vulcan getting hacked here, the Vegas Eternal are trying this different approach.
They're gonna have to try something because they are running out of time, and with Stalker with another pulse bomb there, this time there's no defense matrix to be able to eat that one up, and with Rack Attack down, it's a main source of healing off the board.
And can we talk about the timing too between the hack onto Hawk, rather the hack that we currently saw onto Vulcan, so he couldn't use the matrix, and then the pulse bomb immediately afterwards.
Yep.
Then a wipe right there with the Atlanta Rain clearing the payload. Nobody left from the Vegas Eternal to contest. It is a wipe on Rialto as the Atlanta Rain wins 3-0.
That was still the cleanest map out of the entire series. Took Atlanta Rain a little bit to be able to get there, but, you know, hats off to Vegas Eternal. They did make that look a little bit harder than we would have maybe anticipated for the Atlanta Rain, especially being at the top of the leaderboards right now. Undefeated, only dropping a singular map up until this point. Atlanta Rain, yeah, they looked like that they might have had their work cut out for them on those first two maps, honestly.
And with that 3-0-2, Necro, you highlighted it before. It was super important for the Atlanta Rain to get that 3-0. Don't take it as a laid-back approach. Vegas, since last week, we've been seeing signs of life from this team.
Really
yes,
have.
We saw those first two maps go incredibly close, Necro. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing the hard work that they're putting in on their boot camp. Whatever they're doing is starting to work. But when you have to bear against the best team in the league, Necro, the Rain are so good at doing what they've done. You could already see it in their track record, and we're going to be seeing them in the mid-season madness. Amazing performance from the Atlanta Rain to immediately turn around and get a dominating performance in that third map. But Necro, we got to talk about the player of the match here. It's going to be Fielder.
Fielder. I mean, Fielder and Chio already as a backline have been so standout, coming in from the Dallas Fuel, the grand finals winning team from last season, and now being able to make such a big impact on the Atlanta Rain as well. Whether it's going to be Fielder hitting these massive sleeps, you've got the antis to really enable that dive coming through from the Atlanta Rain. Yeah, Fielder has just been so impactful, and I love us being in a meta where you can really see these flex supports shine.
Yeah, and his antis were absolutely on point. And this is the moment, too, we got to see them get an almost record-breaking time. I think they were like 9 seconds off from a top 5 completion time on Rialto. That's how dominating they were on the attack. As we take a look at Fielder's stats from that last map, he's the almost 8 enemies, or rather almost 5 enemies right there too. And we talked about the survivability from this team, and he only died twice. When you look at the other side, it was a difficult situation for Lukmino and Rack Attack to deal with, and that's why we highlighted Lukmino's survivability just being those 12 deaths. It also talks about how Lip and Soccer worked so well together on isolating that backline. All right, Necro. Well, we lost Necro real quick, guys, but don't worry. We got some more Overwatch League action for you guys. We got 4 matches in total for today, so we got 2 more left. That's going to be on the other side of this break. Thank you, guys.
a treat he is to look at. And speaking of which, the latest support bundles are up right now. You can get your Lifeweaver, your Lucier, your Brigitte, and of course a weapon charm for just 350 league tokens.
Wow.
On sale until June 13th. Was that funny? Was that transition?
Yeah, I was ready for
you?
gameplay stuff. Yeah, and you just immediately retorted to the looks of Lifeweaver,
Well,
which I don't blame you for.
About skin.
But
there's only so much.
Zoe, have you done your season challenges in the Battle Pass?
Of course I have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've done too. I played Lifeweaver in quick play.
How did that go?
I'm sorry to my teammates, but it was
not too great.
It's so much fun summoning like a tree on the battlefield.
True.
Like really, you're anywhere in Overwatch and you're just like, there's a massive tree, and it just heals everyone around you. It's great.
Nice.
Jake is dying.
You put it on the payload. You put it on the payload. It's really good.
He's
the
so
challenge
offended.
to heal with the tree though is really hard, Jake. So you got to play a lot of games for Lifeweaver.
I think it's a great hero.
All right, I'll give you a few minutes to calm down again. Let's talk about the match we just got to witness. Atlanta Reign officially, of course, is through. They will get their bye with their 7-0 score. They have one more match to play. However, even if they were to lose that one, they would still make it through Korea without having to go through the knockout bracket. So congratulations to the Atlanta Reign. They did get the job done. Let's talk about how, because we all are dying to hear you, Jake, summarize the beauty that the dominant match was.
If anything, maybe Reign even a little overconfident. I think some of their comps were a little bit forced, like playing Tracer Sombra into the BAP and Brig and Ramatra. Seems like, maybe you could pick better comps, but I mean, even when they played like remotely a similar comp, like a Mirror here, it was a beatdown on Control. And I mean, if anything, I'm just like hunting for ways to criticize them in this match. It was sort of patently clear, it was never close. So if anything, it's smart for Reign just to only play comps they've already shown. They don't give up any new intel to potential opponents. I think this is a team that is just already thinking about how they're going to succeed in the midseason madness, and so they don't really need to show anything new. There's no reason to show any kind of diversity that your opponents could start to prep for.
Have they only dropped a single map in these 7 matches?
Yep, against Houston.
That is unbelievable to think about. They've won 7 matches and only lost 1 map.
Yep,
That's
pretty good.
crazy.
Atlanta Reign.
One of the most dominant streaks in the league history, surely, right?
Yeah,
this one.
I mean, yeah, there's been plenty of win records that go farther, but when it comes to like map record wins, I mean, dropping 1 map in 7 games is just unbelievable.
Noah, please correct me if I'm wrong. I think Shock is still holding the map win record. Is that correct? Or did they hold the map lose record?
Oh, you're talking about the Golden Stage in 2019?
Map wins?
I think it's still...
No, I think they had consecutive map wins, right?
Yeah.
God, it's great TV when we don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. Well,
Don't worry,
find out.
we'll
figure it
Find
out.
out. Find out. We're on the case. Don't worry. But some people who do know what they're talking about are, of course,
Hopefully.
our players.
Yes.
Yo!
And we got a player interview. Danny.
We do. Thank you, Zoe. All right.
You're welcome.
For our post-match interview today, we're joined by Fielder. Fielder, congratulations on getting the win. Now, I think the big story is, of course, you guys clinching a spot for the mid-season madness and going to Korea. So I wanna hear from you. How does it feel to go back to Korea after staying some time in the US? 자, 일단 이번 승리로 인해서 필더 선수 이제 다시 모국으로 돌아가시게 되셨습니다. 이번에 mid-season madness로 이제 들어가시게 되셨는데 한국이라서 조금 더 뜻깊지 않나 싶어요. 필더 선수 좀 어떠신가요?
일단 리그가 한국에서 하는 건 처음인 것 같은데 일단 한국에서 하면은 한국 팬분들도 만날 수 있어서 너무 좋은 것 같아요.
I mean, this is definitely the first time our Overwatch League is going to be played in Korea, so it definitely feels good. And also another big thing is I'll be able to see our Korean fans in Korea in person, so I think that's a very good thing. Do you feel like because, I mean, if you're playing in Korea, you guys are killing it right now. Do you think Atlanta Reign is going to get another big buff playing in Korea? 자, 그럼 방금 질문에서 좀 더 보태자면은 지금 아무래도 아틀란타 팀에 한국 선수들이 많잖아요. 그죠, 필더 선수? 그러면은 이제 한국에 가서 플레이를 하면은 더 대단한 모습들을 더 많이 보여주실 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
네, 저희가 이제 한국 선수들이 많고 이제 호크도 한국 음식을 정말 좋아하더라고요. 그래서 한국에 있으면 좀 더 시너지가 많이 나지 않을까 싶습니다.
I definitely do think there is going to be a lot of synergies going on when we play in Korea because, Atlanta Reign has a lot of Korean players and also Hawk, who isn't Korean, but he loves Korean food, right? So I think that's going to be a huge buff for the Atlanta Reign. That is very interesting. Also, another question I wanted to ask is, because you guys are going to Korea for the mid-season madness, is there an Eastern team that you guys are looking forward to beat or to play against in the mid-season madness? 자, 다음 질문으로는 이제 한국에서 경기를 하실 때 아무래도 이제 동부랑 서부 경기들이 있기 때문에 동부 팀 중에서 좀 이 팀만 좀 이기고 싶다는 좀 팀이 있을까요?
일단 동부에서 이기고 싶은 팀은 댈러스고요. 왜냐면 작년에 했던 선수들 3명이 댈러스에 남아 있어서 댈러스를 꼭 이기고 싶어요.
All right, the team that I really want to beat has to be the Dallas Fuel because, my friends there's 3 teammates that I've played with last season that are still in Dallas, so I want to play against Dallas Fuel. All right, before I let you go, final question for you, Fielder. So we've been talking about Hawk Moira. I don't believe it. We haven't seen it. I just want to get a confirmation. Is that really a thing? 자, 마지막 질문으로 저희가 지금 저희 데스크에서 계속 얘기했던 게 호크 선수의 모이라 질문이 계속 나왔거든요. 그럼 확실히 진짜 있는 건가요?
제가 저번에 한번 잠깐 배가 아파가지고 화장실 갔었는데 그때 호크가 모이라 했었는데 스크림을 이겨가지고 어제 얘기 나왔던 게 한번 호크 모이라 한번 써볼까? 약간 이런 얘기도 한번 나와가지고.
알겠습니다. So what happened was last time we're in scrims. I had a bit of a stomach ache, so I had to go use the bathroom real quick. So Hawk came in to sort of sub for me during our scrims, and he was playing more, and we won the scrim. So there were talks going on about maybe using Hawk for Moira. So it's still going. It's just a talk, though. All right. Hopefully we'll get to see maybe. Once in the league, well, maybe we'll see Hawk play more. But Fielder, thank you so much for your time, and again, big congratulations on getting the win. 자, 오늘 그럼 승리 다시 한번 축하드리면서 한국에서 뵙도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much. I also love the phoenix feather you're writing. Shout out to Angie. She supplied us with a stationery. And
I am never running out of pens ever again.
Ever, literally ever again. And unique ones too.
Yeah.
Love to get the intel. So Fielder had to use the toilet, and therefore
a lot of details. We love details.
Yeah, he really didn't need to say that.
Yeah, I like that he brought that up. I actually knew that was a story, but I didn't want to bring that up. But I appreciate Fielder bringing that in.
It's really funny because it's actually the second time that's happened in the Overwatch League. The first time was Seagull playing Diva for Dallas Fuel in 2018, of course.
That was also a toilet incident.
Yeah, because Time had to use the restroom during a scrim, so they put Seagull on Diva, and it turned out to be a thing they used in a match. And now
how to turn a situation into something good, right?
Yeah. So Overwatch League players, don't go to the restroom during scrims. You might lose your job.
You get benched, bro. You get benched. No.
That's how quick it goes.
Also, is someone gonna tell him about Dallas Fuel?
Well, did they already get eliminated, or?
It's not looking good.
I mean, there's always a chance.
There's a chance. There's always a chance.
From Diddy.
It's true.
I can see why Fielder wants to play the Dallas Fuel, though. I can say that much.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, I want to play Dallas Fuel, yeah.
Lots of exciting things to look forward to, maybe, potentially. One thing I definitely am looking forward to is, of course, more Calling All Heroes. The minor one will continue all the action tomorrow as well as on Sunday. And if you want in and watch the fun, make sure to do so. CallingAllHeroes.gg is the website for all the information of that wonderful program and, of course, of the tournament. And we're going to continue supporting that program and watch it, continue on throughout the year. Lots of exciting things. Another exciting thing is that one.
The BAM.
The BAM graphics. We love those. Let's talk about it. As our second or our third match of the day, Washington Justice will face off against the New York Excelsior. So let's talk about it. Washington Justice, I feel like they have exceeded a lot of people's expectation heading into the season. We saw a lot of great moments from them, and New York Excelsior still trying to find their stride, trying to find their style. Let's see if the Washington Justice is going to be the team which manages to bring it out of them. How close of a match do you expect to see here?
I mean,
you go first, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not expecting this matchup to be that close. New York Excelsior have shown us some great stuff in the past, but you know, Washington Justice, I think they have a few tools up their arsenal, so they got to be the favorite in this one, Zoe.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're speaking of tools, there is one player in particular which we all follow religiously.
Yes.
Some might call him the Alpha Jesus, you know, of the league.
What?
What makes him so divine, Johnny?
Yeah.
Alpha Jesus.
Hey, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Yeah.
Thanks, Nathan.
I mean, look, Alfie making a Roll Star kind of candidacy effort so far in the Overwatch League. You take a look at the Tracer rank so far. Second in hero damage, third eliminations, first in final blows per 10 minutes on Tracer. And let me tell you, the Genji stats don't disappoint either. Now, I mean, his Genji and Tracer has just been phenomenal throughout, and it's what he plays predominantly here in the league. And he just kind of alternates between different maps. You never know what you're going to get from Alfie, but what you're going to get is just ruthless aggression, fast pace, going into the backlines, getting the frags. He is really efficient when it comes to just picking up kills for his team. He's not the kind of guy who's just like, yeah, you know, I'll shoot the Winston for a little bit, help you out to win the compositional matchup. It's like, no, he gets into the backline and he finished him off. It's really fun to watch Alpha play this time of year. So, I mean, even though Flora is playing his old team, if I was like a real sports guy, I'd be like, yeah, Flora versus his old team, yeah, rivalry, but Alpha is the guy to watch, really.
I mean, what I think is especially impressive looking at those statistics is that Washington Justice faced off against tough opponents. To still put up such numbers is actually really, really great. So just to like put those numbers you just saw on his stat card into context. Now, I do want to hear it for predictions here. I personally think that I predicted Washington Justice. I actually can't remember who I predicted. I definitely, most certainly, probably...
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that all along, of course. I did give New York Excelsior, I did give New York Excelsior a map here just because I feel like that's one of the teams they can thrive in that chaos. Maybe they can take a control map because there's definitely talent there, but I do have to give the edge to the Washington Justice.
I think I had the same thing. I think I went with Washington Justice winning 3-1 against New York Excelsior. New York, I give them a map because they're hard to predict. Sometimes I would be like, hey, like they're gonna get 3-0'd, and then they even against like Shock, they played really close, and I was like, I'll give them a map. I think that they do have the chance of taking at least one map from Washington Justice.
I'm going to spice it up a little bit by predicting that New York's not going to win a single map. 3-0 Justice. I think they're just they got a much stronger group of players. I think especially this fits on Flex Support.
Love it.
I'm very worried about that because of, I think, the strength of a player like Alfie. He's going to put a ton of pressure on your backline. And if you slip up, if you make those little mistakes, that's going to be the crack for him to dive into and blow you wide open. So I'm a little bit worried. I think for the New York Excelsior, it's going to be a tough series.
I got a Washington 3-0 too, but it's not spicy, Jake. I mean, on the Scoville meter or whatever,
it's a pretty tepid 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, you're comparing milk to like jalapenos. It's not like, you know, it's not super spicy, but I compare it. Yeah, I don't know where I'm going with this.
I mean, comparing
milk to jalapeno.
No, they're not.
Jalapenos?
Compared to like actual spicy peppers.
But compared to milk.
Ghost peppers are.
Yeah, exactly. That was my point. Compared to milk.
Okay. Well, I mean,
like that's what I was meaning. Yeah. Our 3-0 compared. It's not. Yeah.
Can we just get the start?
Let's take a look at chat's prediction. I feel like it's going to be
will think this is going to be.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
I bet.
That's still quite heavily favored into Washington Justice.
Yeah, so that's kind of where my head's at too.
13%.
Really?
Well, 13% is like less than a map, but like if they got a map, I wouldn't be blown away. Like they said, I think the control map, you never know.
All right.
Maybe Shockwave pops up on Hanzo, hits a ton of heads. Like, it can happen.
Can happen, but not according to most of the people here on the desk. Now let's bring in our absolutely gorgeous casting duo.
Whoa!
Look who's here!
The New Yorkers
look
here.
who's decided to show up for work finally.
Just for this game. Just for the New York.
New York Excelsior.
Not after this one.
Do you cheer for New York?
Just for? No, I'm here just for the New York game. I don't think they're gonna win. but I'm here for New York.
The question was, he going to cheer for New York, though?
No.
No.
I don't cheer for anybody, though. I don't cheer for anybody. I don't even cheer for my friends.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
I don't think you even cheated your own marriage, to be fair.
No, I did that. That's in a different way. But
I mean,
yeah.
what's going on with this New York team? Because we were kind of confused about some of the roster choices here. Like, what's happening with the backline? Why is Fitz playing support? Like, there's a lot of, and like, I'll be honest, Fitz
9 supports.
Yeah, exactly. Fitz, a very accomplished DPS player. On the Arno, we had a lot of questions. It was not great. Where's Kellen going? Is Kellen going to develop into this sort of talent that so many of the rosters that have housed him are hoping he will?
I mean, how many different rosters and kind of permutations do you need to go through this before you kind of have your answer, right?
Do we have it already?
You know, we might. We very well might. It's also wild. We're in a world in which Washington Justice, we got 3-0 predictions over there. Johnny's talking about milk. We got no idea what the hell he's
milk
talking
and
about.
jalapenos.
He also shows up. I thought I was a little bit underdressed, but he's got shorts on.
Right.
He's got like a knee brace.
No, look, he's got a really puffy collar. He's starting to look like the. I tell you what, a couple of weeks he's going to grow out like the Earl of Sandwiches. Like I swear that is just going to get bigger and bigger.
He's also got a cool pocket on
he's
the
got
front,
yeah.
I saw that.
I ain't never seen a pocket on a knit. That's kind of lit. All right, Johnny.
Nice pocket, Johnny.
Slay.
Way to
Slay,
go, bud.
Johnny. Again, like the Justice, someone we, I guess maybe have less questions about, so they came up a little bit less in this pre-game. Seeing Mirror, of course.
They've been sick.
Yeah.
I mean, they have been sick, like, all throughout. Like, they're, like, probably the biggest surprise of the season thus far. In this region.
Dog water somewhat. He's probably more of a surprise to me, but
I think there's some circumstances there, but, you know.
They have a state-of-the-art esports facility, as was announced earlier this week. It's part, of course, of a university, but good luck to them, of course. Great to know they have some new digs. Let's talk about the Justice here. Alpha E trying to dig the NYXL off of this center point here. So again, we saw this in the London versus Houston game, right? We had the Farah composition, Matt, and Houston were unsuccessful in actually getting London off the point and winning that round.
Yeah, no, I mean, Alpha E, though, putting down some decent damage here. At the start, they get like a hack on the opposite side of the point on a creative. That's a huge biotic grenade connects to it 4. You'd think this would be the time you'd be able to get them off the point, but not yet.
Yeah, again, a lot of damage, a fair bit of pressure, but this is playing out in the way we maybe expected to here. New York able to stand strong for now on the point. Eventually, it's Shockwave moves away out to the point and try to chase a kill by the looks. Alpha able to punish, but New York are just gaining this capture percentage all the while. Lep needs to go here, and Alpha E agrees.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're eventually going to crack this, it looks like, right? I know that goes both supports, but still, above 30% here for New York. So a pretty good first early hold. It'll now be how do they kind of get back onto the point, right? You know, you have this constant damage of the Farah kind of coming in, and you're just basically, forced to run into it. How do you use maybe like those TPs and other types of things, to kind of work your way back to the point?
See how New York want to approach this floor, already harrying at their behinds, trying to make it a little bit hard.
I just got a bunch of tweets that I look taller. I am not on a box.
Nah, you wear big shoes though. You have huge shoes. You could choke a donkey with those crepes, my guy.
Well, the time that my shoes were just flamed by you, New York has slid the point back, and the point will go back the other way. That is a nano barrage there from Alpha E. Just comes in, cleans up everybody there.
Hey, let's answer the biggest issue with Farah going in for a barrage, which of course is that lack of durability. So why not invest everything into Alpha E?
Lack of mobility, durability.
Yeah, all kind of goes in the same bucket there, but being able to nano Alpha E, I mean, what better candidates are there? I mean, you could argue maybe Mirror in a pinch, but New York, not able to do too much there. EMP before they can get to the point. That is a 5-player EMP. Flora makes it count. Lep's already out of the picture now, so it's really a limping New York roster trying to make their way to the point, and they still flip it because the Justice can't stand
they
there.
flip it with like the ice wall and then a Symmetra wall. It's like, can you hold on to this? They actually want to use Amp Matrix to try and win.
Yeah, look at the positioning from Mirror though. Anyone who wants to stand behind the Amp Matrix and get value from it is susceptible to that Meteor Strike. Still, by the way, New York on the point. Psycho put to sleep here. Alpha E looking to try and line that one up. It's going to be Mirror to finish the job. Lep returns and quickly will be sent packing once more. Again, the Justice get this done, but it takes a fair while.
New York wants to win in like 20% chunks, right? Like get on, get 20%, get on again, get another 20%. They'd end up losing in that fashion as well. But they're going to actually go with the full-on dive. This is a smart move. Typically against like a Farah, right? You know, any kind of like aerial hero, even like Echo, like Tracer, Sombra, always pretty strong against that. And then obviously Kellen now on Diva.
We've seen Alpha E counter this comp himself by playing like a solo Echo, right? Just try and come up on the far end and hit it with that burst damage. Lep going down at the start of the fight, though, not great again. It's the biggest tool for New York to cross this gap, especially without the Symmetra anymore. This time Alpha shut down as he tries to go for that barrage there. FD God can only bring one back. It's Mirror back in the fight and back to the point.
You have the Valk here, just try and keep people alive here on the point and see if you can just hold it for a little bit longer. As it looks like the Justice flip. You'll got Mirror on the point here. See if they can actually kind of hold this. That's a sound barrier. Yeah, New York feels that they need to invest that to kind of get Mirror and off of the point.
They don't have the point yet, so this is still the Justice ticking up. Psycho eventually is able to peel away and find Teru. So New York will have what they came for. The Justice obviously going to make some switches up here with Alpha coming off the Pharah, unsurprisingly. Mirror dealing with Kellen there and actually heading towards the point means reinforcements are going to come just as Mirror really starting to pressure.
So it'll be Meteor Strike just to get out. What do you have here for the Justice? I mean, you can nano your Tracer after the Sombra EMP. You can nano the Sombra as well, some options, or even just nano the Doom. They actually have to nano the Doom because that's Psycho actually hitting a Pulse Bomb onto Mirror.
Flora comes in with that EMP. Shockwave going down there is pretty bad for this New York team. Shockwave had a chance to come back in with an EMP and might still, but 4 players left for the Excelsior. Mirror trying to make sure they can get a clean cap here. That hasn't happened yet, and now the Kitsune Rush is going to come in. Left again. Oh, he's back to spawn once more. The guy's having a rough day. Hit with that biotic grenade from Teru. The follow-up, of course, it's Alpha, so he's going to be there. Self-destruct. Mirror just throws up his arms. T-poses on that exploding mech, able to survive. And it will be Washington left standing when the smoke clears.
Pretty good round, though, from New York, right? You're able to kind of take that one the distance, but I do feel like a little bit of that is just in terms of like the compositions that both these teams are running, right? Where you're running the far there for the Justice. It's going to take a little bit to get players off the point. New York just playing very hunker down on the point. I don't think you could replicate that like on other maps, right? So I think we'll see get a much better sense as we move on what New York team we're getting today.
I don't mind the pivot, Matt. I think you pointed out switching towards the D.Va composition gives New York many more options, right? And it's ultimately Alpha that sort of forced to switch off here. But Alpha ends up switching off to Tracer, which ends up being even more of a nightmare than you initially were in. I like the Junker Queen here. This could be a lot of fun, especially if Kellen is going to come out on the Ramatra. Sim TP forward, Alpha back on his signature hero.
Yeah, as New York wants to play like pretty slow again, right? Ramatra, typically we see like Ramatra like Brawl, right? And this is the Ramatra with a Mei and Cassidy. So playing the Cassidy against double flankers would make sense, but it feels like he gets taken advantage of way more than kind of like the benefits typically are of the Cassidy. So we'll see how Shockwave deals with this. I mean, look at this, targets everywhere.
Yeah, that mag grenade not quite finding its target
from
there.
Downtown.
Yeah. Mirror actually falling in the front line, though. The Justice, the Kiriko Lucy are not able to keep the Junker Queen standing. So New York with this slower style composition, slowly able to maneuver into pole position, and we'll have switch here, Mirror on the Doom.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Like the Cassidy didn't even really play a huge part of it. They just kind of like ran down the rest of the members, right? I actually thought the Justice composition looked pretty good that they were coming out with. They would have actually said they were going to kind of take that early fight, but New York proving yet again here at the start, at least in this series, that they can hang.
Creative hacked. Oh my goodness! Alpha was there with the one clip. Okay, a bit of assistance from Flora, but nonetheless, that is brutal stuff. Losing your Baptiste, which is so crucial, and keeping that Ramatra virtually unkillable, but a random ice spike from Psycho deals with Alpha. Mirror back in though, Lep. Oh my goodness, back to spawn with him. 7 deaths for Lep. Shockwave at 7 as well, by the way. We have a nice block here for Psycho to buy some more time. New York again start with the lead, at least numerically.
Yeah, it's a nice immortality field there from Creative, as that's like a double biotic grenade that comes through, able to keep everybody up. But yeah, the Justice, they just have to kind of wait to get everybody back in the fight.
Alpha currently 17 final blows, 2 deaths.
It's pretty good.
28 final blows on the entirety of the Justice, by the way. Also, New York have 12 in total. That is, yeah, pretty insane. Flora able to find Lep once more. The Lucio cannot catch a break. Teru pressured, but Psycho's forced to drop down. Ice Wall not available until now, so he's going to use that to throw up a bit of safety for oneself.
But look how many players he occupied there, right? Both supports in the tank for like a long period of time. Yeah, it's a crazy play there by Psycho.
The Teru looking dangerous here. No matter what hero they're on. Nano here for Alpha Yi. Why not? Yep. You've been chosen as tribute, Alpha Yi. Big job. And it's a tough one for the Justice here. They've allowed much of this round to go. And again, it's probably the durability of like this Mei Ramatra setup now switching towards the D.Va that's meant New York have never been off the point entirely for this entire round.
Yes, Kellen comes back on the Diva just to get back to the point. That's going to be an EMP from Shockwave as you're already at 99% here for New York.
Sound barrier here for FD God. Teru benefiting from it as well, but the rest of Justice aren't really in position. Psycho throws up the wall. Alpha Yi doesn't have the ability to traverse up and down, so has to go the long way around, and Psycho lines him up. Nicely done. May looking pretty scary at that range. Amira's got no choice but to take an ice bath. New York strike back awfully quickly here in the second round.
Yeah, what, like, if Hanzo just randomly firing is like the logs, like May randomly firing is like just ice logs, right? Where it's just launching them down.
Yeah, there's an. I think I said it wasn't random; it's speculative. That's what you're doing. You're speculating on the potential location of your target, but there's not a lot of guesswork when Alpha Yi tries to kiss you.
Look a little bit right, look a little bit left.
Try to give you a big old smooch and gets an iceborne lobotomy for his travels.
Psycho actually had a really good round there, so maybe they can kind of hang here with this Justice team. As how far can you go with Alpha Yi, contributing what, like most of the final blows?
18 of 31, yeah.
Yeah, that's most.
That's most of, that's true.
Yeah, that would still be factual.
You're not wrong.
Quick math.
Facts with Matt. Genji for Alpha Yi here.
It's not really facts, I just did math.
I mean, it ain't wrong. So, give you that.
Oh, there goes FD God.
Yeah, maybe doesn't expect that turret density there, I think, from Shockwave. Coming out with the Symmetra and staying on the Symmetra here with the Ryan frontline. Very strong against some sort of dive, plus the Genji DPS setup here. This is a pretty good comp choice for New York.
Yeah. I mean, they've done a really nice job here in this first map, just like mixing and matching different looks, right? To go up against the Justice, where you would typically like having the Winston here against the Sim, right? Can gonna get rid of all those turrets and whatnot, but at least at the start, looks like Shockwave and Psycho have gotten really good value out of both the heroes.
It's a really safe front line for Shockwave to play in. It's not just the Reinhardt shield and defensive zone, but also Psycho.
Yeah.
Disrupt the shot there from Flora on the Sojourn this time around. Alpha Yi starting to regret that decision. Heads back upstairs. Here's the flank here. Both supports wrapping around here, so they're trying to make sure they can keep eyes, I think, on anyone touching the point here. This could get a little bit awkward. Yeah, Flora has to pull the plug on this now, and the May wall comes in a little bit too late to catch the Sojourn, but New York are wise to what Justice were trying to do, trying to outmaneuver them, and here comes an Ant Matrix from Creative.
Yeah, as now obviously you can't put any pressure on this point. You just don't want to run directly into an Ant Matrix. You're going to lose this charge here. From Flora. It's like, how do the Justice want to attack this? You do have the Primal here, and it's going to be Mir using the Primal in that small area, just trying to dislodge New York from the point.
I quite like the TP though. New York getting some players out, I guess, of the danger zone there. Mira though taking to the skies once more, and this is where someone like FD God is bound to shine. 2 final blows for him. Justice are back in control, but once again, they're starting these rounds pretty late.
Do you swap here if you're New York? Like, do you get value out of this? I mean, well, Sim, you're going to have the ult, so maybe you don't, right? You actually just kind of get value out of this and then decide to make a move, because I don't know if you can just kind of play this Sim while you're going to like TP to that small corridor and then just get nano bladed. Like, is that the strat here?
It's the wall against the Ana that's quite powerful here for Shockwave, I think. Means that like really hard for Mira to get any healing, but Nano Genji might just cut this to the quick. Psycho trying to stave off Alpha Yi. There's an immortality field in play. Alpha Yi takes care of that, and then the rest of the business. And business is good.
Alpha E just, like, I mean, look, I thought that was going to happen in that tight, small room. They just decided to go really early with it, where it looks like Shockwave potentially staying on this pick, so.
Yeah, you think maybe, like, he wonders about playing an off angle here, but it could be the Genji pressure that, makes Shockwave reluctant to pick up a Sojourn of his own, or try for something like a Hanzo or anything that can play on the periphery. Okay. Mira may, it's unclear, may have been caught by a Maywall or something similar, but Creative is able to finish the job there. I'm not sure what FD God is up to there.
He's like 1v1ing a Sim turret over there.
He's locked in a deadly duel against an inanimate object and comes up second best.
There's a little solo shatter action there. As New York still with the lead, they can play pretty close to this door, right? You have like the Maywall on one side with a Blizzard, you have an Ant Matrix to the other. Really good spot to play a close hold here. Not let this dive kind of access the backline.
Yeah, we're back in a spot where this Reinhardt composition looks stellar, based on where New York are playing from here. There's a Blizzard in play, so trying to play on the point for the Justice is a pretty scary prospect as well. Anybody who gets too close to that probably gets frozen up by Psycho's primary fire. Flora doesn't have a good angle where he is right now. Probably pretty frustrating to play from there. And now we have a split. Mira diving away from the rest of the roster. Flora on an off angle. Here comes the overclock. It's going to be a Maywall thrown out pretty much straight away. Creative threatening in the background with that Amp Matrix here, and that's where the Justice want to try and go. The Forward can't reach them. They fall back, and a sound barrier is now in play. New York's is going to expire second. Shockwave, that is a harebrained assault, and with the Immortality Field, it might just
They got
work.
everybody there. they have Creative coming through, Shockwave as well through that TP, trying to go to the back line. As Psycho with the May is just so survivable, can kind of just stall the point out.
Ooh. Mirror jumped there, not quite getting where he needed to go. Flora is able to find Shockwave. Again, Creative is getting involved. 7 final blows on the Baptiste, and somehow FD God is a little bit too high to touch. Not what you want to see from a Washington Justice that has dealt with some pretty formidable foes thus far, Matthew. It's New York. Look heavily on basis of their compositions, but the execution also looked great on the pole.
Yeah, they looked really clean there to kick off map number 1, where I thought Shockwave did a tremendous job, like utilizing the teleporters, getting around the map, obviously his team following up in all these different positions. Really, I think, kind of caught the Justice off guard in that last round.
Real team effort from New York. 4 players, either 8 or 7 final blows each. On the Justice side, is like Mirror's 15, Alfie is like 19. So really, a lot of eggs in the Alpha U basket. They end up on the face of the Justice here.
Usually works pretty good.
Yes. Yeah, normally Alpha U go kill. I mean, we've seen variations on that strategy from many teams. Think about the Shock in previous eras, but the Justice aren't able to get it done. New York really showing a very team-oriented style of play. They're playing a little bit slower here, Matt, but it's looking really good. Shockwave TPing forward there was, you know, pretty impressive, very aggressive, but the rest of the New York roster were there to back him up.
Yeah, no, the way they kind of like maneuver around the map, right, with those TPs is pretty interesting to see there. But I don't think you can kind of replicate that, you know, going into Kings Row. Gonna have to play a much more standard style of play.
Yeah, don't go too far. Kings Row is your second map in this series. New York Excelsior start with a map win. See if they can hold on to the lead.
Let me see you drop. Get down in the car. One time, give it up. Bust it open hard. Let me see you drop. Hustle, baby, hustle. What the oh my.
That's right, next stop on the New York Excelsior's quest for galactic domination is to win the video game. And in order to do so, Fitz comes in at support Matthew. Ben Best returning for the Justice.
It's so bizarre to see Fitz just like he's like a support player, I guess. Like, is that just something that's happening? Like,
it is extremely satisfying, Matt, because he's on the right, like camera-wise, you know, and now because he's got the window next to him, which is obviously closed because they're gamers, but like it's aesthetically very pleasing that he's there. We can now talk about, I guess, the impact he might have in game if we must, but it feels like this is New York's only real take for like a double flex support setup.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. I still don't love it, but yeah, that is accurate.
I guess ask Jake what he thinks about Fitzana when you get a chance.
Yeah, the cable's not long enough. I'd go over to the green room and just shout at him. But yeah, I think obviously kind of jury out, right, for a debate on that one. We'll see kind of how it goes.
Because I couldn't be bothered to come into the debate. couldn't pencil that one in, mate.
Yeah. Everybody had an excuse. They still haven't got the jurors for it yet.
Mate, maybe if there was a jury for the debates on the desk, Jake wouldn't win all of them on account of being very popular. You know?
Yeah.
Maybe we should get one of those.
Every time they put a poll up, I'm like, even if Jake isn't an option, I feel like he's going to win the poll.
Yeah. I just feel bad. Every time it's like, okay, you're arguing against Jake and you have a hard point to argue, Johnny. Go. He's like, that. I'm dead.
That's what they should do for the next match. They should do who will win, both teams and Jake. I guarantee you Jake wins.
Just get him to show the pearly whites that'll be over.
So you got Fitz on the brig here. Playing some brig here. Going to protect Creative up on that high ground, and Shockwave on the Ashe, which Ashe typically sees some play here on King's Row. It's a little line up there from Creative. We'll see if it hits anything coming down.
We're seeing a few teams, Houston especially, are trying to play defensive setups on this map to punish slower composition. We'll talk about this in the green with Johnny and Jake, and we saw them play Zenyatta, right? Few of those other sort of picks. You really want to put pressure down on the teams that take their time. The Justice, though, have FD got him Ben Best on their team, so...
I would also say that the Outlaws also have Fearless and Violence as well.
Well, yes. But also, the Justice probably don't really want to go that slowly with this kind of setup, right? You are already on the point. Ben Best obviously throwing a bubble down quite early here, and then Fitz is going to deal with... Sorry? Okay, Alpha Yi gets whip shot out of the air. Fitz with it. Sorry?
Just like whip shot and reset on like...
Oh, okay. That's nice. I like this.
As nice kills there from Fitz at the start, but you know that the Justice with Alpha Yi, right, is going to go fast. They're going to play aggressive, right? If you think you can... I mean, look, Shockwave's a fantastic hit scan player. If you think that he can kind of like make their life a little bit troublesome and you can play a little bit slower, I think this is a reasonable setup here for New York.
Yep. This is the dangerous spot to be. I think Shockwave knows that Flora is constantly looking. Also, this very easily forces Shockwave into a weaker position now, having to play from the choke. One also that's really telegraphed to Flora. He knows where Shockwave's going to rotate to off that ledge. Flora finding Psycho. Some of these kills are so weird this round.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha E actually just does a ton of damage on the high ground here with those grenades, but it was really Flora at the start. Flora put a shot into Shockwave and then actually got the kill on a Psycho, but this may not be all over. Psycho's back here on the Tracer, then Kellen on the Winston uses the Primal, and although things looked like it was going to go well for the Justice at the start, it all falls apart.
That was really efficient for New York to win that fight there. Just a Primal Rage committed. Kellen
the Justice want to come back and fight this fast. They still feel that like there's players coming back from spawn, they can take advantage of this.
So they're going to nano Kellen here just to try and maybe at least buy a little bit of time, right? This leaves Ben Best shield dancing on the point versus Psycho right now. So there's time at least for New York to get back. Kellen has created that opening, but nothing else derived from that nano really except for that time. See if it pays off. Pulse bomb there. No result for Psycho. Zap from Ben Best, who's going to get nano in turn, and he's headed straight for the backline. He sees Creative. Creative gets back behind the rally here. Ben Best realizes he might struggle to make much happen here without Primal.
Yeah, I mean, Kellen gets hit with a bio, but he's able to kind of like live long enough here to get back to the rest of his team. They're going to get him fully healed up. Just do you have enough to contest again? I don't know if you do after this next bio.
Alpha pushing past the point. The Justice end up getting it.
Kellen got hit with 2 biotic grenades there. The first one got him back through the choke, and he was able to live, but the second one prevented him from actually going back in and try and make a play on it.
I do think this matchup is a real test of New York's time together, to be fair. The Justice are a team that's quite strong and with very strong individuals. New York really prefer to play in a much more team-oriented manner, as we sort of saw on the previous map here. So if they can succeed here...
They may get rolled in this next fight, though. I mean, what? You nano Kellen here? You're going up against Primal, Duplicate, and a Dragon. What?
Oh, Fitz. That was so clever. He had a shield a turn, so he knew Alfie was around that corner.
Yeah.
Love that.
Alfie playing a little bit cheeky there. Maybe just going like if a Dragon would have came through the front side, right, and players got weak, he could have just beamed him.
Good pressure from Creative there. Alfie starved that sightline for the time being. Dragon Strike overhead.
That's really high up in the sky. I would love to know like what the aim was here. Maybe he's going for Kellen?
Maybe. Perhaps plays that was sort of sat up on the high ground that rotated down pretty quickly here. Alfie getting a lot of value from this Duplicate just quietly. Another bio before he goes would be pretty huge. Thank you very much. Lovely dude.
I love the nano there. And it just goes right onto the target who doesn't have the pulse bomb attached to them. Next to the target.
Good auto players. Look, hard to find. They are.
Look, it's fine.
So he's Duplicate. He's making use of it. Easy come, easy go. Don't worry about it.
Kellen's still contesting this, though.
Primal.
Oh, and you're going to use Rally here.
There's a nano for Kellen as well. So there's a considerable amount of time able to be bought here. Benbest is in trouble. Stunned up by the Rally Bash. Forced back for the time being here. And there's that nano boost on the Benbest as well. Kellen will have that a little bit later on here, but decent defensive setups. Creative, nice sleep, able to jump out of the bubble here. Kellen looking to pressure now into the backline of the Justice. This Terror and FD got under a lot of pressure, but a defensive Biotic Grenade protects them pretty effectively. Benbest is going to fall, so the Justice have lost the tip of that spear.
Just burning clock, right? Just burning clock here for New York. That Dynamite would have been huge if it would have hit around that corner, but you have a Bob here from the high ground as well. Bob can make a little bit of an impact here, so New York does a nice job actually getting that hold before the second checkpoint.
You got to be pretty happy with how they've cycled through some of these defensive cooldowns, as they've had to give ground on the second phase of the map, sure, but
we've seen worse.
Yep, far from. Yep, we have, certainly have. Far from being rolled on this stage of the map like we predicted may happen. And here's the Bob, and you better believe he makes an impact. Crater where he lands. And yeah, the Justice really not sure-footed at the moment. Shockwave's starting to line him up. Clay Pigeon shooting.
Yep, and, that'll be just everybody. I think they're going back trying to make sure they don't get like backhapped or something.
Sure.
I think they're like missing one player there in terms of tracking it down, but a minute to go. You're in a pretty nice spot here for New York. Like, even just extending the game, right? Like, if they were to get this, they don't have a ton of time to, get that final checkpoint. Like, you set yourself up to potentially win your offensive side.
They're cycling back into these defensive ults now as well. Nano and Primal Rage. So both of those essentially for the Winston here. Kellen can do a lot, create a lot of space. Psycho Pulse, yeah, Flora's going to be a deftly step aside from that one.
Oh, Benbest takes a ton of damage, though.
Yeah, Rally from Empty Gold's not enough to keep him up. Alpha though, always a sure thing. Able to burn Kellen down. So both teams without their Winston. Frustrating for New York, who were very close.
But New York, you're going to have a nano here, and you can nano Fitz, right?
Whoever.
I mean, if you wanted to.
Got nano a dead man. Yeah, not happening. All right, Psycho going to step up here. Kellen is going to be returning. It is going to be a nano boost for Psycho now to try and hang around as long as possible. Duplicate on the Ash. Bob would be unbelievably powerful in this part of the map, but the Dynamite for Alpha E cannot get past the bubble. Now under pressure, but still 6 seconds to work. That's not even necessary.
Man.
They don't need the ult.
Dude, Flora, I mean, that is a huge shot. If you have Fitz alive, you nano Fitz, he's also going to have Rally. I mean, he's 98% to Rally. You could add the nano with the break with the Rally on the cart, and I mean, you probably got to stop there.
Yep.
But Justice, behind Flora hitting a really nice shot. Keep it going.
I think if you're Kellen, you're furious that you have Primal now and not sort of for that fight. Never in a position to make use of it. Flora's been a problem.
Well, I think he had. I think it was just not.
What's the point?
Just, yeah, no,
what's the point?
No real point.
Just they were starting to cycle into some key defensive ultimates. But hey, clock been burned, right? Well and truly, we're under a minute left in the round here. Both teams relative parity, I guess, in terms of these ultimates. New York only going to part with these when they're forced to, I'd suggest. Shockwave is 8-4 right now, so having a pretty damn good game on the Ash.
Yeah, so this will be a Primal from Benbest trying to knock players back into the spawn. Yeah, it'll be Fitz with the Rally. but they already deal with Shockwave. I mean, that's a large chunk of damage coming down from that backside of the spawn.
There's that primal from Kellen. He's able to, again, force back most of the Justice. You saw the furrowed brow of Ben. He was like, where's my team? They were dealing with Winston.
Yeah, but New York didn't really get much value out of any of that, right? I mean, Rally, Bob, and Primal, and the card is still moving.
Every second counts, though. Creative under pressure. Great sleep on Ben. Best steps inside of his bubble. They're going to get rid of the Winston, surely. He's going to jump away. Violet Grenade from Teru catches onto 2 players. Shockwave and Creative is forced to potentially go back to spawn. But here comes Psycho, ever the dependable, getting rid of Alpha Yi and finding FD got off the back of it. New York here looking excellent. When they're being forced to give some ground, Kellen deals with Flora. That was the other wild card, the other unknown element here. The Washington Justice brought to a stop inside the Foundry.
All right, so not a full map completion there for the Justice. They get pretty close, but I think the story's probably more New York came to play today.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, I don't think there's anything particularly beautiful about their play here, right? It's very utilitarian. Make as much use of Nano defensively as you can. Shockwave, just play from safe angles, try and find as many kills.
Nah, it's like New York the city. It's not super beautiful. It just gets the job done, right? You know, it.
If you say so, I don't know. I feel like you know, lovers of New York might be offended at their city not being called beautiful. But
oh, what do you mean?
What do I know?
Nah,
I liked it. I liked it very much.
It's acceptable.
The Italian food, something else. That was. Whew.
Oh yeah, I mean,
big fan of that.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it looks like you've been having plenty, mate.
Yeah, I've been doing good. I've been doing good.
Oh dear. Here come the Justice out on defense here. So I mean, looking a little bit disjointed. I think a lot of time, Matt, like Ben Best is diving in, but Kellen is just zoning the rest of the Justice team back. Psycho with a quick double here towards the end of the round.
It's actually crazy that Shockwave was getting chased by Ben Best with the Nano and like extremely low, turns the corner and just basically one-taps Teru before he dies.
Yeah, pretty close round, all told here, but for New York now it's a matter of going up a gear. If they can get the map done, they'll be, I mean, geez, they'll be very pleased going 2-0 into the break here. The Washington Justice, look, I mean, I would say that they've had some softer matchups in this part of the season earlier on here, so it's been a little bit hard to gauge where they're at. But I think the eye test has shown us that this team is really frightening. Very, very, very good players in all the important roles here. So this is definitely an upset, I think, if they lose this map.
Oh, I would 100% say this is a pretty big upset if they were to lose this. I mean, the Justice is one of our teams this season that we've been pleasantly surprised with. They've had a really nice start. Obviously, as you see, 4-2. New York, obviously 2-4, but we've had like more questions about them, but they're playing quite well today.
All right, Kellen able to get his hands dirty. They're dealing with FD God. Great opener it was by Shockwave, and this is going to make it very hard for the Justice to defend this properly at all. Alpha Yi doesn't have the time to react to the focusing beam, and even if he did, he had nowhere to go.
You know what's really odd about New York? It's like they have a ton of players that I think like most people like, but it's just like together they haven't really been great, right?
Sure.
Like, I love watching like their entire roster, just like all the individual talent they have, but like as a combination of that talent, it just has not been awesome.
Yep.
But if you start to put it together and it starts to look a little bit like this, then sign me up.
Yeah. Probably speaks volumes as well. Well, I think Gator recently in the interview sort of felt that coaches maybe got too much credit, which I think is totally fair, but I think when you bring a team of disparate elements together like New York is and start to get results here, you have to definitely wonder about what kind of impact that support staff has been able to have.
Yeah, I think the value, I think Jake's spoken a little bit about it as Sego takes out Ben Best. It's looking like they just want to kind of get a fight there at the choke and get one kicked off. These players know the game so well. They don't need somebody to tell them like what's going on, right? You kind of need somebody to manage the expectations and egos and personalities to make sure everybody's kind of clicking on the right page. Because ultimately, at least I believe that players should have the most say in terms of like the strategy, right? They're the ones who are actually in here playing, like doing the work. Where I think that's kind of where I think coaching's evolved to a little bit, where you can rely a little bit more on your players.
Shockwave is in trouble here. Gets nanoed. Okay. Fitzel here. Okay, Alpha Yi, nice stick there. Just as the rally came out, so cutting that ultimate very short. This is the Justice now with an opportunity to really stabilize. They've gotten rid of all the healers now. It's a matter of clean up. Ben Best really wanted to make a point there, I think. really wanted to punctuate the end of that sentence.
He wanted to make sure they won that fight.
I mean, he definitely secured the fight win there. Good on you, Ben.
So Primal Jax. I like that. I like that.
Oh, dear. Well, it's about sending a message.
Yup. It's about asserting his dominance there towards the end. They would have liked to have that back for this next fight, but
they do have the Dragon Strike here, and they've got Alpha Yi, which every time he appears on the scoreboard makes same impact as a big ultimate, surely enough.
Lost Terror, though.
This is not good at all for the Justice. I mean, as Alpha Yi's repositioning, Psycho goes to town on the rest of his team, and a Storm Arrow catches Alpha Yi before he has a chance to alight. And here come the New York Excelsior Matt with, by the way, a ridiculous time bank. What?
I mean, in eternity. 431. They don't even, it's not really even like they need a full map completion, right? The cart stops a little bit sooner than that. So they don't need like a full spawn wipe and everything that goes in with that. So Shockwave will have a dragon. This should like kind of clear out some of this like choke area, right? You know, as you're trying to get it around these corners, they're in a pretty good spot.
Shockwave facing up off for the high ground here against Ben Best. Yeah, discretion perhaps the better part of Valor as Shockwave calls in some reinforcements. Simeon sidekick Kellen at the rescue. Flora going to get pressured down now as both Winstons try to shut down that Hanzo oversight. Shockwave being pocketed through much of this, but Ben Best still very hard to shift, and with the nano, Ben Best goes over the top into the back line. But again, just wants to create a little bit of space. Shockwave now has nowhere to go. Good positioning for Ben Best, but he's taking a lot of damage even through nano.
Yeah, he's just kind of like stuck in the middle, right? So they actually get a nano here on a Kellen. Ben Best gets hit with the effects of the biotic grenade, and now, but look at this, New York's going to be able to turn this corner, and they're going to have this rally. You're going to have Rally, Dragon, and the Pulse Bomb to use.
Okay, Flora gets a stay of execution as Psycho is not quite able to put it together at the moment. He's going to be forced back onto the card. It's going to be Rally here for FD. God, Fitz has just expired. Shockwave has seen better days now, forced to back away, heal up a little bit.
Waiting on Primal?
Possibly. There's a Pulse here as well for Psycho. Looking at FD God for that one, and a Dragon Strike with some unexpected value. Fitz is out of the mix here. Psycho's Pulse. No connection here. The Justice have the numbers to push on back.
I thought he was going to use the Pulse Bomb when Shockwave used the Dragon, and like he kind of had Flora off on his own, right? I thought he was going to use the Pulse Bomb there. I thought he actually may have had a better chance of getting a kill than kind of just like waiting on it for so long. But you know, you have what, a nano boost to use here for New York. You still have tons of time. There's no reason to panic just yet, but you're definitely a little scared, I would say.
Now, again, a lot of this is about how you transition off that high ground that Ben Best is now occupying. If Shockwave can't get footing there, then things become much harder. Okay, Nano, very, very hard to shift Ben Best. And still taking so much damage. Despite that, Psycho just dancing from outside the bubble. Ben Best is lucky to be alive. And his supports couldn't help him at the time, and that's a bad sign. Psycho eventually able to find Alpha Yi. Ben Best could not get topped up, and New York, how about it? Get the map done. They are 2-0 against the 4-2 Washington Justice.
I mean, nobody had predicted this start. I mean, everybody on the desk pretty much.
It's a lazy 3-1, salt of the earth, punch in, punch out, honest Overwatch they predicted.
Some, you know, gentleman's sweep. We'll get them on map and we'll kind of get out of here. Some even thought 3-0, but I mean, New York is just kind of like ran through the first two maps. I mean, really, not just like, because sometimes you're in a series where an underdog's like 2-0 and you're like, ah, well, it doesn't really feel like a 2-0. Like, these feel like pretty convincing wins in favor of New York.
Yep.
Which tells you that Justice need to wake up. I mean, there's a real shot that New York gets a 3-0 here, which would be a huge surprise.
Look, I guess we are about due for that like mid-season Washington Justice struggle bus episode. Not sure. I mean,
like it's a regular scheduled program.
I mean, yeah. Look, listen, we've been doing this for a few years now. The Washington Justice definitely have some hard questions to ask of themselves and one another. We'll give them the time to do that, and we'll be back on Shambali Monastery after the break.
fly and I'm flashy. It's the reason why the people always ask me, where you get that? Where you cop those? I've been fresh to death since a snot-nosed kid on the block with the illest sneakers. The girls all flock like they missile seekers. The party don't stop, got different features, exclusives, different colors, you can't get them either. I came here to stunt, that's what I go for. I don't buy a pair, I buy the whole store. A price tag's just a number to me, so I never miss a shot that I want and I see. Swish.
Again, while the Justice may have their shot at the mid-season very much still, on the cards, we're definitely looking to see them go from strength to strength a little bit here, and so far that's not been the case over this series. We've got a lot of subs here. See Fitz now, very frustrated. Like, could you just mirror Fitz's camera for me if you move him to the left? That is so jarring. Lep comes back in here at support.
Yeah, they want to play some Lucia there. We saw that Justice hype video. All I could think about is like their poses, and then remember when Ninja was doing that thing, like I'm not seeing enough movement, like all the players just kind of standing there.
Oh my goodness, that was incredible. That's right, trying to get him to do the floss, right?
Yeah.
Damn, gaming really is a whole nother world.
Oh, that was such a funny moment. I love that.
The Justice, yeah, a lot of
we gotta see some more movement.
Yeah,
in the video,
a lot of
and
pointing.
in the game.
A lot of pointing
And in the game, a lot of movement.
A lot of pointing. All right, Shambali Monastery. Going to be the site of our third battlefield here in this series. New York have demonstrated, I guess, a real egoless play style. Yeah, very defensively effective. They're really on the ball today. It's actually been very pleasing to watch.
They look legit, really good today.
Yeah.
Against a Justice team that I think we both like, in terms of how they've performed so far this season. I think they're probably a little bit stunned about today. They probably thought, New York 2-4. We've been off to a great start. We're going to come in, get an easy, clean win. It'll be New York on defense to start here. Playing a little bit closer with Fitz on the Sojourn.
So we're going to see Ramatra compositions from both sides, as is customary for this map. Again, it will be a fairly close hold for this New York team. Have Kellen just be there to be pivoted around. You see he wants to relocate now as that Nemesis form comes out. Maywall attempts to section him off from the rest of his team.
This is so bizarre. Like, look at both Sojourns just kind of like fighting around the same area, not even looking at each other, just crossfire directly back onto the payload.
Again, they're really trying to charge up that rail off the enemy Ramatra barriers, make them more short-lived, I suppose. And the Immortality field popped first by New York here, so they're without that for the time being. They're trying to keep Kellen topped up. A floor is looking pretty dangerous now at 100 charge. A very timely Maywall to block Florence damage, I guess. That comes up and gives the New York squad a little bit of time, but Creative is working overtime here.
Are you super fussed, like, of winning this fight, though, if you're New York, right? Like, is getting, like, obviously you've used your own Amp Matrix, but they, like, get Amp Matrix out and build some ultimates. Like, you still stalled out for a pretty decent amount of time, right? Still kind of, like, almost chalk it up as a W there for New York.
Yeah, because the timing works in that you can now play the next corner as New York, right? You're putting Washington in a position where they have to try and find a way to get a flank, or you just run headlong at each other and see who ends up standing after all the defensive utility has been exhausted.
Now you got both sound barriers available here for this next fight. See if they try, and we've seen teams like, you see where Kellen is, we've seen teams like bait the Ramatra there and then like throw a Blizzard in behind it, but the Justice, they don't want to fight that. They want to actually rotate all the way around. I think that's a smart move. We've seen so many teams lose that fight at that corner that way.
Yeah, in these Ramatra comps, these slower moving ones, yes, the rotation is telegraphed, but it looked like they had a chance to be pretty effective there, but losing Alpha Yi, not great for the attackers here. The defensive Blizzard from New York also going to be deployed now, and Fitz is very comfortable in this position. The Justice, all that effort into repositioning just to fall and lose a player so early.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha E just exploded. I mean, came around the corner and just was insta-killed pretty much, where I did like the idea to wrap around. I think taking this fight is a little bit of a bait sometimes, because you could just, the Ramatra goes Nemesis form, Annihilation.
You can't get anything done there.
We actually casted a game with the London Spitfire where they played the Reinhardt in there, and they got like a hold in the sim and TP'd in and out.
Yep. They could TP the Rhine out, also put a lot of turrets in that corner, so it made it even harder, more punishing to play through the choke here.
Yeah, that spot is brutal to contest, as you currently see.
And again, this is Washington. They're trying to brute force a solution through this very same choke. You feel like maybe they could have just tried to wrap around once more, right? That reposition looked pretty good. Unless they were trying to guarantee mirror some form of value from that Annihilation, but that doesn't happen at all.
It's just a sad ice block there from Alfie, just trying to get out. Doesn't expect the chase. Maywall behind him. Nemesis in front, so you're going to wait for Alfie to get things started again. But yeah, I mean, maybe you go and take that off angle right with the Baptiste. You get the Amp Matrix from like behind. Like, they're in a rough spot. This is a tough corner to get through.
The Justice feel rudderless at the moment. Okay, so they opt again to wrap around. Again, slower comp even with the Lucio, so this is heavily telegraphed, and Creative should have a decent angle. Nice off angle here for this Amp Matrix. Yeah, Alpha has to challenge this, and who comes to the rescue? But
nice
Lep,
help, yeah.
FD God is clinging to life for now, and that Annihilation is going to cause a lot of issues for Washington here. Great peel from Lep, really nice. Realizing just how important Creative's setup in that corner was.
Yeah, I mean, the Annihilation there from Kellen. And insult to injury towards the end, so Flora is going to go and play Hanzo here. 17 seconds left. You're just looking for a pick, right? I mean, you are in panic mode. This would be horrible for the Justice. You're already down 2-0. If the cart can't even make it through the second choke.
Yeah, don't need to answer that question. We know exactly what's going to happen. Flora wants an angle here. The switch to the Hanzo, looking for something reminiscent of a Hail Mary. Some info gained here as he tries to pop up over the wall. It's a pretty threatening position to be in, and Lep is going to eat it.
Oh, he had sound barriers.
Yeah, no chance to make that one happen here. Flora might have bought the Justice an opportunity to continue on this map. Kellen frozen up here, Blizzard expended, but we're not done yet. There's potentially another opportunity to fight. With Lep having gone down first, he'll be in position to taxi some teammates. It's going to have to be quicker though.
Yeah, I mean, but they're going to have a sound barrier on the other side. The benefit for New York would be you have your Blizzard, right? So if you kind of get both sound barriers out, you know, maybe you're going to just trade some damage.
Fitz will be late.
Your Blizzard out. Oh, Psycho actually has used Ice Block early, yeah.
He can't touch. Oh, man, that stings.
Psycho, I think, took a shot from Flora and had the Ice Block on the way down.
But my question is, Matt, why not come from the window in Ice Block instead of sort of going, perhaps there's not even a plan there from New York to try and contest. So.
Maybe they're okay giving it up. Like,
maybe. It's a long walk back for defenders, though. That's for sure. Here's the Dragon Strike straight down the stairs here. That's avoided mostly by Washington.
That Maywall from Alfie is not really good either. You see, it didn't really block the Amp Matrix. It was just kind of like to the side of it.
Blizzard there. This is where New York can start to get back in the game here. Amp Matrix isn't going to find much value with the Maywall curtailing it. Flora looking like a meaty pulp presently. Okay, things got a little bit dicey elsewhere in the fight though. Tero and Alpha Gear, yeah, but to find some kills here. So Kellen now won't have a chance to make that Annihilation happen. This really is about time buy though for New York, taking a fight there.
You're just kind of stalling, right? You're not really kind of playing to get a stop there and then hold them. You're just trying to like buy some more time, so maybe you kind of have a better ultimate advantage here towards this part of the map and get your hold here. I feel like New York's had a few opportunities to like end this offense already.
I keep coming back to the Hanzo switch by Flora, opening up that last fight, getting that one pick on Lucio with sound barrier, and hey, how about this one for you?
So
this time it's Fitz falling, yeah. Talk about big picks on targets with ultimates ready to burn. It's another one down, and this Blizzard is well placed. Kellen is going to be frozen stiff here. And that sound barrier, going to have to do a lot of lifting. Here comes the off-angle Dragon Strike coming through. Kellen's able to step back. They've found Flora, but in terms of stopping the checkpoint, that's the issue. Kellen will be forced off.
He's had his arms folded for a really long time. Here's an overclock to... this is not great. I mean, New York was looking really good. That first hold, right? You know, Flora, though, early pickoffs, as Fitz is now going to go play Hanzo. Just those early pickoffs and that burst damage from the Hanzo just seems so impactful.
Especially if the enemy team is fighting through chokes. I don't think you take him for shield pressure necessarily, as Ramatra has plenty of that of his own. Some high ground here, conditionally, at least for defenders up on this corner. New York need to put a stop to this now, as they've let the Justice get back in the game a couple times. Another great Maywall here for Alpha Yi. Psycho's forced into the ice block. That's all the defensive utility gone. Now you dig a little bit deeper. If you're the Justice, you can get the job done. Mira pushing up here with this Annihilation.
Completion out of this?
Yep.
I mean...
Oh, yeah, Matt.
That would be an interesting turn of events, right? I mean, they looked like they were about to get swept, getting held on that corner, and then they finish with 1:13.
Yeah, you're very frustrated, I think, if you are the New York Excelsior. What just transpired this is not typically the kind of map where an attacking team could just run away with it, right? It doesn't get any easier for attackers, really.
No, I mean, you're in a position for New York where, you know, maybe if Floor doesn't jump over the wall and kill Lep, you have sound barrier there. You hold that and win the series. But you've, on the other side, given up a full completion with 1:13 in the bank.
Yeah, not the way that New York thought this one would go. And now I guess that puts a lot of pressure on them because a map completion here on Shambali Monastery is never a sure thing, let alone one with over a minute of time remaining.
I hate it for New York, though. Like, you just let the Justice just, like, linger around in this series, right? That you win a map like this on Shambali, push, first fight so important, Washington wins that, you're
Control.
back in a game 5. I mean, it's, the better teams in the league close those situations out, I feel like.
So New York, suffice to say, need to come out of the gates swinging. Let's see what this Sombra adds to their strategy. You notice they're not going to be playing like a longer range hit scan DPS at this rate.
All right, let's see.
Mira has
888.
Well, I mean, my stats and his 888. Yeah, I've got 6639 for Mira there, but he's the one that's hitting tab, so we'll give him that.
Yeah, who is lying to you guys at home? Mirror, Mitch, or Jake? Put the poll in the chat. Is it Jake?
Hey, that's
Jake
fine.
will
I'll
win.
let Jake with that poll. That's fine.
Jake will win. Jake will win.
Don't ask questions. Just hit Jake and hit submit. All right. That's callback humor. I like that. All right, Immortality Field down for Terry.
I didn't
here.
realize there was a name for it. I was just trying to be funny.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Don't think about it too
I'm
much.
just natural.
The more of a science you try and make it, the less funny it is.
Yeah, I was going to say the more I try and think, the worse.
I read some of
Yeah.
Johnny's books on stand-up. So saw him lying around in the green room. He's cooking, man.
But he's writing books.
No, he's reading them. No?
Oh.
Yeah.
I was
So-
going to be like, who's reading books?
How to be funny to Americans.
I think Johnny's funny.
Yeah, unintentionally.
The cart's kind of making its way down the street here.
Yeah, look, the Justice kind of don't have an opportunity to really stall here because the way they fall back from that first position, they get caught on the way through. They try and, I guess they rotate back through like the extremity of the map and get caught in some of these chokes here. So this is pretty good for New York. And I guess they can't catch Mira here, but they get around this nasty little choke here. This is very promising for the Excelsior.
Yeah, I mean, you get the cart around that corner, like you mentioned. This sort of the Justice really got stalled out for a period of time. It's now you come back and fight it with what? Not really an awesome spot for an Ant Matrix, right? Like maybe on the corner here, like you wrap around the side, but still not really a great angle. Taro uses his for the Justice, and I mean, they just kite it really easily. I mean, you're not going to move the cart, but nobody's taking any damage to it.
Ant Matrix in this part of the map, Houston really made it look very important. See what just a Baptiste with a good angle can do here. And look at this, New York really know their way around this map. They're going to deal with Annihilation here, though. A timely Immortality Field. Can they bring the lumbering giant Ramatra down? No. Mira's able to find that kill. Lep going down. Now a sound barrier here for the defenders. Just Mira and FD God benefiting for the time being. Fitz is able to outfox Mira for the time being. And this is New York with 4:16 to play.
What are your thoughts on that sound barrier?
Oh, no, not very good.
I think there was one more player alive from the Justice, and it looked like that's when Mirror and FD God made the decision to sound barrier out. And I think that player died before it landed. So it ends up being a two-player sound barrier. It probably was intended to be three, but...
FD God still has a higher sound barrier efficiency than Lep on this map. It's 4 plays 3.5, so it's fine. Let him have some of those here and there. He's done pretty well so far. Blizzard thrown down. Oh my goodness, all of the Justice take an ice bath. Not recommended unless you're a really annoying fitness influencer. Justice not happy about this turn of events. New York are blazing a trail.
And now you have this sound barrier for New York, but you know that there's not really probably anything on the other side. Like you don't even really feel the need to invest it. As this is actually a really good showing from New York because they could have easily just like rolled over and folded this map down of like, yeah, we kind of blew it. Like, let's just kind of
feel like they really want it.
Do whatever on offense. Yeah, no, they've come out and they've played really strong.
Look at this, pushing these DPS back into the corner. Great Maywall. Flora trying to peer in from around it. Getting a free haircut there, but able to stay alive long enough to deploy the sound barrier, and Creative getting his hands dirty. Flora can only look on here as the New York Excelsior want to bustle their way into this last phase of the map. Love this from Creative, keeping Kellen well and truly standing now. And now we'll pop Annihilation. Is that an Annihilate Jax?
No.
No?
Just seemed like a little bit of a victory Annihilation there towards the end. He was also really low. Just tried to, I think get another Nemesis form, I think just kind of came out of it. So
yeah.
4 minutes on the clock here for New York. Try and get around this second corner. You got the overclock here from Fitz. That could be pretty dangerous, right? Lots of players lining up around here.
Now, while he hasn't been invisible this round, Flora, the stage is set for him to step up in a big way and buy some of this
back
clock
to the Hanzo.
Yep. Looking really good from him on attack. Okay, here's the Blizzard, though. Justice want to start off the fight. Great Immortality Field deployed there for Kellen. Maywall
Nice
also.
as well, yeah.
Yep, screen him from that long-range damage, especially the Hanzo. Very easy to punish there. So this Blizzard goes for naught, essentially. Now we try the Amp Matrix. This time, looks a lot better. Psycho logged. Can't see the plank in his own eye, I guess, as Flora finds a second.
Flora just standing motionless, just firing Hanzo logs through an Amp
if you
Matrix.
move, it adds more uncertainty to an already very uncertain trajectory.
Yeah, so New York end up falling in that fight. Still 3 minutes and counting. This next fight's pretty dangerous, though. Mirror's going to have an Annihilation. You're right here at this choke. Like, you should get really... New York has to step up, right? You're going to get good value out of it, you would imagine.
Those keeping track at home, yes, Matt's voice does go up a couple octaves when he's lying to you. There's the Maywall. Okay, overclock.
Does it?
It does, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, here it is.
They should have been worried. I mean, look at this.
Ooh,
I mean,
my goodness. All right.
Yeah.
It's the Annihilation. So the Justice have been able to cycle some big ultimates in the last couple of fights pretty successfully, right? First it was the Blizzard that was shut down, but they're still able to win out.
It's actually impressive how fast the Justice were after the first checkpoint, right? Because like New York's kind of like barreled through this, so to speak, and like they're on pace to maybe
They didn't
finish
lose
at
a
the
fight.
same time,
yeah.
like or even lose. Yeah,
The Justice just straight up didn't lose a fight.
yeah.
Since moving to the Hanzo, Flora has now to find a couple of big final blows there. Dragon Strike on.
I thought you were going to say since he switched to Hanzo, he's won them the game.
That may not be wrong either. You don't need to go up an octave for that one. Flora, though, big first pick.
Yep. And this is what Hanzo does. Just so annoying. Just, hey, we're going to come out and push through this doorway. Finds keeps it headshot level, finds a pick. Okay, well, let's wait. And how many times can you do that? Eventually, you're going to have to go.
Approximately 3 times
I like
more.
that.
If they're
That's
lucky.
cheeky.
Ooh, the Maywall as well. Okay. They're able to fall back here, and they're able to get a Amp Matrix in play. Flora maybe overextending a little bit into that. So the Hanzo's down. They've lost FD God. So what's your option for repositioning now? Pressure is on. Yeah, again, Mirror's going to be struggling here. Blizzard thrown in. It's frozen up. The angle's good enough, at least, for Creative to follow up with some extra damage. Alpha U going to be shunted aside here. Looks like New York are going to finish, and they finish within 3 seconds of one another. I mean, if you're New York, you can't be upset about this.
No, I mean, you have to be pretty pleased with how things went, right? I don't know if you caught it when we were on with Flora. I don't know who he sits next to. It has to be either like a mirror
Well,
or...
we have SH, so we need IN. So Teru, I
Teru,
think, right?
yeah, I was going to say Teru, because you had Mirror and Teru on the cart. And you can see through the X-ray, obviously, we have on observers, that he's looking and trying to talk to the person next to him. Because he's trying to line the dragon up for the players on the cart through the wall. And I actually think he's like looking at the screen and lines the dragon up, but then he actually gets pushed and taken out. It's like a cheeky, people use that on LAN, right?
Yep.
Like, obviously being able to like coordinate things with another player, being able to see their screen. I just thought that was really interesting, catching it from the player POV.
We used to see it a lot between... who would do it? We would see like Sombra players have
Reinforce and Tavik.
I mean, yeah, those two were just looking into each other's eyes, mate. No screens required there.
I thought you were trying to find players that you saw doing it. No, yeah,
like with Sombras.
Sombras pretty often, right? Like looking and seeing, like setting up an EMP or things like that.
Or you'd look at your Sombra screen to see what their backline. If you're like a Winston, yeah, see that quite often.
Sombra scouts for information. Winston then can kind of like make the play and dive in.
All right. So again, for New York, first order of business, dig Mirror out of this position. Fitz, though, comes off second best. Flora, very safe off angle here. The attackers are in an awkward spot.
I'm surprised with both teams having success with the Hanzo, why nobody decided to maybe like kind of come out with the Hanzo here.
Yeah.
It feels like a little bit easier to kind of like push, but still.
It may be the mobility as well. It's a little bit easier to respond to like a amp speed boost when he can sort of slide away. Overclock maybe feels more consistent as an ultimate. Fits down again, so Flora's just slapped him back twice in quick succession here. Eventually, Mirror, though, you'd think, yeah, he has to succumb.
Yeah, eventually he's got to die, right? I mean, it gets so low there, but this has been pretty good for the Justice. Burning pretty much that whole minute off the clock, and even more, because Alfie, he's going to come out of block. Maybe he's able to do a little bit of damage, though.
Creative there. Those were just Exo Boots, chat. Just using his Exo Boots. Again, very important, you actually have the direct hit your Ramatra with a lot of those healing grenades, otherwise you probably can't keep him healed up through that pressure.
Yeah, you do have, I mean, Kellen way further towards that Annihilation, and then also Psycho towards that Blizzard. So maybe this catches the Justice off guard a little bit that these players have these ultimates, or coming close to these ultimates.
And here's the Chug Doom. New York maybe don't feel like they have the time to leave the cart and wrap around. They're going to have to go for the old-fashioned route. Mirror, just tucked in that corner.
I think you wait for this Annihilation. You can like Sound Barrier Annihilation, just run on through. They actually decided to Blizzard.
Okay, give him a bit of room. Oh, the defender flank. FD got him Flora. Nice little two-piece there, but Terry's going to fall to Creative in the App Matrix. Flora wants to take the fight to him, but a timely Sound Barrier from Lep means it's going to be harder to put pressure on Creative than Flora thought. Lep is going to be there, staves him off. Kellen inside the Annihilation, probably not feeling awfully comfortable right now. A lot of healing still available though for New York. Creative and Lep are alive. They kept each other alive under the onslaught of Flora. And now the Annihilation expiring. There's an Immortality field in play. New York have some momentum to work with.
Oh, that is so massive because we know how good New York was on defense at that corner against the Justice. Now they just kind of have like a path of maybe just doing that again and being able to get a win out of this. Or FD God just comes off a spawn. I don't know if you're going to be able to challenge this. This is going to be that first checkpoint.
I mean, they don't have like a Lucio here. No one can really touch. Malfoy knows he probably dies if he tries to touch cart there. So here come New York with an extra checkpoint here, no less. Maywall thrown up. Kellen a little beleaguered there. Yeah, maybe the Maywall pretty huge. Creative unable to heal him through that one. Immortality field. Overclock now coming into play for Fitz. So it'll be a great way to break the deadlock here, but Flora shuts Lep down mid-air, and that will be that for New York's push. But hey, checkpoint. Ain't nothing to sneer at.
Yeah, get the checkpoint. An opportunity there for New York on the defensive end to just kind of flood out of that window, maybe get a hold if it gets to that point where they're in a spot where, I mean, I did not have New York sweeping the Justice today. I don't think anybody did at all, where this would be a huge surprise if they're able to steal this final half. I think they play extremely close, right? You play extremely close here if you're New York. Do you consider playing like a Hanzo off the rip, or do you stay with the Sojourn? I think maybe for the consistent damage.
I think you want to get the Ramatra out of position.
Yeah.
I think you want the Sojourn.
I think you want the Hanzo, like anything after this first
Danny, I didn't know you could twerk like that.
I mean,
nice. That's nice.
Yeah, you are not muted.
No, I know.
Yeah, no, that was...
I know. Got to call the guy out. Trying to distract you, boy.
You guys have fun here. It looks like, you know, sometimes it's like you just faking having fun at home, but no, you guys are actually having fun here,
yeah. So much fun that you thought you could turn up in a white t-shirt.
I look fantastic.
That's wild. All right, here's Psycho. And this is an overtime, bear in mind, and Mirror's still alive here. Look at the Blizzard. Gets blocked by the wall.
Nice.
And yet, who
Defensive
dives?
Blizzard.
Yeah, well, actually, it ends up being that way because I think Flora is the one that dives into that to try and get a kill. So, funny how these things work out. All right, minute 13 here, Washington Justice. Can they get that checkpoint?
So what are you looking at here? You want to try and buy like 20 or so seconds. They come out with the Hunter, they get just a log. Jump over the wall, just a headshot.
Okay. All right. I want to point out that the possibility of a draw is drastically increased because the attackers in overtime only got the checkpoint and no further.
Oh, that's true.
So
I mean, this would... yeah, you do go into like the stats on like escort draw. Like it is possible. It is like a 1 in like 75,000 like type of like chance, like in which I think like they actually kind of
like Doctor Strange peering into the
see
universes.
That stuff kind of happen. Yeah, it is. It can happen. It's just really bizarre. So we are in that territory though.
19 final blows, 10 deaths for Flora. Great opener from him, but how do you solve this particular problem? 23 seconds here. Justice have a fight and change to get the cart to that first checkpoint, and losing Alpha Yi in that front line early. Uncharacteristic error that could cost them dearly.
Yeah, and the Mei is such a great, like, kind of brawler in that area of the map. And I really like Fitz now going over to the Hanzo. Talked about, like, after that first checkpoint going over to Hanzo, right? Once you give up that spawn door, you can just get these insta-kills as Justice fighting for their life.
Overtime is underway. Alpha Yi may need to be the first to step up, and so he does. He cops a mean left hook from Kellen on the way through, though, and will be forced out to the very vestiges of the cart.
Dragon for Fitz coming on soon here.
Okay, New York want to give it a bit of ground here. Kellen opting to play off the cart. Just tucked in that corner here. New York might be playing for an Ant Matrix Dragon Strike through the choke, something similar. Flora has one as well. Okay, that's Flora's. Kellen being tickled by that right now. Immortality Field has to be deployed in that corner to keep him standing. Here's the Ant Matrix now. Kellen needs that help, and he gets it topped up nicely there. It's going to be FD God falling to the Dragon Strike of Fitz, and Psycho finds Alpha Yi. What next? Kellen's going to go down here to this annihilation. Mira's able to get it just the right time. Terry wants to push up as well. Mira finds 3, and all of a sudden the Justice have a real crack at this. New York don't have a chance to get here in time, Matt.
Flora jumped around the corner, killed Lep, who had the sound barrier. That was, it happened on the last time on that corner as well. Can you get a touch here? You're going to have Lep coming in to spawn here with Kellen, and he's going to have the annihilation.
Chariots of Fire, Lep drops down, has the sound barrier available. Keep your eyes peeled for that Lucio ultimate now as Kellen is able to stand on the card. Here comes Fitz on the Sombra. Blitz are going to be deployed now. That's going to be a blue one. Good for New York. They throw that one down. Immortality Field's going to get cut through, and Mira has to succumb. The sound barrier was there for the Justice, but not quick enough to keep their Ramatra in the fight, and New York have the numbers. FD God's going to be forced off, and he's dispatched. New York secure the 3-0. Flora looks on in dismay as the one chance for a comeback for the Justice is snuffed out.
So there's some slow clapping going on from the desk over there as this is a big surprise. I mean, fantastic series here from New York. Not able to just win this, but also win it in a 3-0. I mean, what a series that they play.
And again, this is a series when that is paved. Like, the hard work really goes in on those first couple of maps here, right? We definitely don't pick the Excelsior as a favorite coming into control. But again, they're on the right side of that, like, Farah versus Reinhardt sort of comp comparison. And then they transition sort of flawlessly into like a Winston setup on Shrine, and all of a sudden, they're a real contender in this series. Kings Row really just solidifies hopes, I think, for New York to start to make that run.
Yeah, I think you can tell on, like, the second point in control, specifically, that, like, this series was going to be one that was going to be a little bit longer. Like, the first kind of round, a little bit like in terms of, like, you know, playing against the Farah, like, really kind of back and forth. But, like, when they had to play multiple different looks, like, they were really good at a lot of them on Nepal. And it continued to carry over into Kings Row, and then obviously Shimbal.
Wow, we obviously, you know, going up against this sort of duo of Mira, Ben Best, both getting sort of rotated in. We've had a lot of questions about Kellen. I think, you know, if you were asked to describe Kellen as a tank player in the past, you'd struggle to come up with, you know, very strong sort of descriptors for them, because he hasn't really had a chance to shine. But now we see him really being called on again by this franchise to stand up and be their rock, and so far is looking excellent, like you said, over a bunch of different hero picks here.
Yeah, and Kellen's our player of the match today here in this series, and had a tremendous one. I think the DPS for New York played really strong, but in that Ramatra and when they needed him to play some Diva at times, right? I thought Kellen was really strong against a tank line that we've liked with Justice, right? With Mirror and Benbest being able to rotate in, play some different stuff.
Yeah, look, Psycho came in as a bit of a question mark too. We wondered, you know, how much of an impact would he be able to make, you know, coming in. The Austrian turns up in a big way in this series, right? Playing a lot of Mei, but we saw multiple different heroes come out from Psycho. Fitz was rotating into that support role, but we saw, okay, Creative is still on the Ana. Creative, obviously, an excellent Ana player. Fitz able to play the Baptiste, and again, finds like a double kill right at the start of King's Row, and we're thinking, hang on, New York might be onto something here. Kellen, of course, like we said, the rock for this team, and as Ramatra has a fantastic performance. Again, having to go up against Mira, there's a lot of really complex chokes to navigate on Shambali Monastery. And New York are just a very solid team. No one trying to put the world on their back. They just really haven't figured out right now.
No, I mean, they did a fantastic job keeping him alive today. I mean, you see the deaths really low. Lots of time spent in arms folded mode for Ramatra there, just blocking tons of damage there. Just did a really nice job.
Yeah, so got to give it to New York. Again, moving to 3 and 4 here is a pretty strong sign for this team. There's plenty of runway as well for them to continue to improve. We got question marks, though, about this Washington Justice team.
Yeah, a lot now.
Not sure about that one. Keen to hear what our desk has to say about the Justice, but also favourably the New York Excelsior after taking a key win here. So we're going to check back in with them on the other side of these messages.
Holy fuck.
Nice. Yeah. They were heated for sure.
Wow. Emotions running high for sure. Well, rightfully so though, because that was
a big win for them.
That was a big win. That was a big statement for New York.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, none of us predicted that one correctly, and not just.
It's right.
Technical difficulties. You did that. Go on.
I didn't see anything.
Good. You saw nothing. You saw nothing.
Nothing. Well, now I need to know, but sure, let's just move on. Me, the only one not noticing. I do want to discuss this matchup. Obviously, we have to talk about how New York got it done, and most importantly, we also have to mention that with this victory, 3-0 over the Washington Justice, New York Excelsior now secured a space in the knockouts, which is a fantastic achievement for this team. They looked good doing so. Yeah. Was this New York looking fantastic? Was this Washington dropping the ball? A bit of A and B where we at?
I'd say a little bit of both. I do think on the rush.
All right, we get it, production.
We were wrong.
Yeah, we were wrong.
I think on this was a great map pool for New York. On the rush comps, they looked really polished, really practiced, especially when they were able to play that mantra. But the really surprising map for me was King's Row. I mean, that's a dive mirror pretty much the whole time, and New York ran away with it. I mean, it wasn't particularly close either. So honestly, I think I've got to give props to Fitz. He didn't seem to be an issue at all, especially on the Brig, which is a swap we've actually seen more commonly for DPS players going to the Brig as opposed to like the Ana or the flex support heroes. So to be honest, I really liked what I saw in New York. Again, I agreed with Matt. Like, I prefer the Ryan comp on this village map, even though this was the only one they managed to lose. It just was a great series for them. But you've got to think Washington looked flat.
Yeah, I think Bembest was definitely on Kings Row was having a hard time, and
Absolutely.
I think they were. I don't know what it was, but for me, what I was seeing, I think they were just sort of a little bit lost. In some ways, how they were playing. But I mean, I don't want to take anything away from New York. New York looked fantastic for this match. I think Shockwave, definitely not only on the Ashe, but on the Hanzo as well. Like, he was on one today.
Yeah, he took the tempo time and time again. Really, every player contributing, coming in together. There wasn't an obvious weakness for New York. I guess that's how it happens often when you get steamrolled like this. But I think Alpha Yi, it felt actually like, from what we've seen from the Justice, we really felt how much it hurts this team when Alpha Yi isn't hard carrying your team. I mean, it's not reasonable to expect one player can pop off and carry every single match, every single map. Like, it's just too difficult to do. And I think we saw some of the weaknesses of the Justice, that they're lacking that overall strength in the roster.
Yeah, I mean, this wasn't close. This was not a close one. So, Jonathan, let's talk about some specifics here. You have your eyes on the tanks.
I have my eyes on the tanks, and it's a pretty even matchup. Bembest, pretty good Winston player. Kellen, we've been hyping up his Winston, pretty even. Hero damage about equal, eliminations pretend about equal. Final blows, the exact same final blow. Wait, what is this? What is going on here? Bembest, 7 deaths per 10 minutes, and meanwhile, Kellan, 1.4 deaths per 10 minutes. Big discrepancy when it comes to the deaths on these Winstons on King's Row. And this was, as Jake said when we recapped the game, the big story for me in this matchup anyway. This is the composition that Washington has looked so good on. But if we take a look at an example, a fight from this very map, we can see that this Washington Justice roster aren't really playing the way they're supposed to. So we're setting up here on point B, and you can see that Bembest and Teru, they're setting up here for a nade play. They want to go aggressive deep into the backline here and really engage on top of the New York Excelsior. But it's very passive play here, and I also want to highlight that Alpha Yi is playing around the cart right now on this tracer. So as we sort of like move through this clip a little bit, we can get through a couple of seconds here. Because in New York, they actually get a lot of free positioning. We can go ahead and slow things down and pause right around here. I mean, if I'm Kellan right here, I'm just pushing this cart for free. Like, look how much space this is. Kellan wants to jump into the backline over here, and just like getting this free space, Bembest is not contesting at all on the high ground. He's just moving along the cart. If I'm Kellan, I'm like, this is free real estate. I'm so happy right now. And also, because Alpha is playing on the cart, look at where Psycho is on the tracer. He's just walking in for free, completely uncontested in this fight. So as we go ahead and play this fight out, we can see that yes, the dive comes through. It's a great nade. Creative is going to take some heat there from Bembest and Alpha Yi, but just letting New York Excelsior walk up like this, you can see in the kill feed, Kellan trades Teru, and New York actually successfully dives the Washington Justice, because Washington, they're not contesting the space, they're not contesting Psycho on the Tracer, they're letting Kellan walk up on the Winston, so pretty uncharacteristic from Washington Justice in my opinion. They used to be the super aggressive dive team, but at the end of the day, it's New York Excelsior with the successful dives on King's Row.
And it's surprising because, as you said, right, they are known to be a successful dive team. But you mentioned it just before when we were watching those highlights. This time around, Washington Justice, they look disconnected. They did not look like that team was on the same page. But again, we don't want to take anything away from the New York Excelsior. That was a fantastic victory from them. So let's bring in one of the players from the winning team for a winner's interview. We have Shockwave ready for a quick chat. Shockwave, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Shockwave, I mean, we gotta ask you, how'd you guys get it done? I mean, this one, you guys were definitely the underdogs coming into this match, but you guys look dominant. What changed for you guys? How'd you guys get this win against the Washington Justice today?
I honestly don't think there was too much change. Actually, just that we were kind of underrated, I think, from our previous matches. I think that Shock match,
I mean, still hurts today. And even like our Toronto match was close. So I think just us like getting better with time. So yeah, I think today we just kind of played our game, I would say.
Yeah, I think the pieces really came together. I guess I want to know from your perspective how it is, like for me stylistically, you guys looked at your strongest playing these Ramatra Rush comps. And I just kind of want to know, how do you feel as you diversify into like this more and more comps in the meta, which it seems right now there's so many swaps you have to keep up with. Like, how are you personally keeping up with that as a player?
I mean, we've always tried to like get like the best all-around comps. And then we have like scenarios where you kind of have to like brute force it. Like we had some on King's Row or like hybrid maps where we had Fitch on support, right, and then I'm playing, so we weren't like leaning too much into Sombra, and then we kind of sometimes had to just brute force the hit scan. Like, I mean, in scrims and such, like I'm trying to make it work, right, playing Ash or Hanzo, but some teams using Sombra Tracer, I think it's one of those where it's winnable, but it's so hard. Like, it's so hard. So I think sometimes we play like the best all around, and then sometimes also we just kind of brute force it, right? We play to our team identity, and then we just out from scrims, right? We try to make it work. So.
Shockwave, I'm curious, talking about your own game, of course. You're a pretty unique player because when you came into the Overwatch League, I knew you for your fantastic Widowmaker, but also your Echo was fantastic, but now you play a lot of long-range hit scan as well. What is next for in your personal career? Like, what heroes are you trying to be really good at? How do you look at yourself as a player in the Overwatch League?
I mean, with more and more screen time, I think, and also this meta, I've had more game time on Sombra. I feel like it's one of those heroes where it's like very important to just be somewhat good at, like not be a complete hit scan one trick. So I would say Sombra definitely has been probably the most important one to like kind of learn a bit on the side. But I mean, I like playing hit scan, right? So also just keep playing that, right? Stay high level on that.
Right on. Well, Shockwave, Manyatak for the interview. We were so excited to finally hear from you and your team, and can't wait to see what you guys have in store for us in the knockout. So congratulations to clinching the spot for a chance on the ticket to Korea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And off he goes. Shockwave from the New York Excelsior getting that 3-0 victory over the Washington Justice, which is just such an exciting result for that team. You heard it from him, right? Like, they're underrated.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that being true, based on some of their previous results, right? They did play the Shock very close. It felt like that was more of like a mental boom situation after they C9. They look so weak the rest of the series. But I don't know if that's like that's not really a fair representation of their strength as a team. So maybe we were underrating New York. I do have to say, though, I mean, I think Justice are like an upper mid-table team. Even if we think New York can like break into that mid of the pack, I would still have expected Justice to put up more of a fight in this series. Yeah. So I think there's still more to see from both of these teams, but it's a great result for New York. Looking forward to that qualifier.
Absolutely. Now, another thing, of course, to look forward to is the Contender Spring Series. That's right. It's back this Monday as well as Tuesday.
Drops.
That's right. Drops. That's right, you can earn your Reaper and you lose your Contender skin by watching. Check out overwatchleague.com/path2pro for more details on that. Now, another thing we are very excited about is, of course, the last match of the day. That's the one we're hailing as the banger, which is usually when they disappoint. But this one, guys, I can feel it. I read it in the tea leaves this morning. Outlaws going up against the Mayhem. A lot on the line for both of those teams, currently sporting exactly the same score. So, of course, having a victory here will give them a better chance at securing that second spot, that second bye into the mid-season madness of Korea. 2 stacked rosters. We already touched on this in great detail in the pre-show, but let's run it back. Let's give us one more that TLDW didn't watch on what we need to look out for here in this very match.
I see this match as very much a clash of styles. I think Florida, they're going to be playing around Merit. It's all about Merit's game. Can we enable him? Can we enable him to find those picks and punish especially that greedy double flex support composition the Outlaws might try to bring. Vice versa, it's going to be on the Outlaws. Take all the space away on the map. They're going to be playing most likely more mobile compositions. You got to punish Florida for giving up map control. You got to clean them out one by one until you pretty much own the whole map, and then the kills are going to come to you. So really, I think that question is who can enforce their will on the game, who can dictate the pace.
I also think we're going to find some interesting answers on some compositional stuff we've seen from the Outlaws these past few matches. For example, as you mentioned, we've seen more Doomfist. If they bring out the Doomfist in this series, does Gunba have a plan for that? Have they prepared accordingly? Florida Mayhem definitely knows that it's up Houston's sleeve to bring out the Doomfist. And another one, of course, the very much important Violets and Yara. It's a bit of like ace up their sleeve that Houston Outlaws have pulled out at times if the enemy team can't dive the backline, for example. Great, we'll play Ana Senjara and utilize the Discord to our advantage. What is Florida Mayhem going to do if Violet brings out the Senjara? I think that is going to be a crucial question as well going into this game.
If we're looking at the most recent games of both those teams, I feel like for Florida Mayhem, a few more cracks have shown versus what we've seen from the Houston Outlaws. Would you guys agree with that?
Yeah, I think Florida, as they played stronger and stronger teams, going on in the season, it hasn't looked nearly as clean, right? We saw Valiant almost take them in a 5-map banger series. Not what you'd expect from one of the top teams, frankly. So for Florida Mayhem, we need to see an evolution from them, I think, in this series. We need to see that they can handle a top team, which so far they haven't shown us.
Yeah, and they are going up against a top team, the Houston Outlaws. This is a tough one to predict, though, because obviously two very, very strong contenders for that second bye. I went with the Outlaws here because I really haven't seen them, except from 1 or 2 games where they had maybe a little bit too much fun. But other than that, I do feel like they've just been showing us dominant performances time after time against pretty much every team they played. Whereas, as I just said, Florida Mayhem, a few more cracks in the armor, a little less solid, a little more shaky, maybe a little bit more loose in their approach.
I also went with Houston Outlaws, but I went with 3-2 victory for Houston Outlaws. I think, Florida is also a great team. I don't think they're going to go down without a fight. And, when there's maps that are more favored to, like, Ram Brawl, I think it's going to be Florida taking the maps. I think it's going to be a very close match.
I went with Houston, but I actually think it'll be 3-0. I probably should have paid attention to the map set, to be honest, because I think there's a decent chance Florida can, have a map that really, really suits their style. But what I'm worried about for Florida is that I think Houston can just mirror match the style and play the same style if they want to, and they won't feel too bad about that. Like if you're going to play double flex support, Houston's happy to mirror you, right? If you're going to play Ramatra, I think Houston also doesn't mind mirroring you. So for me, I don't really see too much of an edge for Florida in the series. Johnny.
Is it...
There was a bit of a spoiler earlier you missed, Zoe. You can unveil the...
Well, I guess...
It's a bit of an underdog pick here. Hey, look, I got 2 points to play with here, and I'm still ahead of you guys. But
yeah,
as Jake pointed out, I think the map set is going to be interesting in this one. The first couple of maps, to spoil it for you, it's Oasis and Hollywood. 2 really good maps, I'd say, for Houston Outlaws in that. But if we get to Junkertown, if we get to New Queen Street, I think the later this series goes on, I actually think Florida Mayhem has a chance with some of their fun compositions. So I think Houston might take an early lead, but if this series goes on, I got Florida Mayhem with a 3-2 upset.
All right. I don't think Junkertown's good for them, but we'll see. That'll be an exciting one. Actually.
Yeah, I guess we'll find out very soon. First off, though, I do want to take a look at where the chat is going with this one. This should be really close. Wait, what?
70?
Okay.
I think that's kind of fair.
Yeah.
I think.
Is it
Yeah. Houston are really good.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, they are really good, but I mean,
they got a lot of fans too.
Bad. I don't know.
24% is not nothing.
I thought there will be more. I'm a little disappointed. Is all I'm saying.
There.
I mean, I gave the edge to Houston, convincingly, so I don't know why I'm that surprised. But let's bring in our casters, some more big brains in our studio. Where are we going with this one?
The Mayhem pick is, that's up there with a Schofield style. That's like a Carolina Reaper level.
It wasn't just a Mayhem pick, it was like a reverse sweep Mayhem
very specific, right? Johnny, so granular.
Johnny's found some extra money under the couch.
Look, he's right though. The first couple of maps, you definitely feel like it favors Houston, especially that sort of Hollywood map. I think that's going to tell us a hell of a lot about this series.
Yeah, but I feel like the Outlaws have been so strong. I don't know. 3-0 is still a really strong pick from Jake.
I like 3-0. Actually, I don't mind the 3-0 pick here, genuinely, for Houston.
Against Florida?
Yep. In Florida. I think these two teams are on either side of the tier break. between Atlanta, Houston, and everybody else.
So Florida's the top of the next tier.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the Valiant game, though, was not very convincing. That had me, shaking a little bit. So that throws a spanner in the works for me big time. The Valiant, look, great team. Any given day can really turn up. And looking like, New York in that same sense, playing really solid. But I don't know about the Mayhem here. I'm curious to see what someone has in that tank role. I think that we've expected to see more of his Winston, I think, at the start of the season, but it was very heavily Ramatra-based. They really like to play Ramatra Rush.
Yeah, and they've been good at it. I just think the Outlaws can play everything at such an insane level. I would say, like, this series definitely trends more towards a 3-0-3-1 than I would say reverse sweep, going down to the wire there with Mr. Reinforce.
Yeah, it's fun, though. I like that from Johnny.
I also just generally don't trust people in turtlenecks and shorts.
No one knew about the shorts until you exposed it.
Well, no, he got up and did a television.
Oh, that's true. He did. Okay, all right, you're good.
He got up.
Yeah, that's an interesting combination. I'll
I
let you decide. I'll let you just do you?
It's like winery on the top and basketball game down at the park on the bottom.
Well, it's like you telling Scotty to drink expensive wine watching the basketball, right? It's like that. Yeah. Okay, I like that. I like that juxtaposition. All right, here comes Florida.
I love this from Houston, by the way. Just play this aggression. You're seeing it from the Mayhem as well, but like typically this is like Houston's like one of their best looks, right?
Yeah, the Winston-based composition. They catch Happy out early, though. I think Merit's able to find the translocator, and Happy really has nowhere to go once he returns to it. High ground, though, that's where the fighting is starting to reach a bit of a fever pitch. Violet eventually going to be brought down. Churong trying to get there for someone, but realizing he can go back to the point and get this cap underway.
In one spot that I think that maybe the Florida Mayhem have a little bit of an advantage in these types of comps, which is quite rare because you really don't see that like the Outlaws kind of give up an advantage in any of these types of like divey comps, is I actually think Merit on the Sombra. I think Merit on the Sombra can be a spot where Florida can definitely win. You already see him versus Happy, right? 70% of that EMP to about 40.
He's looked excellent this round. I mean, he's a big part of that pick they just generate on Fearless. As Fearless tries to crawl away from the point, gets chased down. So again, subverting expectations that may have been developed from the desk in our conversation earlier here. Many of us thought the Outlaws were in such a strong position. I think that they must have included, Houston, Florida, and Jake as options, and they just folded Jake's votes, like you said, into the Houston result.
It was 25% Florida, 45% Jake, rest Outlaws.
Again, Merit opens up the account again.
Yeah, it's like, we obviously talk about the rain as this is an EMP, as Fearless just gets deleted. I mean, honestly, Florida's dominated the round up until this point. We talked so much about the Outlaws and obviously the Rain being, very strong teams, two of our top teams. Like, Florida was great, obviously, through the Pro-Am. Ended up taking that, right, with RuPaul winning the MVP of that. And they've kind of carried it over to the season. I mean, they're 5-1. You looked at these records and expected maybe Florida to be like 4-2 or something like that with the way we're kind of considering the game. So that ends up Checkmate just recalling there right into his own spot.
Well, that's what happens if you've been stood still for a while and you get accosted. You're just as vulnerable as a Summer who's had her translocator scouted out. But it's a matter of translating that kill into a point take. And Florida have been able to stall that admirably so far. Kitsune Rush here, deployed by RuPaul. Pelican going to be folding away from that now. And a Nano Winston here for Fearless just to get the job done, just to get the Outlaws in the game.
And if you think about how Johnny talked about this series beforehand, like Florida winning these early maps would be huge for them, right?
Even he didn't expect that.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, because he predicts that like kind of this series as it goes on, it starts to get better for Florida in terms of the map pool. So being able to play against the Outlaws dive and beating them at it with your own would be huge.
What do you think about the Lucio list set up here for Houston?
It's definitely a little bit more defensive, right? Just trying to keep Shu alive. Because it seems like Merit and Checkmate have done a fantastic job being able to access that backline. So Violet just trying to keep Shu alive at any means possible.
All right, here comes that primal from someone. Brief interlude as he's stunned by the Brigitte. RuPaul goes down, so Pelican's been able to find a very important target midway through this fight, and someone does not have the healing required to stay alive there.
Brig paid off there, right? Shu got hit with a biotic grenade. He was quite low. Violet ends up popping the rally. They end up kind of keeping everybody alive all through that. So at least at the start, looking good, kind of bringing that Brig into the mix.
Yeah, Merit right now, 1 minute 50 per ultimate. Happy caught up, 2 minutes 11 per ultimate. Obviously small sample size, but that EMP is definitely going to be an important factor in this fight. Florida may want to wait on it just a little longer. But again, this is a window where there's no nano available for Houston, so you can pop that key target with the EMP.
So, see where Merit decides to go with this EMP. Trying to probably just find out, yeah, he sees, I think, Winston up on that high ground. He knows that Violet is there as well. It's like, how do you, translocate up top? Oh, no, this is perfect. They go to the low ground.
Chu had the nano. He can't put it on himself, can he? Great target selection there by Florida. And that's all they needed to do.
Did they get pressured from the high ground, or did they actually get booped by Charon? Charon gets the assist there. I wasn't sure, like, if they get knocked off, because there's really not a reason for those players to just leave the high ground at that point.
Shu and Violet have been giving up the high ground, like, at the drop of a hat.
Yeah.
They've been, they've been optionally leaving it in the previous fights here. This time, maybe that's not the case. Happy's been up to something, but can't cook up enough to keep the Outlaws in the round.
Yeah, you're just kind of walking directly into the EMP at that point, where at least if you get EMP'd on the high ground and they use that Winston leap, you can get out, like jump off and kind of go to the low ground and maybe play from there. That time, though, just an all-out collapse.
So, because Merit was building EMP about 20 seconds faster, it actually meant that he and Happy had them in alternate fights. They really coincided with each other. And still, the Florida Mayhem were able to hold off the Houston Outlaws quite admirably in fights where they didn't have an EMP, going up against one themselves.
So this is a comp right here. We'll see what Florida decides to do, but bringing in a Reaper here, I mean, that is to just mow down Fearless, right? Reaper,
does this force like a Doom switch?
Moira. Yeah, this is interesting. And we've seen the Outlaws play the Doom, and we saw it. We didn't really love Fearless's Doomfist the last time we saw it. It was left a little bit to be desired.
We've actually seen the Outlaws play
a good amount of Doom.
Yeah, and also Moira. They're one of the teams that have actually had Violet on the Moira at times here. But yeah, very different look for Florida here. Very threatening for Winston to deal with this particular composition, and there's no great targets to pressure.
Invisible. I mean, just blinked right behind.
All right, Violet. It doesn't quite connect the whip shot there, but Checkmate's been put on notice. No one's really bothering him too much, though, as the Outlaws don't have the bandwidth to really turn around en masse. Sleeping Winston, rather, someone asleep. Ramatra there. Pressure on Chorong, able to get that health pack, still being nipped at by Pelican throughout this fight. But here it is, Florida have this all-in brawl comp now with this Moira and the Reaper.
I like it, though. It was just like Checkmate, just poking damage on the Violet and Shu, got them a little bit weak. Fearless gets low, jumps back, and then all of a sudden the Outlaws find themselves like in a situation where they're just kind of like standing around that Mega. Everybody's at like 50%, and here come the Florida Mayhem with a Reaper leading the charge, like all topped up.
Yeah, very scary for Houston. They've got to pick their fights very carefully. Pulse bomb there, looks like RuPaul able to fade away from that one. Coalescence on deck, and that's going to be fired off now, keeping Chorong standing. Chorong will now group up with RuPaul as they wrap around. The rest of the Mayhem will be topped up mostly. Double Biotic Grenade connection here. Chorong getting close to a sound barrier, though. The Outlaws have to act pretty soon. That EMP's on the horizon, to be fair. They're going to have to make use of it now as we have a Primal from Fearless. Pulse Bomb, though, onto Violet during rally, no less.
And you see how far back Violet and Shu get forced back through this choke here. I mean, there's no way they can help Fearless, as Fearless ends up popping the Primal. This will be a Death Blossom in front of the spawn door. As this has been as ugly as we have seen the Outlaws look. I mean, they are just getting rolled on by the Florida Mayhem right now.
Yeah, like a cry of jubilation from Merit as he secures the 4K. The Florida Mayhem have got it figured out here. They come out of the gates looking impeccable on a composition we just don't see that often. Houston have not found an answer to it yet. Yes, they have an EMP, but it's getting a little late in the day. They need to strike now, and they need to strike hard. Oh, the fade! Oh, RuPaul, love the moves, gets out of trouble there.
I don't think he gets anybody.
Nope, not a one.
No,
I think RuPaul was the focus.
Yeah, I don't think he got anybody with that EMP. I mean, that is brutal.
Not a good sign at all here. Recall has to be used there by Pelican, reciprocated by Checkmate. Pulse Bomb here for Pelican, this is kind of it. Nano Boost also on deck here for Fearless immediately on that Ramatra. Switching back, of course. Winston does not want to tangle with Reaper. They're starting to encroach on that annihilation here, but Fearless has got a lot of work to do in this fight, and the Coalescence is going to be more than just a little annoying. Shu, about to get hosed down. How can he stop this? No connection on the sleep there by the looks of things, but he does get some help, at least from Violet. Rupal, though, far from done, tries to push through that front line, and Fearless will shut him down.
Yeah, and do you make changes here if you're the Florida Mayhem? You've run, obviously, the Ramatra with the Moira and the Lucio here and Reaper against that Winston-based setup. Do you want to go toe-to-toe in this kind of like Ramatra brawl with this type of lineup in the mix? At least here, it looks like they do.
All right, once more into the breach for the Florida Mayhem. 3 players.
Big biotic grenade, yeah.
Yeah, who with that bio? Gonna buy some time for Houston. They need much more of it, though. And it doesn't come cheap.
Now, let's see if this EMP is better.
All right, hey, decent lineup here. Hey, just 3 translocator in. Oh, never mind. All right, Kutsuna Rush is going to get the job done here. Violet able to blow Merit up instantly. And that's good. And it's a cheaply won fight, relatively speaking, for Houston.
Yeah, I mean, they hold on to that EMP, right? EMP and Annihilation, so they have the Annihilation. I think like if things get, a little bit scary, you start fighting on the point. I think you end up kind of using that. But this EMP, you could use this as a kickoff. You see where Happy is. He's going to know exactly where everybody's kind of pushing in from.
Yeah, with the Mayhem probably grouping up to take the high ground here. Try and stick Reaper right in the face of the Outlaws. That's an EMP, came after the sound barrier here. Chorong can't get much value from it by the looks of things. Pelican's able to pick off Rupal here before the fight really begins. So that's most of that Florida Mayhem healing out of the picture. And even if it was there, it wouldn't be going in the direction of someone on Chorong in that moment. Another bio connection. Fearless holding on to this Ramatra ult.
This is scary for Florida, though, because this fight's taking so long to kind of like develop. Where, yeah, they were just like hanging around for a little bit there. Even thought that was winnable after the sound barrier. And they end up kind of giving up an extra like 10-15% here. It's just gonna cause more time in between this fight and the next.
Merritt, let's see how he goes with the Death Blossom when his opponents aren't desperately trying to run back inside their own spawn. One more fight to end it here. Coalescence is available for Rupal. Could be a difference maker. Merritt's able to force the translocate away here by Happy here with the Bionic Grenade forced into Wraith Walk. Gonna be looking for some healing. That could be hard to find at this stage, though. It's Chorong fighting Shu, though. Nana was able to be deployed at the very least on towards Fearless, but he's in danger, and Chorong sends him over the edge. What a key environmental kill here for the Florida Mayhem. That's why he earns the big bucks. Florida Mayhem close out Oasis in the next few moments. There's no doubt about it. What a way to begin a series.
A really strong start there from Florida. Got a little bit dicey towards the end there of round number 2. But really, it was all Florida Mayhem pretty much throughout all of map number 1. Maybe the desk, I don't know about them. They got the Justice winning 3-0 last series, and we saw that win. They kind of have the Outlaws, dominating here. I'll say to Johnny, where off the start, it looks like the Florida Mayhem. The biggest thing for me is that they win playing this like dive type setup, where you thought you'd favor them in more of like those rush style compositions, right? So being able to win in the dive is really impressive.
Yeah, and then of course we see them, go over towards this like rush composition with the Reaper. The Outlaws are forced to mirror it, right? Fearless moves over towards the Ramatra. Yes, there's a nice little moment from Merritt here. Maybe junk time kills, but still pretty important. And he was very pleased about that. Chorong able to get a boot kill on a nanoed Ramatra inside of that ultimate was massive. Fearless fuming about that one, and the Outlaws all definitely steam coming out of the ears after a first map loss to the Mayhem. Hollywood coming right up next. Don't go too far. This one might prove to be a little spicier than us experts had thought. What the fuck? Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Nice. Well, how do you follow up something like that? Florida Mayhem almost in disbelief at how that last map turned out. They've got every reason to be pleased as punch with a 2-0 win on Oasis.
Yeah, and I'm curious how the Outlaws decide, or bounce back, right? I thought Merit was fantastic in map number 1, whether it was on the Sombra or even the Reaper. I thought that was a really interesting kind of composition that almost seemed a little bit tailored to kind of go at Fearless on that Winston a little bit as we move into Hollywood. I mean, this is another map that I think Merit versus Happy is going to be another really interesting battle, right? You know, high grounds, hit scan maybe, second part of the map. I mean, two of the best we got in the league.
I would point out that the Outlaws did lose that first map against the London Spitfire, but not for the same reasons. So if you want to use the control curse as any, free copium, then you're welcome to. This time around, very much soundly beaten in a rush mirror were the Houston Outlaws. So Hollywood obviously offers opportunities for very different compositions. Maybe a playstyle that is a bit more of a snug fit for the Houston Outlaws, but got to say, not the auspicious beginning they were looking for here if they wanted to be 6-1 after today.
Yeah, as they'll come out here on defense. They'll have Chorong on the break, so they're going to want to play the break. I think both teams may end up actually playing the break on defense because you're going to want to protect the cafe area, right? That's kind of where your Ana is going to be set up. Typically, maybe with like an Ashe, right? We've seen teams play Ashe, at the cafe as well, but this is really kind of protect RuPaul over there, whether he's going to be playing up on that high ground or down in the cafe. Most likely the cafe.
Chorong, played Brig in a lot of really important map wins for the Toronto Defiant, actually, where that defensive Brig was really important. Think about their Dorado. They used to play it on sort of high ground defense, first point Dorado.
The legendary Defiant Dorado.
Yeah, but that was one of the much more memorable parts of that team, I think, because no one else really did that last year. They opted not to play the Brig there, so that was like a real signature style of theirs that worked against even the best teams. So Chorong on the Brig, that is to say that he's a big difference maker.
Biotic grenade goes in, but does not connect with everybody, and that's the benefits of that Dynamite. You see Happy, a few players leaving. Now everybody kind of like funneled into where that mega health pack is and just get sick value out of that Dynamite. A few players are low for the Florida Mayhem trying to leave. Houston picks up a few kills. They may actually get point A for it as well.
So the Mayhem dive there. They are playing Sombra Tracer. Is that because they're concerned about letting Happy get set up there? Because it's very aggressive for defenders to play.
I don't know. I actually was surprised that you have Merit. I mean, obviously fantastic on the Sombra, but tremendous on hit scan that you wouldn't consider playing even the Ashe on defense, right? I mean, that is something we see quite often as well. So
Florida forced to play a slightly riskier style on defense. It just doesn't pay off. End up losing the Tracer duel and things start to fall apart from there with Sombra as their only DPS.
Yeah, because what do you do here if you're Florida to try and contest high ground? Checkmate's gonna what? Are you gonna
take the stairs?
Are you gonna use Checkmate on Genji, right? Otherwise, what's kind of your move here?
Checkmate, you see, is right now relegated to sea level and probably won't fight that half of the high ground. So what mechanism do Florida have to, like you're saying, to reestablish that outside of someone popping up there every now and then?
You can't just let Happy just free fire down on Ashe,
This
right?
is not going to work.
It's not great.
I mean, someone needs to push the car in fairness. Pelican is there right now. Eventually, Happy should Violet can transition this advantage of high ground.
The supports are so far pushed out.
Yeah, maybe the comp for Florida just isn't what they need. Now they don't have Checkmate to sort of contest Pelican or the cart. They're being forced back. They never had high ground control in this part of the map. This is not a great start on Hollywood.
Yeah, this is quite bad here for the Florida Mayhem. An opportunity, though, maybe here, where you can have like a rally plus a nano EMP to get control of the cart again, but high ground completely dominated by the Outlaws. Looks like Happy is trying to look over on Fearless' screen, knowing when to drop that bomb.
Yeah, a little bit wayward there for Happy. Maybe would have liked to alight on the high ground somewhere else instead of being forced low. But the bomb is pretty nicely placed. It's going to shut down one of those entry points to the cart. And here comes the EMP follow-up. So that is good. But I think the burning question is, after all these ultimates are used by Florida, how do they establish a good defensive position? One that's going to be robust and allow them to keep burning this clock.
Or do you not want to get into the game here of Florida of just like switching comp, trying to play for high ground constantly? Maybe you feel like you can contest it good enough with just someone, and you're playing the long game of, hey, people will probably break through this anyway. You know, let's hold on to EMP for the end, right? Let's kind of build fights around winning with EMP, because now they do have some high ground control.
Yeah, but now it matters less to Houston. Look at the comp they're playing. They don't have the Ashe anymore. They may be much more interested in fighting lower to the ground here. Merit almost gets caught there. Bio grenade and 15 points of health, but chooses the right time to pull the plug. Top himself up here. And the Outlaws are completely forgotten about the rooftops right now. Ooh, Pelican just able to blink away from that hack. This will slow down a bit here.
It seems like both teams just circling around, just trying to find any type of opening. Fearless ends up popping the Primal and knocking RuPaul up into the sky so Shu can finish him off as the first one to go.
Yeah, it's all about that backline focus here. And taking Ana away from the high ground and then removing Chorong means that this is pretty much done for Florida. Someone slept, so probably ill-advised to use Primal here anyway. But we'll have that choice taken away from him. And we'll spy check that left door. Yeah, no chance Merit's getting through.
No. Merit just putting down some damage, trying to farm towards another EMP and then goes back. So really nice. You know, the Outlaws, they win point A relatively quick and then do a nice job just taking away all high ground potential from Florida Mayhem on defense. And really getting through B pretty fast as they get rid of Merit's translocator and Violet picks up the kill. That's another big opening here. You're going to get some payload progress off of that.
Timed that out really well. It was hard to see if there's actually a setup around that translocator kill because Happy kind of goes for it pretty quickly. Merit would have been looking to build towards EMP in that last fight, but the Outlaws will be permitted further progress here. Pelican needs to find a way in. Checkmate's going to be marking, but once he gets past Checkmate, then Chorong is just begging to be stuck with the pulse bomb. It's going to take some time for Pelican to make progress here, though.
Yeah, there's so many like individual little battles happening in different parts of the map, right? Like the Sombras both giving each other up to go for the back line. Yeah, like Tracer v Tracer. You got just the Winston trading damage down on the car.
You want EMP here, Happy. You won't. Oh, there we go. They combo nicely, but elsewhere Merit does find the EMP. Someone also got nanoed. RuPaul able to give that away before he's eliminated. So this is going to slow the Outlaws down with this play.
Yeah, I wonder if Checkmate could get out, but that's actually a really nice play from someone. Like, you actually probably would have saw Happy and Pelican chase that, but putting down some damage forced them back.
Merit harassing Violet here. Again, constantly forcing Shu to turn around and look at his brig, which is kind of not where he wants to focus right now. Well, now he's been relieved of that responsibility as Violet's been relieved of his life. Checkmate's able to finish off that second backliner here, and the Mayhem are controlling this corridor very effectively. Pelican time and time again has been trying to make his way through here. He's been staved off each occasion.
What is Violet supposed to do? When Checkmate comes flying from the high ground, he looks up and then just gets hacked.
Put your head between your legs and kiss your bum goodbye.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely no type of like counterplay almost there, especially that you don't have a Lucio to boop or get you out of the way, right? Like, Biotic Grenade comes down, but he just gets pancaked. Speaking of pancake, that's what Shu just happens as well. He gets hacked and then the Tracer's there as well.
Like a really dodgy World Star watermark in the corner of that video. Right, Florida easing into this defense now. A big part of his Checkmate's been very hard to catch. And this goes upstairs here. Someone going to play further back into the choke for the time being, holding still onto this Primal Rage. Merit charging that one up, but both backliners hit with an EMP. This is the opening for Houston. Happy's hit with a Bionade instantly, which means the cooldowns are back online for RuPaul. And no follow-up onto the supports.
Well, no, I mean, there's just so much pressure onto the backline for the Outlaws. It's actually going to be a nano over to Violet here, trying to keep him up. Pulse bomb onto someone, but he pops Primal.
There's nothing you can do about Violet here with that nano on. Merit EMP could be a game changer. Someone wants to buy a little bit more time here. Nano over towards someone, so that's going to assist in that endeavor. And Checkmate gets the better of Pelican again. Checkmate having an excellent time of things now. 6 final blows and 2 deaths for him on the Tracer.
Oh, and Fearless tries to get rid of Merit. You can't, this is so good for the Florida Mayhem. That kill, bro, Checkmate allows them to actually hold on to that EMP. They can actually now just let the Outlaws walk into this EMP as Happy is over on the Hanzo. Play a little bit more defensive. Maybe you can get a pick off on one of these flankers.
I don't think they want to be defensive right now, man.
I mean,
they gotta go.
Try and just support the backline a little bit more, maybe.
EMP, there it is. Be on the way through Fearless Court. 4 players connected with, but not enough damage to follow up, and Violet's able to get the rally online just in time. So you see someone now playing much safer. Chorong takes a few hits here.
Oh, Pelican got hacked and couldn't recall.
Oh, someone able to pick him off there as well. Fearless, what can he do about this? The peel is instant there, and great sleep on a Happy, who'd be the one to try and take advantage of the chaos, but instead he's punching out Z's. Checkmate strikes again. Happy brought down. A rude awakening for him as the rest of the Outlaws are getting the Sandman treatment. Back to spawn with you, and we'll see you on the next half.
I didn't love the Florida Mayhem defense on point A or B, but really solid there towards the end. That was actually when Pelican was trying to actually battle Checkmate in like a one-on-one. Merritt was up on the high ground, hacked him from above, and then Checkmate and someone finished him off.
The Sombra play from Florida has been a cut above for this entire series so far.
It's kind of what I mentioned in map 1. Like I thought like if there was a way, or if there was like you kind of looking at player for player, like one where you can say like, hey, maybe there's a clear advantage here. I thought like Merritt, Happy is good on Sombra, but I think Merritt's like very strong on Sombra.
Merritt, of course, going up against his old team. Old teammates there as well.
The Merritt revenge game.
Don't think that's what's going on. So I called out Checkmate's sort of final blows to deaths, and then Checkmate went and got 3 more kills in very quick succession. You can see how this plays out.
Yeah, this is after the kill on the Pelican as well, so.
That sleep on Happy from Rupile, man, it looked like so offhand. It was huge.
Because he made it look so casual. Yeah. He's like just being pummeled by Fearless.
Quick like little 90-degree swing, you know?
Yeah. He's being pummeled by Fearless is in overtime of like an incredibly important moment. And he casually just looks
at his lazy sleep.
Yeah, just sleeps. Sleeps a Hanzo. Why not? So the Outlaws, they do play the Ashe on defense. I thought like, I actually was like, why doesn't the Florida Mayhem do this, right? Because Ashe, you can play from the Cafe. With the Ana and the Brig, it's a really nice setup. You can get value out of the Dynamites here.
But it's a Reaper setup for Florida. With the Winston, though, and we won't have, of course, the Moira. we're not brawling here.
But this is, like, typically, right, you're worried about, like, people getting into the Cafe and putting pressure. Everybody can access it here on the Florida Mayhem. The mobility for Florida is off the charts, man. I mean, look at that. You have all, like, typically it's difficult to get, like, 2 players into that position, right? They get everybody. The Reaper TP's in, you got the Winston, you got the Genji, the Kurigo can TP to somebody else. I mean, everybody is inside this Cafe in seconds.
No, Pelican's got a bit of extra room in the gullet, but my goodness, the entirety of the Florida Mayhem being thrust down it, definitely more than he can handle.
Is the gullet the mouth of a Pelican? Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I got it. I knew.
It definitely is less funny when it's exploding.
Yeah.
For your benefit. Probably for a lot of other people.
Just to be clear, the viewers at home who aren't up to date on,
they don't know what a gullet is.
Aren't up to date on birds. Yeah. These birds are so new.
I'm not an ornithologist, but...
Yeah, I'm not a bird expert.
Yeah, that's an ornithologist. Yeah. All right, here come the Mayhem. Goodness, somebody save us. Bionade on someone here. So great stuff, Florida, and straight away Houston are not about Ashe anymore. Back towards the Summer of Happy, who's been playing second fiddle to Merritt.
I think this is good for the Mayhem, though. Oddly, like when we've seen these head-to-heads, they've been able to win this type of setup, right? Which is typically a setup that nobody beats the Outlaws with because how good a lot of their players are.
Right, back to the high ground here for Fearless. Florida have been making dogged advances despite this constant pressure. Fearless, yeah, takes note, I guess, of Merritt already well and truly wrapped around. So where are your opportunities to start to leverage these ultimates you've built for the Outlaws? This might be it here. EMP, and the timing's great.
Yep. Chorong explodes right after. Yeah, everybody from Florida backs up. I was like, is there a world in which you think about fighting this a little bit more? You know, making the Outlaws sweat a little bit, but they don't. So the Outlaws will still control the high ground here and control the cart's movement at the moment. But the Mayhem are going to have 4 ultimates here. So you'll have a rally, obviously, like when the Primal comes in. I think that's kind of what you're looking at there. And we'll see if Merit can land a huge EMP.
Oh! Okay.
The tables have turned.
Big brother to the rescue after that one. Hang about. Merit, obviously, the equivalent of blowing spitballs, I think, at the Outlaws.
I think Merit was going to EMP there and he got hacked.
That actually might be quite possible.
Yeah.
Nice another big sleep from Rupal. They've been actually stellar.
Just pre-fire prediction there from Happy. Just talks about his stealth.
Yeah, you probably have like some idea, right?
Yeah. You see that's kind of the direction. You think he's coming out of one of those doors again?
All right, Primal, and slept another one from Rupal. Rupal special at this point. Field is pulsed, hacked. Still can't bring this guy down. A score to settle, perhaps, for our young protagonist, as he was often known, and Rupal obviously the only casualty so far. Chorong soon to follow.
The hack on Merit's kind of big because at that time you had someone on the high ground. I believe Checkmate was there as well, and Violet is in rally, and that's when it looked like he was going to EMP up on that high ground, which would have been bad if you'd have forced the supports. Like if both supports got hit by the EMP, forced down low, you're in a spot where Florida could have easily have taken that, but it's a nice, really nicely timed hack from Happy that prevents Merit to do so.
A lot of heavy lifting from the Tracers here, Matt. Checkmate is 11 of 20, and Pelican 9 of 16 final blows respectively. Big setups by the Sombras, but the finishing credit going to the Tracers in many occasions. That's the EMP. Violet nanoed instantly, as is the custom. And now it's a matter of dealing with someone who has the Primal, but he got hacked. Didn't have a chance to use it. That's big.
Yeah, the hacks have been really nicely timed from Happy here on defense as Pelican wins that 1v1 against Checkmate, where now you don't have this EMP, you're below 2 minutes. What do you decide to do here if you're the Florida Mayhem? You've had this Primal for 2 fights now. Now you get your Nano. You're not really in a position where you can switch up comps, right? You know, minute 43, you're kind of like, this is it.
It's all about the Winston here, Matt. Someone's got a big job to do. Here comes Happy again. Again, blowing more spitballs at the back of Rupal's head in classes. He sits at the front answering all the questions. Translocate out. Likely an EMP very soon, but forced to return to base prematurely. Rupal playing from as safe an angle as they can find.
Nano Boost is ready. Get in there for who?
We're about to find out, I dare say. All right, Pulse Bomb there. On the ground, it's going to be Chorong finding Pelican. So in the churning massive bodies, it's going to be Pelican falling to a whip shot. Up on that high ground, a rally is in play for Chorong here. The Mayhem slowly but surely starting to make some progress here, and this dive is important. Getting rid of Shu is crucial. Checkmate went through the labor of climbing up the lift to try and get there, and it's going to be a sleep dart on someone. God, this backline is so hard to kill.
Shu and Violet live through that. I mean, that is insane.
They've gone through worse, man.
I mean, Shu now gets shot back towards the Florida Mayhem. He'll fall now, but man, living it that long on the high ground is so impressive.
Far from over. They need to get Violet here, but Violet's going to be sitting on a health pack. He can get top back up. Shu has a nano boost as well. This is looking bad for the Florida Mayhem. Merit getting rid of Fearless. Not too shabby here, but again, Violet gets caught out there. I guess Shu's not really in the vicinity at all. He's coming back off spawn.
Yeah, and they use the EMP, but you don't have really people here who can touch. I mean, Checkmate dies. As you use the EMP there for the Florida Mayhem, you did get the picks on behind it, but with someone at half HP and just Checkmate, there's not enough players there to live.
No support ults left, just a pulse bomb for the Florida Mayhem. Not great looks, there's a touch there. It's close though. Violet almost ends that round there and then. Slow and steady. EMP connects onto Merit. Bionic Grenade follow-up is good. Florida down to 4 players. We're going to have to make it work. Pelican, beam me up, Scotty. He says, looking for Chorong, who won't be able to evade him for much longer at this rate. Shu's able to find just the one, but here's Checkmate. He's got them both. The Pulse Bomb, great connection here. Pelican trying to man the car for the time being, but someone is going to be brought down. Chorong needs to stay close to it here as Checkmate falls. The last hope for the Florida Mayhem, forced inside the saloon to drink his last. And it will be a Houston Outlaws hold here. Even score in the series.
Yeah, is everybody just stone-faced now?
They're shocked.
They're stunned. No, but really strong defense there from the Outlaws. I mean, Checkmate almost was able to swing it there at the end. I mean, 2 kills on getting both supports out of the way. Fantastic, but for the most part, though, Shu and Violet did such an incredible job surviving, holding that high ground.
Yeah, Checkmate 13 of 26, and that's not enough to make the difference. This is an interesting part of the map here where most of the time Pelican was getting staved off, trying to work up this small alleyway. Chorong obviously falling foul of the pulse bomb there, but the defense from Florida was pretty darn nice here. Again, the Slick Dart mid-fight on a Happy, something we remarked on, Rupar, with a couple of nice sleeps over the course of this map in general. Checkmate, obviously, with that 3K. We definitely had to take a moment to go back and look over it. And despite all of this, right, Florida just pull up a little short.
I mean, these two teams feel like they're so evenly matched. And what I'm really interested now is we've gotten through the two maps that, you know, Johnny at least thought would be
one-sided, right? Or at least
one-sided or Outlaws favored in heavily fashion. Now let's see what the Florida Mayhem have the rest of the series, right?
Yeah.
Do we see, do they want to move away from Dive? Are they okay kind of playing this Dive head-to-head? It'll be really interesting moving into Rialto.
So far in the Ramatra Rush, that's where the Mayhem have looked a little bit better. Rialto will offer more opportunities to play that comp and style, so don't go too far. The prospects of a map 5 squarely on the table. You don't want to be missing this series, folks. Make no mistake, people, we have a series on our hands. It really looked like another Florida map at points there on Hollywood, but Houston able to turn it around and turn up the heat there when it came to defense.
Absolutely, but now I think as we move forward in the series, when we go over to Rialto, no, in the past we've actually seen Gargoyle come in for the Outlaws at times here, but not going to come in here, which tells me what? Ramatra or Winston-based setups? Yeah, no Diva, so that'll be interesting.
I wonder what the decision-making is behind that. It might be, Florida want to play maybe like a rushdown style, which could be a bit dangerous to play on a map where you're dealing with a lot of high ground. We'll see. Rialto look a little arid these days.
Yeah, Rialto's looking different.
Times be changing out there, you know what I mean? After nuclear fallout there in Italy,
Italy,
we all got our Wastelanders on.
Yeah, I guess the map said Rialto, but I guess you're going to... Well, now it makes sense why Gargoyles did in.
Dude, I love... We still hear the accordion in the background for a moment. Yes, Junkertown. The point stands, though. Although you feel like this is actually a much more fertile environment to make use of the Ramatra Rush comps here.
Yeah, also Widowmaker play, right? Merit against Happy again, right? We talked about how it has been going on in terms of Sombra play. Maybe you're going to see it now develop in the Widowmakers. Violet can definitely play Zen here. We've seen them do that as well.
Yeah. If Houston are banking on going up against like a slow composition, this would be it. Jake did a illustration of this Houston setup really well and showed how like Shu and Violet are very, very good on defense. We'll get to that. About playing the really long sight lines and being very hard to catch. No Widow for Happy. Actually, I guess he spots Merit and thinks, no, Sombra time.
Yeah, that's really interesting because the Widow shot goes right by him and then decides that they're not going to challenge the Widow versus Widow. They're actually going to play the Winston-based setup here with the Kariko in play. So really interesting. They see the Ramatra, they see the Widowmaker on the other side, and they say maybe we can kind of capitalize on that with playing a dive.
So they want to try and scout out, I think, where Rupal is playing for. They can make an educated guess, I think, as to where he is.
Yeah, like 2 spots he could be.
Yep. Oh no, the Goon Squad. It's coming.
Switch.
The Goon Squad is coming. Okay. They attempt to hack Chorong now, effectively removing his shield from the equation for a time. Merit doesn't have a great way of like relieving this pressure on his backline. So he probably needs to focus here more towards the center of the map. Just going for it, my guy.
I mean, it's like having a 3rd DPS in the mix. The issue is I mean, Shu is so weak in the back line. Yeah, someone's able to deal with him, and then they also, Fearless comes back basically at half health.
Might be the issue there, right? Just leaving your Ana alone with the sole job of keeping Fearless alive. Eventually someone could just walk. Oh, yeah.
If you're not going to get this kill fast, and you're going to commit, what, 3 players to it, you're in trouble, right?
What are they cooking? What exactly is being served?
Violet's on a flank here. He is still there.
Kant is stationary presently. Violet is now dead.
Is this riskier from the Outlaws than just like mirroring the Widow and kind of seeing who can shoot the best?
I think for an attacking team it is riskier, yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of space to cover here, right?
Yeah.
To try and get that Widow.
And you can probably do it more consistently with good flankers. Now, though, Happy's whereabouts are going to be known for the next 10 seconds. Merit still being harassed. You can see the health bar sort of just being topped back up while Checkmate runs interference here. Making sure probably the Violet can't get a safe flank route to join Happy. I don't know how we got there beforehand, but we digress. I don't know if I like what's being cooked here.
It just seems like it may take a really long time to develop, right? So their Merit.
So they're cooking kimchi, is what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. It's Fearless. I mean, look at this. Like now, kind of like what? Someone's just kind of caught in the middle.
What is going on here? Who let the Foxes out? Kitsune Rush thrown in the back line here. Pelican's able to find the Pulse Bomb connection, but Chorong got nanoed. The raid boss is in. Fearless not passing nearly highly enough, apparently. Okay.
But like, Kitsune Rush in the hallway there to try and get the Widow, like, the Violet switches to actually the Zen. I'm interested in playing this Zen as Shu gets really low. Playing the Zen into the Widow with like no shield, especially if they're running like Checkmate on Tracer, it feels like it's a rough one.
I mean, this is about as subtle as putting flames on the side of a Tesla from the Outlaws. It's very clear to see what they're trying to do, and even when they do something completely off the wall like that Kitsune Rush, the defensive resources are there for the Mayhem, right? They just nano the Brig. They just, even though they lose a player to the Pulse Bomb there, Houston are really brute force.
You might be able to get it. Oh, well, here goes Violet. I was going to say, you might be able to get something here with your EMP. The issue is if Fearless has to commit to that dive, right, with the EMP, you're leaving Violet and Shu to just die.
Violet, yeah, switches to the Zen against a Widow. I know you said that players should be in charge of strategy a bit more, Matt, but I don't know what's going on there. Obviously, he switches back to the Kiriko here, and that EMP does yield an opportunity to get rid of Checkmate. A very important first kill, but Merit on the Widow. We're gonna make things happen here. Impresight in play.
Oh, he just needs one of these shots.
How about that one? Pretty good. About two. Shu's in danger here, playing out in the open. All that happened to do, the sleep. Okay, on checkmate, he tries to drop out of the car, and the pulse bomb on Chorong here. Well, they've done it. The Outlaws have managed to get towards this first checkpoint. Very sort of messy, but hey, maybe now as we start to deal with a bit more up and down, some more high ground here, readily accessible, the Outlaws comp comes into its own a bit more, but that was a struggle.
That sleep from Shu hitting checkmate is way better than hitting Merit.
And he didn't mean to hit checkmate, let's be real.
No, he's shooting at Merit. Because checkmate would have been able to at least like get on the car, you know, blink around, recall,
Pulse
make it
something.
interesting, pulse something, right? So, not the intended target, but an even better target than the intended one. Merit will now go over to Sombra. So both of these teams fully committed on this dive.
You should have Fearless already trying to command some of this high ground. Checkmate got hacked down. It looks like Fearless was ready to follow up. Fearless and Happy definitely are on the same page with a lot of these dives here, which has worked pretty well for the Outlaws in the past. Well, that's a nice one. Checkmate. Pin the pulse bomb on the Shu.
Rally here from Chorong. So feels the need. I mean, they were all like, I mean, you had what, Fearless, and I think there was Violet in the back line, but everybody seemed pretty healthy.
Pretty comfortable.
So, yeah. So.
All right, minute 13 left here. Far from convincing are the Houston Outlaws, a team we had firmly pegged to that second in the West spot.
Is the most concerning part? Well, I don't really. Is it concerning against Florida? Probably not. Right?
No, it makes me feel better about this top 3, top 4 situation. In fairness, I'm okay with it. From an Outlaw fan perspective, you're probably a little bit befuddled right now. Again, a little bit more pleased, perking up a little bit, seeing how this fight has played out. Much of it off the back of that Kitsune rush, this time from Violet, much more conventionally deployed. And they get the result they're looking for here. Florida going to have to come back out with an EMP into an EMP.
And I do like how Florida is willing to play the dive against them. Like, I think we've seen, like, Atlanta and Houston willing to play that dive, and everybody else not really trying to use it, playing Ramacha, where they play the dive. That's actually a nano on a Chorong here. Merit holds on to this EMP.
I think Shu is making Merit uncomfortable back behind him on that high ground. Still going to go for the EMP here, though. Pretty good connection's going to allow them to secure the kill on Fearless. Primal Rage to chase Violet down someone. Well, they won't have to get the job done. It'll be Merit getting there. And the Florida Mayhem turning back up on defense here at just the right time. The EMP came first from Merit. It paves the way. And the Mayhem here will be able to hold outside of this last phase of the map. It's pretty nice.
The only thing I can think from Merit is maybe he actually thought that Shu had the nano when he didn't, and wanted to kind of get that nano, maybe like bully Fearless enough that they would use the nano and then get the EMP after. But he decides, I think, to just use it where Shu was like 96 or something close to it.
Yeah.
Doesn't actually
could have gone either way, right? If he waits a little longer on that EMP.
Absolutely.
Because he turned and hacked Shu on that high ground and then just said, okay, well, I need to focus on the car.
So he knows he doesn't have it.
Yeah, gets that info.
He gets the info that he doesn't have it. So.
I mean, he could have been shocked, though, were it a couple seconds differences.
Right.
That's what we're saying. All right. The plan.
Yeah, I think this says more that, like, we need to kind of consider Florida in that top tier as opposed to, oh my God, the Outlaws, right? Because Florida... Because a lot of teams will not play this type of style against Houston or even Atlanta, and just get rolled over by it. Where playing it against them, I mean, that is strong stuff. As Ruble gets the kill there onto Fearless, and then let's see. Yep, shoots him out of the sky. Nice stuff.
That was after Merit was able to follow up on Violet, which is a pretty important kill in that fight there.
No Widow on D for the Outlaws, right? I feel like it makes it a little bit easier for the Mayhem to play against, but also, I mean, this is Houston's like bread and butter, right? I mean, this is what they're great at.
This is their comp right
yeah.
here.
This like is their comp.
All right, see how this plays out here. Florida looking very good on the dive setup. They slowed down a little bit on Hollywood, so that's maybe one concern you want to have. They got obviously shut down outside of the Goldshire Studios on that map by Houston's defense. Similar compositions being played there. Sitting right back is Rupal there. finish the job here? Probably not. That's a sleep dart. Good follow-up. Merit had nowhere to go there. Both backliners, the Outlaws, turning up and getting the dirty work done where it had to be. This will be Florida with 4 players being forced to jockey back further.
Yeah, decent payload progress, getting it, through the underpass and around that first corner pretty much. But yeah, it's going to be a lot of try and kill Shu as he kind of exists in the backline. And I think it'll actually be, you have Shu on his own on an island, right? Like Violet can get there right away if he needs to.
Again, Merit's going for Shu once more. You can see that top left of your screen. Just a hack this time.
He hacks him and then turns and shoots at Violet.
He knows what's coming at this point. Occupying the backline as best as he can. An EMP already built for Happy, by the way. That is lightning fast. And the follow-up is good. Happy going to be pleased with that one, I think. His defense starting to look much like it did on Hollywood, Matt. Really starting to find a rhythm.
As Merit has not been able to find any source of damage, right? Because he's going and putting pressure onto Shu and Violet. And he's not picking up kills, right? Just kind of peppering them with some damage.
Boy, he can't even farm them. He can't farm them safely.
Yeah.
He just dies to a random kunai if he sticks around too long, or a sleep dart comes in again.
Right, so he's not really building up towards anything fast.
All right. A more circuitous route this time. Merit is actually visible right now. It looks like he cancels his invisibility. Spending a lot of time here. Yeah, there's no chance, I think, to... Okay, they do actually get Happy, so I was wondering if he was just deciding to abort that idea of trapping the Sombra in the fray. Just the 1 kill. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Favors the defenders once more. Fearless able to get back in position again, and we're down to 1:42.
And you're at a clip here where, this EMP from Merit, like, he's not going to use it straight away, right? Like, it doesn't work. You're looking at like a half where you only got 1 EMP.
After how good he's been too.
Yeah.
I guess he has a tough job.
This one's just hard to go into, right? I think you need just like way more coordination with your Tracer and Collapse and being able to pick off some of these players.
Okay. I like the combination there. Oh, yeah, to bring Shu down inside the Kitsune rush. That is huge. I thought Merit would be struggling to find a target there. Great combo. Someone got where he had to be. Violet has to Suzu himself. Someone gets a nano. Maybe doesn't expect to get it right there as he's sort of jumping up, but that gives enough time for him to be healed. Houston Outlaws here now in a bit of trouble. All Fearless can really do is try and pressure this back line down, and the fight is well and truly already over. But hey, over 3 minutes burn on that first phase.
Yeah, maybe 1 EMP is all you need, right? As Violet now will switch over to the brig here as Kitsune Rush came out at the right time there for the Outlaws. Just not enough to be able to keep Shu and some of the rest of the crew alive. As I think if you're the Outlaws here, 3 minutes is a pretty long time to hold, but I think you got to take a fight early, right? EMP, kind of key, and then you can control that high ground, right? You can control this high ground and make it very difficult for them to even get in.
Merit goes back to the task of trying to harass the best backline in the world. One of, at least.
I think it's okay saying that they're the best.
Yeah. Special delivery. Pelican not stalk, but able to deliver a key payload there that's just avoided by the Mayhem. So Pulse Bomb finds nothing. I think that was a hack on Fearless and a sleep. So the Outlaws, by the time they finally choose to commit to the defense, the trap is laid and sprung on Fearless.
Yes, I mean, someone now accesses the high ground here. Is that EMP needed to be a fight win, right? Having it not be a fight win is a pretty brutal spot to be in here now. And now that you lose Violet, it's going to take him a while to get off a spawn. You don't have a nano just yet here for the Outlaws. This is looking like the Florida Mayhem may be able to take this checkpoint and take map number, just take their second map.
Yeah, awkward timing here. Merit building towards an EMP. Shu, goes down with nano. That would have been the answer to an EMP from Merit, but the door is wide open and the Outlaws bustle their way through. And they immediately find the cookie jar in the pantry. It will be the Florida Mayhem eating their fill and moving to map 4 with a 2-1 lead.
And they looked really strong there on Junkertown as the dive started to get rolling. The Widow pick, I think we were both kind of like, oh, well, how's that going to go? How's it going to fare? It looked like it was just a really good, almost like bait, right? Baiting them in to kind of constantly be going at that Widow to try and get picks, get that Widow out of the equation. But
this was nice.
Yeah, I mean, that's nasty stuff. I mean, dude, this is just a overall real, I think this tells you more that Florida can contend, I think, and maybe, I think we talked in the past, like there should be like 2 tier breaks, right? Like maybe there's a tier where
they're in their own tier.
Or they're in their own tier, or maybe they actually are in that upper echelon, right?
Well, that's the question we were here to answer. I think that was kind of the reason why so many of us thought Houston will be looking more comfortable in this series, but the Mayhem are here to change your minds. New Queen Street coming up next, maybe a chance to see that sort of fearless Doomfist. So keep an eye out for that signature composition from the Outlaws. It better work, otherwise they will have lost the series. Don't go far, Overwatch fans. There's much more to come from this series.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damn damage, then you gon' pay up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Turn it way up. Turn it way up. Crank that volume, turn it way up. Way up.
So first it was the Ramatra Rush comp on Oasis with like a Reaper Moira thrown in. Florida Mayhem take the Outlaws by surprise. Then as the series goes on, we get to see more of that flexibility from someone. Now a Winston-based setup, Merit looking incredible on the Sombra as they take Junkertown.
Yeah, and I think this series, for me, really proves that the Florida Mayhem, which is kind of ridiculous, like even saying it, like, well, they prove that they can hang, because they're 5-1, right? It's not like this team's like, you know, in the middle of like, you know, that upper echelon, like, and maybe we should have been considering them up that high all along, but Merit a big reason why, at least in this series, they've been so good.
Yeah, look, his Sombra excellent. You know, we saw the start of Junkertown where when Merit is, on attack at least, having to go and like harass down Violet and Shu, and maybe not finding a ton of luck there. But as soon as someone gets involved, he's able to combine obviously with his tank. Then he breaks that defensive setup. On offense as well, looked really, really good. This Florida Mayhem team looking legit. All of their players that need to be standing up in a matchup like this are, we want to hype up the Outlaws backline as the best in the world. Well, Chorong and Rupal have also looked really, really good. So it's pretty hard to find any sort of pound-for-pound matchup in which the Mayhem are lacking behind. And that's why they're in this position.
Yeah, and it's one where, we talk about the Outlaws roster maybe like the most stacked like talent-wise that we've almost like ever had. And you see that the Florida Mayhem are able to hang some really nice teamwork, right? Checkmate playing, at an incredibly high level on top of Merit. And that is leading to them being in a position to close the series out.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable that we're kind of here. The way the desk had it sort of played out is that Florida's first couple of maps might be good, and that was when, or rather bad, excuse me, and that was where Houston would make them suffer. But that's definitely not been the case. So all of a sudden, the conversation about map 5 relies on the Houston Outlaws overperforming what we've seen from them so far in this series.
Yeah, and as we move into push, opportunity here for some different stuff, right? Do you see some Ramatra here? Do we see some types of brawly style compositions? Because even that, at this point, right, you would have favored the Florida Mayhem in those compositions, but then the Outlaws in dives. Where now we've seen that the Florida Mayhem can kind of play even in the dive.
Florida have the Junker Queen comp for this map, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Was that that disgusting rampage we saw straight down the tube from someone in one of their previous matches here. And we know that when they can, the Outlaws have tried to play Doomfist on some of these more flat maps, right? As the discussion is that it's a bit safer than playing Winston in terms of rotating your cooldowns and getting out of some of those fights.
It hasn't looked as good though, right?
No. Well, no. We haven't been.
Street.
We haven't been blown away by the Fearless Doomfist, I think it's safe to say.
No, New Queen Street is one where you can definitely see the Florida Mayhem coming out on a Junker Queen composition, and then the Outlaws playing the Doomfist type of setup. I can totally see that. Because you can keep the DPS the same, right? You can play Junker Queen with the Sombra and the Tracer, right? I mean, you can do that here. You can play Lucio Carrico if you wanted, right? Yeah. There's a lot of different stuff you can see.
Ooh, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. This is an important moment for the Houston Outlaws if they, again, want to establish some dominance in this series. It's their last chance in order to do so. New Queen Street, a map that we've enjoyed watching the Florida Mayhem on. They've been able to play Winston. They've been able to play, of course, Ramatra and that Junker Queen. So a lot of options available to them. Now the Outlaws, how do they respond? Happy? Question mark for me, right? The Sombra play has been, fun. It's been good.
Yeah.
But it's not Merit good.
Yeah, it's almost been just teamwork a little bit, and since that Florida seems really owned in and focused up right now, where the Outlaws are that, but just in some bigger moments, Florida ends up kind of being a little bit better, a little bit more clean.
But it has been that kind of series. It's been a pretty close affair. We're going to come out of the gates here with both teams on the Doomfist. So yeah, again, that an extra dimension to someone's hero pool, coming out with something maybe a little bit less expected by us. It's going to be Ana Kiriko versus Lucio Kiriko here.
Yeah, and I think, look, the Lucio Kiriko, right? It's really good at obviously getting in, getting out. Maybe a little bit more survivability with the Ana, right? Healing at range. The Ana also, for me, it just becomes, look at this. I mean, it's like a dive target, right? Nice Zuzus there from Violet.
I mean, he tried, didn't he?
It's not enough.
No, I mean, every defensive cooldown available to the Outlaws gets used in that small room.
Yeah, it's these compositions feast on when there's one target on the other team who has no mobility, who's get in and collapse on, right? That's what Ana kind of is here for the Outlaws. So we'll see. There's obviously Suzu in the mix, right? To be able to kind of keep the Ana alive with biotic grenades. Happy no translocator again. Gets caught out. That's brutal.
He has such little notice, between the translocator being picked up and then the aggression coming his way. What a start here for the Florida Mayhem. And like you're teasing at, Matt, there's no elements in this composition that are lacking mobility or particularly vulnerable to dive.
Yeah, I like the Lucio with the Kiriko a lot more. I mean, I think I said it when we were just kind of standing there talking about it, Lucio Kiriko on this map specifically, when you're playing these compositions that are get in and burst somebody or uh-oh, we're in trouble, like you don't really need the Ana, so to speak.
Oh, this is Bully happy.
Happy. He is not having a happy time.
No. Now focusing him down big time. Nothing Fearless could do there either. Shu didn't have Nano Boost available, so
That's
already.
a checkpoint already.
I know. I mean, someone's been popping off, getting very excited, but it's all focus right now. It's all business. Because the Florida Mayhem have got a job to finish, and what a way to start in this map. Houston are out at sea. They are drowning.
Yeah, and Fearless now goes over to Winston. Interesting enough.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm curious because sometimes like they would actually say that they like the Doomfist because of the survivability, and now obviously go to Winston.
Gotta change something, right? Something's not quite working here. Is the Kitsune Rush from both sides, no less. And it'll be a trade of kills here, but it's Violet and Shu going down. Rupal is missing. Chorong had the sound barrier here, but it's not enough to keep the Florida Mayhem in the fight. Pretty decent spend by both backlines here, but Houston prevailed.
I wonder if you see Jungle Queen or something else come out here.
Oh, he's not switching, he's getting healed. Okay.
No, yeah, just getting the heal.
Yeah, you could play the Jungle Queen against the Winston.
I think so.
Punk did that against Smurf.
Yeah.
Worked out pretty well. That was on control though. That was Nepal, if I recall. But it is an option.
Or I think you can stay with the Doom. I don't think you're like forced off a Doomfist in this type of situation.
Yeah, again, the Doom like against an immobile backline still seems fine, right? That was the EMP from Happy that had to be used. So Houston are, they're paying the tax in order to try and get this game further and further towards parity after such a slow, sluggish start.
As you have a Nano for Fearless here, maybe you have a Nano even for Pelican if you wanted it. Is actually that's Merit's EMP that goes down.
Yeah.
It looks like Fearless is actually like maybe booped there by Chorong and like out of the way. Yeah.
Well, he tried to dive, right? He tried to dive on Rupal, who just swift stepped away the rest of his team.
Just ran away.
Oh man, Fearless now. They get quite the reception as he returns back to the bot. Rupal did go down there, Happy able to find something in that fight at least, but we're headed back.
And I think the most brutal part of this is the amount of progress that the Mayhem got at the start. I mean, 67 meters. This bot can go so far back into Outlaws territory every single time. I mean, they're going to have to be, twice as good to get it the distance.
We are going to get a fight in the neutral territory of the map here, though.
Oh, Shu's hacked.
Yep, and they're diving. Someone hit with a bio-nade though, so that hack is shrugged off eventually. Nano on Fearless. Shu and Violet so low, and eventually Shu must succumb. The pressure is immense from the Florida Mayhem. Fearless is able to use the Nano to trade out, find 2 kills, both backliners no less, but eventually goes down to the Pulse Bomb himself. And again, the bodies are being kept in neutral right now by the Tracers.
And I wonder if you don't play this because Shu's like, maybe Shu doesn't play Kiriko, or maybe, at the same level as you feel Violet does.
Maybe, yeah.
And Shu's not a Lucio player, right? Where like Violet is your Lucio in this type of composition where Florida now changed. They'll actually have someone play the Junker Queen. Interesting.
Moira, wow. We do not see Moira. I mean, this is kind of classic. This is like the Moira Kiriko Winston setup of last year that we saw. Kitsune Rush here. Shu is doing the thing. All the things Moira does right there. You're seeing it.
And all the moves.
Okay, Violet gets a huge kill on Rupal here. Sound barrier here for Chorong, but the Mayhem need to find something and fast. The EMP comes back in, and the Outlaws here can push back to checkpoint. This is a very good sign for them. They are well and truly in this still.
I mean, this would be huge, right? It's, you get this checkpoint here. You see that little golden line. It'll stop for a brief second. You probably have another fight here, maybe, the Mayhem. Before that, the Outlaws would take the lead. Actually, it looks like they may not be able to make it back in time.
Oh, the commanding shout didn't catch Rupal, I think. They're using EMP defensively, not where you want to be. They can get back to the checkpoint. The bollards take ages to retract down there. Even so, that's it's going to sting for Florida. Don't want to be on the back foot. Junker Queen for someone's going to have to really prove its concept here.
I mean, he cannot hit, the knife on these flankers. I mean, looking every which way. Just trying to get any types of bleeds rolling there.
Yeah, so, again, like you predicted, right, the Junker Queen was switched to by someone. So now we get to see how it plays out against the Fearless Winston. Chorong hacked here. Flattened. Fearless comes in the other side of the pincer, and this is good for the Outlaws. They are still on the move. Even with Kitsune Rush in play for the Florida Mayhem, they need to find something. These last couple of fights have been so one-sided. And there's Rupal finding 2.
Oh, I mean, the Kitsune Rush is really nice there. Checkmate actually connected with the Pulse Bomb on a Fearless, got him low enough. But man, the job that RuPaul's doing right now, keeping Merit and Checkmate alive and putting down some damage, I mean, that is huge there.
No, Florida maintain that slim lead, but it is shrinking by the minutes. Speaking of minutes, 3 of those left in this map.
Got a Rampage available here. Where can you line it up? Maybe coming down. We've seen some crazy usage of it from someone in particular.
It's pretty good against this Moira ultimate, no doubt about it. Can you line it up? Here it comes. You can fade to Recoalescence now. That's right. I've been in coma for 2 months. Not sure. Yeah, only hits Fearless. No value at all from that ultimate. In fact, it seems like the fortunes of the Mayhem have been plummeting since someone has made this switch to the Junker Queen. Here comes the Winston. EMP, though, comes out. Happy and Pelican both affected by it, but it's still going to be a Kitsune Rush laid down by Violet. The white brick road to try and lead the Outlaws to their goal. 3 players hit by Happy's EMP, though, and someone will be dredged up. That's a 5 versus 4 for the Houston Outlaws, and that head of steam is continuing to build.
Yes, Chorong uses the sound barrier there, like right as the EMP is coming out. Didn't see if everybody got the health of it, but yeah, that's going to be the Outlaws taking the lead, battling back after being down. Man, that is huge there for Houston.
Back to the drawing board for someone.
67 meters there at the start there for the Mayhem, and then you battle back.
So unlikely, in fact, that the team who gets the first checkpoint loses this map. The statistics do not favor them at all. Pulse there looking more like an ornament for Checkmate. We saw Violet able to get away from it, and here's another Coalescence coming in from Shu. The Moira starting to get some value. That health pack there was hacked, so not really anywhere for RuPaul to go. Eventually he's going to be run down by Pelican. A minute 35 left in the round, and it's all Outlaws all the time.
Oh, man, this series has been so good. Merit's going to have an EMP, but like, this feels terrible. You're using it coming out of spawn.
You're using it again to come out of spawn.
Yeah.
And that bot is encroaching. That's 100 meters and counting for the Houston Outlaws. Now the Florida Mayhem are flailing. Need to find a way to tread water here and get back into the game, but they're running out of time to do so. There's the dive, but it's a fake dive for someone. He doubles back midway as Violet lets that Kitsune Rush go. Merit trying to play in the periphery, was going to be forced to play from spawn for the time being. They are forced all the way back, and Houston have found another gear. Fearless going to get those ground up, though, as Checkmate runs him down. Merit now can emerge after deploying the EMP and getting rid of one of the biggest threats on the side of Houston, but Violet's able to chime back in. Chorong is down. The Outlaws do not want to be forced away from this here. Eventually, Shu is dragged down, and eventually the Outlaws will be brought to a stop, but man, we are running out of time.
Do you have enough to barrel through the opposite way, though? Right? I think you might, in a sense that Happy's got an EMP, got sound barrier for that, and then you'll start to get everything else rolling. I mean, this is not over just yet.
Nat 5 on the table. Houston Outlaws. One hand extended for it. Happy setting up here. Knows this EMP could secure that 5th map. A lot of ultimates online for the Mayhem here. This is a crucial moment. Sound barrier for Chorong, and lets that one go. RuPaul not affected by it, though, and hacked at the same time. He's going to have time at least to deploy the Kitsune Rush here, but he finds Fearless to start with. Florida might have a chance here. It's all about the Kirikos at the start of this fight, as Merit is going to be brought down so close to EMP, but the rest of his team are looking to stand tall in his absence, and someone finds all of the backline.
But this is what I meant, though, right? You win this one fight now for the Florida Mayhem. You come back, you have the Kitsune Rush, you have Pulse Bomb, and you're going to get the EMP. And the carts, the bot's going to kind of keep pushing through this barrier, not going to stop. You have an opportunity here.
Coalescence comes in already. The Susie Goose on someone now, kept him topped up, fair enough. Kitsune Rush has been thrown down by RuPaul. Look at Fearless getting into the back line now. RuPaul's in deep trouble, he can't get away. The Primal Rage is going to secure the kill, and Pelican was lying in wait for Merit. The EMP goes begging. An opportunity for the Florida Mayhem to end the series here also. Goes by the wayside. Someone able to find the one kill there. It's going to be Violet going down. Hangabout, Checkmate coming back into the fight. Both backliners are down. There's no supports available for Houston. Fearless, though, has a very hefty health pool to work with, and it's just Chorong left. Solo on the barrier. Merit's going to get there just in time. The EMP comes out. Can Checkmate follow up? It's just going to be the one kill, but it's just Fearless. He's got to get away. And the Mayhem don't want to push the bot away from their spawn, but they've got no choice. We're in overtime here. Swift Step going to be used. RuPaul getting out of trouble. Merritt looking to come forward towards Fearless. Now someone is back on the scene. Merritt again goes down, this time not with the MP, but Happy has one available. He translocates out, and there's valuable moments for the Mayhem to return to the fight. It's Happy going down, and someone on the bot. Checkmate going to be there as well, but at 2 versus 5, it's too much to ask for. Shu's Biotic Orb comes in, clips Trom, and someone goes down. It's all about the Moira as the Outlaws push this one to a map 5.
It's starting to get a little dangerous towards the end to be the Outlaws, but man, being able to pull that out. A lot of other teams, you know, may have just kind of folded there, in which you find yourself down in a series you're expected to win. The other team right off the rip and push goes 67 meters, and you basically give up nothing for the rest of the game. It is all in your favor as Houston battles back to force a game 5.
This map ends nothing like the way it started. Happy being constantly bullied. The Florida Mayhem get out to a huge early lead, finding that checkpoint in the first few minutes of the game. But then we see the switch, right? Fearless on the Winston, away from the Doomfist mirror. Someone tries the Junker Queen. It doesn't pan out. He's forced to switch over to the Winston, but by that point, the Outlaws are in the lead.
Yeah, and I actually thought, like, you know, the Junker Queen switch may actually, you know, kind of like pay off for Florida, but maybe the thing was to just match, right? They've been playing good in that mirror the entire day, at least this far. Where Nepal here at the end, I mean, a lot of different compositions you could bring out here. Think about to the New York series we casted when we saw some Farah compositions. This will be a crazy map 5 in this one.
Nepal is where this one is going to end. Do we get the Outlaws try once more for the Pelican on Farah set up? Or will it be something completely different? Throw your ideas out the window now, ladies and gentlemen. It's down to brass tacks Overwatch as map 5 looms on the other side of the break.
둠피 하긴. 이겼어. 어우, 좆될 뻔했네. 병신 같은 거. 와, 내가 죽어도 좆될 뻔했다. 다행이다. 와.
나 근데 하나 못할 것 같아. 저 어떻게 살아야 돼? 아, 근데 이거 너가 안 할.
Well, a win is a win, no matter what it costs you, even if in this case it costs you everything. The Houston Outlaws willing to give it all to get a map 5 win in this series. They paved their way with the Moira.
Is it ever truly worth it?
The Shoira.
Yeah, the Shoira, as Johnny said during the break.
Yeah. Well, it works out. We saw a lot of jostling compositionally speaking there. The Junker Queen, yeah, maybe not really living up to its reputation from someone on this map. Again, you're up against a completely different beast in Fearless here, so don't write it off entirely. It's just, you got to wake up pretty early in the morning to deal with your anime protagonist there. Top and center, Fearless, leading the Outlaws through this series.
You know, not exactly a reverse sweep here on the table for the Florida Mayhem, but a correct reinforced prediction is on the table here.
It is on the table. Might be used as a napkin in a moment, but it is there. Nepal once more. I'm very curious to see what we get in Village. If Houston are going to be too gun-shy to go for the Farah Mercy setup. That was a sight to behold. It didn't work against the Valiant, was it?
Yeah, it was awesome to watch, but it didn't work.
Yeah, perhaps, you know, entertainment value losing its appeal at this pointy end of the series.
So we got Merit on the Ashe here, so gonna look to try and connect with some of those big dynamites as the Outlaws decide to dive on in. Yep, just some ticking damage down here onto Fearless. Yeah, this will be the hardest thing. I mean, look at that. He thinks he's safe. He walks right back into Fearless's bubble.
It's pretty uncomfortable to play from that position, right? Where is a safe spot to be for Merit?
There
wouldn't be
isn't a
shocked to
safe
see a
spot.
switch instantly.
Yeah, I mean, there just is no safe spot there when...
Oh, he's white-knuckling it. Okay, there we go.
He's like, if they can make the Moira work, we can make... never mind.
I knew where you were going, though. That's fair. Yeah.
So, he will actually go and play Sombra.
Chorong thought about the Brig there, but all for the Lucio. The Lucio comps for Florida, been really nice. Looked very good at the start of New Queen Street, paired up with their Doomfist dive.
Can they keep RuPaul alive? That'll be kind of the key here.
Fearless's target priority shifts drastically now with Merit switching over to the Sombra.
The thing I will say about RuPaul when we watch the Florida Mayhem play, he doesn't like sit off in an off angle. Like he actually is sometimes like he like constantly is in there like with the team, right? Like he's moving with the Lucio and kind of like using that speed to be in the mix. Yeah, Shu likes to play off to the side, right?
Well, Violet didn't have the option to go back and help him out here, so Florida find the correct dive target here. Fearless, I mean, there's no safe place to go. He jumps up towards that high ground now. I guess Chorong was there.
Yeah, and like you can actually see like RuPaul through the kind of like X-ray.
Oh,
like,
don't get too close. Ooh, neither of them go down. I mean, Fearless drops Rana to checkmate's pulse, and that could have gone ugly for someone in Chorong.
That did not. That was like watching somebody like narrowly avoid like a car crash. That was brutal.
I mean, someone would have been fine. He would have shrugged it off. Chorong would have been in pieces, though.
Yeah, you would have no idea. You killed Chorong.
20% and counting, so Florida switching off the Ashe, get themselves in the game here. EMP is going to headline this next fight, surely. Happy knows that Nano is up for RuPaul.
Yeah, no, RuPaul just constantly like defending himself, right?
Again? Sorry? I mean, I didn't even think Mero was being grouped up with there. That might have been solo. Either way, someone gets rid of Violet, so both supports down. Unless Violet swift-stepped and ended up dying? Either way, not great for Houston here. This is going to put Florida in the lead.
Yeah, and Fearless uses Primal, right? Not a massive ultimate, but still one you probably would have liked to have back at this moment where, yeah, that's actually Merit with someone making a play for both supports where...
That looked good, man.
Kitsune Rush to just try and like break through this right side.
Sound barrier here. Someone on Chorong. Checkmate also benefiting from it. EMP thrown down as someone is on the warpath. Shu cannot be kept alive by Violet, and it's going to be the Kiruka that gets the Nano here. Someone at Checkmate scooping him on up here.
RuPaul just kills Happy on the other side of the map.
Nice.
I mean, yeah, and even throughout all of that, you didn't really see the support health bars of the Florida Mayhem like drop considerably there. Like doing a fantastic job protecting them, putting the Houston Outlaws on the back foot when playing these dives.
Okay, that was an EMP expended there, so the Outlaws, I mean, hey, if they don't make use of Happy's EMP here, they lose the round, flat out. Okay, it's going to be used for Checkmate, who got Ano'd. It wasn't enough to keep him alive, though. Three players credited with that kill there. Chorong now under pressure. He's able to peel away from Pelican for the most part, but this will be the Outlaws able to move back to the point. No tracer for the Mayhem, but they want to commit to some degree, and they still hold the point. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it's going to be someone inside of his bubble just dancing for a period of time. Has to back out. I mean, was not going to be able to fight that. Checkmate came back, but they realized, hey, let's get a reset. Let's get everybody topped up, then decide to make a play.
Dangerous though. Merit and Happy are out of sync in terms of those EMPs. Florida looking for that opportunity, but they've actually taken shootout at the start of this fight. Houston are in so much trouble. Yeah, Rupal deals with Happy for an extensive period. So the Mayhem get to move back in and flip. The backline pressure from Florida has been sublime.
Yeah, I mean, that is a sick play from Rupal. Puts a shot in the Pelican, and then seems happy about to hack him and puts him to sleep.
It's over.
Him on the Ana being able to play a little bit more offensive and just kind of keep himself up. Maybe the difference is Violet takes out Merit, though.
Still, Happy can't stay alive on the point here. We're waiting still for Fearless to return. He's barely come off spawn. Speculative pulse bomb there from Checkmate. Gonna be Suzu'd away just in case. Here comes the Kitsune rush onto the point. Someone wants to try and pressure Pelican down. He's able to avoid that scrutiny for the time being, but eventually he's gonna have to run back and get a health pack. This draws someone away for the point for the time being, and Fearless has Primal Rage. The Outlaws well positioned to retake the point here. The Florida Mayhem will let them.
Yeah, but they have an EMP, and you'll have Sound Barrier here for the Florida Mayhem, as that's going to be Chorong using the Sound Barrier, and then the EMP is going to go.
Fearless! Quick double, that could be huge. Back to the point he goes here. He sees Checkmate in his sights, who has to recall instantly. Chorong catches one from Pelican. The Houston Outlaws are going to keep the point here. What a horrible start to the fight, but Fearless carries them through it.
And it looks like when they dove into that back left-hand part of the map, they just got Primal through that doorway straight off the sides. That is brutal.
3% and counting. Here come the Mayhem. They've got Primal Rage, they've got Pulse Bomb, the ladder being used by Pelican here to put pressure on someone and force that Primal prematurely.
The legs are out.
The legs are out for one and all. And it's going to be Happy forced away. He's going to have to use them to get back into the fight as quickly as possible now. Houston have the point for the time being, and they've got rid of someone. Happy's able to turn around and find the kill there. Checkmate has the pulse. He gets the stick on the soldier, and he gets Pelican for free. Checkmate better get a lottery ticket after this one as Chorong sends Fearless careening off the map. The Florida Mayhem are well and truly in this. Thought Happy turning it around on someone would be the difference maker, but it's Florida to come back when it counts. Violet has to stick away in that corner, has to be pressured back. There's no chance for him to touch here in the Mayhem. Take the first round. What a way to start this map 5.
How the hell do you play 2 more rounds after that? I mean, like that was crazy. I mean, you saw Rupal's face cam. It looked like he was able to pass out. I mean, that was like it's like a 6-minute OT just to kick off game 5 here. I mean, that's insane.
Quite the head-to-head record there for Houston. None of that really matters, though, not right now. Heading to the second round on Nepal.
It felt like an 11-minute round 1 in Nepal, with like 4 of it played in OT.
That was insane. The Soldier 76 switch for Happy actually managed to win against the Winston there. Thought Fearless had saved it for the Outlaws, but no, it was not to be.
We haven't seen these comps since like map 1, right? Like really early on. Where they'll actually play the sim here, the Outlaws, and it'll be the Florida Mayhem who decide to play that Reaper, and they actually play the Moira with it.
Sim without Ryan. Little risky, I've got to be honest with you. Shu, able to get around that May wall. Chorong, oh my goodness, yes, the turrets. It's okay, maybe a little bit scary to play in the front line as a sim, but once you get cooking like this, give this man a Michelin star.
Yeah, I mean, he just starts to, once he get beamed up, start get rolling. As I mean, Chorong just ran in and just got mowed down. Oh, for a second I thought Chorong was going to go Lifeweaver. I was like, we're about to see a Game 5 Lifeweaver here. But no, they'll actually play that Far Mercy.
The Outlaws no strangers to this composition either. Shu! Oh my, Shu!
It can be difficult, so it can be difficult attacking with Far Mercy, like playing into these comps, like going in. Especially because the Outlaws are not just kind of committing to holding the point. Yeah, they're actually going to play high ground.
How's this go down? Shoot. Oh my goodness. Get out. No, that's... Okay, nicely done. Florida trying to break line of sight as much as they can from the checks notes. Baptiste. They managed to get into a position now where Checkmate can fire vertically down towards the point. The Outlaws retreating here. Ant Matrix available for Shu.
So now this is the spot where the Pharah you think can do some damage,
They
right?
need the Mei Wall.
You force them onto the point. Mei Wall behind.
Immortality.
Simwall's going to be ready as well.
They need a kill.
Shortly.
What? Jorong just gets choke slammed by Fearless, who emerges from the point at just the right time. Jorong a little bit too close to the ground there. It's going to be checkmate coming with the barrage. It claims Pelican, and Happy had zero protection. Here come the Florida Mayhem now. They're going to have the point back, but the Outlaws get a decent lead here. 74? Not too shabby.
Yeah, I'm curious how they decide to now play into this, right? So Pelican will play Sombra, and it looks like Happy's going to stay for now. You're not, you know, TP for mobility, and then maybe the, you know, you have ult, so you want to get used to the shield. Get Fearless in a position.
Yeah, the wall here, crucial. Correct placement, though, is going to be essential. There it is, okay. Essentially just bisecting the point at an angle. The Outlaws are able to play from behind this, and they stack that with a sound barrier, which is interesting, but allows them, I guess, to surge forth from the wall, find Merit there. In the corner is someone, he's caught, there's nowhere to go. Valkyrie gets committed to this fight by Florida, and they're going to be evicted post-haste.
Yeah, I mean, well, you have Rupal on the point here, so I imagine everybody will fall shortly. Yeah, it's nice job. They kind of like went towards that like high ground. They baited they were going to kind of come out, you know, on that little ledge, like the medium one, not go full off for the high ground. And then just TP'd straight to the point and fought from there. So kind of took the Florida Mayhem off guard. Is
still on the Pharah.
Still on the Pharah. You got an overclock to work with here. See those sim turrets up on the high ground trying to prevent somebody from like diving in there.
Getting some info at the very least, right? Here comes checkmate. Flying low to the ground. Tara's being cleared off by that splash damage. Merit operating from the other side here. The pincer is active, but Rupal gets caught. Looks like there's a TP with that Annihilation in play. Fearless brings the Maelstrom with him across the map, and that'll do it. Houston even things up here on Nepal.
As we are going the absolute distance in this series.
You're representing Florida. You should be used to Cyclones just appearing in your vicinity.
I oddly, like, I'm okay usually. Like, obviously somebody has to lose and somebody obviously wins. I feel bad for the team that's going to lose today because both these teams have been sick all throughout. Somebody's going to get crushed here at the end. Pelican maybe bringing out the Echo here. Maybe thinking like they're going to play like some kind of like Ramatra-based stuff here towards the end.
Does it look good against a Winston though?
I mean, I think if he knew that they were going to run out here, unlike Sombra Tracer, probably would not be playing this.
Yeah. Okay, again, very different backlines here.
Yeah, you're
very
also
different.
committing to like, you know, the break here and the Ana, so.
Okay. 3-player biotic grenade served up by Shu. Pelican, honestly, looking pretty comfortable playing up in the skybox for now.
I mean, like, also Pelican, I mean, the year that he won, like, Rookie of the Year, I mean, he's tremendous on the Echo. That's kind of what, like, everybody, you know, knew him for, right? The Tracer, the Echo, I mean, tremendous.
Rupal just trying to keep someone top for now. Fearless hacked for a moment. No Sombra for Houston, bear that in mind. Pelican is going to really have to make his case for Echo over Sombra here. Sticky bombs, no one too bothered by those for the time being. No one capping yet.
Yes, both teams just kind of jockeying for position. So looks like the Outlaws were getting closer. Oh, but that looks like a hack that was actually on the Pelican.
Yeah, Shu did not have the line of sight, but he has at least a nano boost to try and make good after the fact. It's going to be Violet the beneficiary, and they bring someone down, and your odds of touching the point here aren't great. You've got a nano brig sat there, so Houston will start accruing some capture percentage.
Yes, even though you lost Pelican, still the nano brig just gets really, really beefy, tough to move on to the point and get out of the way. Allows Violet to build up towards that rally, so this EMP comes through, you're going to have a rally to deal with it.
You got to favor Florida here. Beat, Kitsune Rush, EMP.
But, I mean, if you invest all of those, though, right? I mean, they have rally, they could kind of drag this out. I mean, I don't know how much you love that.
All right, here's the EMP. Oh, Shu's able to stay alive. The rally. What a big difference maker. And yeah, the Kitsune Rush gets deployed in this fight. So Florida do have to make use of everything at their disposal.
And they still may not win.
Okay, Suzu stuck there to someone. Pulse Bomb soon following, but he's able to stay alive with that Primal Rage here. In comes Merit, out goes Violet. And Florida should have this point unless someone doesn't get to the health back in time. The focusing beam's going to bring the Winston down.
Yeah, and Fearless has Primal. You're going to have a duplicate here for Pelican in just a second, as that is worst case scenario there.
That's
backbreaking. For Florida Mayhem. I mean, yeah, that is that could be game defining, game ending there. As you use all of those ultimates, you now have Rupal switch, and the Outlaws come back. I mean, they're going to have a massive advantage, right? You're going to have like
they have everything.
You're going to have like a nano here for Fearless, probably. You have this duplicate. I mean, you're in a fantastic spot.
Florida trying to kill Shu. There's nothing they can do about it. Violet packs him. He's able to avoid the pulse bomb, completely unbothered. Winston. Pelican with a duped Winston. You aren't getting anywhere near the point right now if you're the Florida Mayhem. You are running out of time. 10% left here. Chorong in deep trouble. Who is going to save the savior? Primal Rage comes in from Pelican, getting a lot of value out of this duplicate, but Rupal was there just in time, but there's 2% left. There's got to be a touch from the Florida Mayhem, and here it comes. Pelican got to return to the point quickly as Merit has to translocate away from the sticky bombs that came his way. Oh, the whip shot is good. Still, there's going to be a touch just in time. Houston holding the fort for the time being, but someone's going to get the nano boost now. Who can he pressure? Violet just minces Merit up. He disappears in a red haze, and Fearless dealing with Rupal means that this is about done. The Florida Mayhem, no supports. No DPS, no hope here as the Houston Outlaws shut them out of this 5-mapper. And now they're looking excited. What a deserved victory for this Houston squad. Coming alive when it counted.
Man, Florida played their hearts out so close. I mean, you can just see just kind of the disappointment there as the Outlaws, they drag it out in the end. I thought like Violet on the Brig was a huge difference maker there on that one, right? Having the Brig alive, being able to use the rally to keep Shu alive at that time, and then also a pretty good nano target as they were starting to try and push on to the point. They ended up nanoing Violet there towards the end. And there's nothing that the Florida Mayhem could do about it.
Yeah, they tried so hard to focus you down. I sort of, in a cursed way, I said, coming into that maybe third fight, the Mayhem should be favored here, right? Yeah. Both support ultimates online. Kitsune Rush, Sound Barrier was there.
That was like a playoff level game right there. I mean, that was a good one. I mean, there is some we get some stumps, some 3-0 Overwatch sometimes during the regular season, but man, that game was sick.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see the very best at both of these teams, albeit at somewhat different times, as it was the case. Fearless able to stick to that Winston, play a beautiful round there on Shrine. I feel like Sanctum though was really where Florida played their heart out. That was an insane round. These two teams, man, they gave us some bloody good Overwatch today, Matt.
Yeah, and I just wonder, the first round there on Nepal went so long. I'd love to know, just after that round, what was, I feel like the confidence and just momentum totally switched after that. I mean, it just was such a long, highly intense round that so difficult after that one.
Yeah, let's talk about our player of the match here in this series for the Houston Outlaws, the one and only Shu. Virtually impossible to kill, a key component of this world-beating backline, and you better believe he deserves to be extremely pleased with the result his team got today.
Yeah, I mean, look, Shu and Violet, we've talked about it, potentially the best backline. I definitely think you can say that, as they have just been able to cover so many different heroes. And really, I mean, Shu's Ana being able to make a big difference today.
Yeah, this was just astonishing. We did see some slight awkwardness for Houston on New Queen Street, trying to find out the best backline. And then Shu just picks more and goes brrr.
Yeah.
And has a fantastic round. The Coalescence build time was extremely low. Shu was a key factor in so many of these fights. We thought, okay, maybe against the Junker Queen, it's a little bit scary when your ability to heal gets shut down. That didn't end up really being a factor. You're playing up against a dive frontline that's competing to be best in the West, if not the world, and you are staying alive.
I mean, look, being able to, obviously he's got a ton of help there, but look, being able to stay alive through that, be able to heal everybody, it's just tremendous play from Shu all around. I mean, fantastic, sleep darts, right? I mean, just kind of considering how the dives are coming in, being able to land those consistently.
Now, we got the best of Shu and the Outlaws today, but their fans had better hope there's even more where that came from. And look, take a moment to appreciate what we got to see from Florida.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, Florida, I think, proved today that they can contend with the teams, like the Outlaws and the Atlanta Reign, that we do believe are the best here in the West. Florida was, that close to winning that series.
What a
tremendous match. Yeah.
Just so much to break down, and in order to do that, we're going to head back over to our experts over at Watchpoint. Been great to have you with us so far. More to come on today's show. Curious to see what the gang has to say about this absolute barn burner of a matchup.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We have a match to break down, and what a match it was. We were sweating here on the desk watching those last few moments.
I was losing it.
You might have even heard it during the cast, like he nearly hit the table. It was intense.
I think that was by far the best match that we've had.
Thus far.
That series of the year, no question. That might hold series of the year for a while. There were just so many absurd moments in that series. Couldn't expect the way it went.
And you called it, but you didn't call it, but you called it.
Yeah, my pred was wrong. But I was right. My pred was wrong, but I feel righted. I gave Florida Mayhem a chance when no one else did. It was a really close series. It was a really good effort by both teams, and it got down to the wire. So I still feel I'm really proud of Florida Mayhem. They put up a great fight, but when it just came down to it, they just lost a little bit of that composure. And we can talk more about that later when we see the Nepal highlights. But kicking off this series, it was what I said about Florida Mayhem. They swapped it up a little bit. They brought out tempo and really pushed Houston Outlaws to their limits. And that's how they got a leg up in this fight early on here.
Yeah, I think some of these opening comps, like bringing out the Lucio Reaper and Gardens, very unconventional. Most teams wouldn't have done that, but I think they really gambled into expecting Fearless to play Winston. And that's a bit of a vulnerability for the Outlaws. You can counterpick them without seeing the comp. You can kind of expect you're going to play against Winston. And if you just run that hard counter, it looks pretty good. Although on some maps, right, like Hollywood, for example, just the excellence in terms of dive execution from the Houston Outlaws, they look like second only to the Reign, really, at this style in the league. And it just shows how deadly it is to deal with. You can't even walk in against these players.
Yeah, it's brutal. And then Junkertown, really good execution here by Florida Mayhem on the defense, I feel like. They knew the dives were coming from the Tracer and Sombra, but they were able to peel it off. Merit on the Widowmaker, for example, great sleeps by RuPaul a couple of times here to set them up for the frag. So it was really kind of the series we expected, but in just a fantastic way, in that it was back and forth on all these maps, really. New Queen Street, don't even get us started on the Junker Queen pick here.
His pick was rough. I think it shows that Queen, although it has potential, it really struggles against the top teams. And honestly, you could look at the Moira pick as like a troll pick or something really weird, but I think this is very intentional, actually, from Outlaws. Maybe they switched to it thinking, I just need to get back fast, get back to the fight. But I think keeping it against the Queen makes a lot of sense. You can fade out of that Queen ult, deny it completely. So even when you're calling, right, there's not really a good opportunity. There's no one you can really catch as the Queen.
Yeah. Finally here on Nepal, though. Florida Mayhem, in my opinion, they just lost their composure, and we didn't see the highlights from Village, but the swap over to the Far Mercy. The swap over to the Far Mercy, it was brutal. As we see here, some Tracer stats between Checkmate and Pelican per 10 minutes this match. Really impressive performance by Checkmate on the Tracer. The Pelican staying alive for a little bit longer than Checkmate in this duel. But really, I'm sorry, I just need to go back to it. I really do feel like Florida Mayhem, the reason why I predicted them in a 3-2 was because I think that Nepal was a really good chance for them to close this series out. Obviously, Sanctum goes back and forth, and Houston almost clutched it up. But on Village, for example, I almost favor Florida Mayhem when it comes to a Ramatra kind of duel here, slow things down a little bit. The strength for Houston Outlaws, in my mind, is the Winston, is the Sombra, is the Tracer. So when you go over to Village, and I see Mayhem swap over to Far Mercy, when I see Chorong in Spawn, by the way, when he swaps over to the Mercy, and then he's like, I want to go back to Lucio, and then he swaps back to Mercy. It might sound silly, Jake, but
when that happens, it's over.
You can
don't
tell
know what you're doing. You don't know what you're picking.
There's indecisiveness in that hero swap, and I just think that if Florida Mayhem got the chance again, they would absolutely not go to the Far Mercy comp.
Well, I think it showed Houston's evolution there. We saw Houston lost to London on Nepal, trying to play the Far comp, trying to make the dive work against the sim comps, and I criticized them then because I think it's just a more consistent comp. That map is so abusive. You can just teleport to the point, cap the point. Even if you lose the fights, you're still winning overall, and you just need to win one real fight, and it all goes to pieces for the Far comp. So I really think, I agree, it's a bad swap. But Houston were ready. Houston came out on the sim, and I think for Florida, they just guessed wrong. They thought, oh, they'll play the Pharah again, even though they lost it the last time. I think that's a bad read. I think it's clear that the sim comp's really dominant on that map. Yep. And for basically every team in the league, I kind of want to see just sim mirrors on that map. I think it's really that dominant of a map. I don't really think the other comps are viable. Even the full tech counter for beating the sim, it just doesn't seem to work that consistently.
Yeah, and I mean, the disappointment truly showed on the Mayhem's faces. They went all the way to map number 5. It was such a clutch match, and it was the Houston Outlaws getting that victory in the very end. And we do have a Pelican from the Houston Outlaws to chat to in just a little bit, one of the tracers extraordinaire. However, I do have to once more give a shout out to Checkmate, who truly, he had a lot of pop-up moments there as well as 100%. That trace, and it's just so fun to see those players on heroes they're so comfortable on, just giving us such performances on the server.
Yeah, and I think we got to see a little bit of the stylistic difference between them as players in that stat card we brought up, showing that, yeah, Checkmate does find a little bit more pulse bomb kills, but Pelican's keeping right up in damage, almost the same in damage, but dying significantly less, and showing that his style as a tracer player is controlling the map, creating space for often much greedier backlines where, with Chorong playing a lot of Lucio, Florida Mayhem's running in there, they're making plays, they're trying to get kills. For Pelican, with the double flex support, his role is really more defensive. I mean, obviously, you're still a DPS, you still want to find kills and open things up for your team, but holding that space for Shu and Violet is also having a big impact on the game.
Right, and Pelican, the man of the hour, will be with us in just a second. So, Danny, please do the walking thing.
I will do the walking thing.
And so good at this.
And of course, yes, we were talking to Pelican for the post-match interview. Pelican, what a great match. I mean, that was a fantastic performance from the Houston Outlaws. How'd you guys get it done? What gave you guys the edge today against the Florida Mayhem today? 자, 오늘 굉장한 경기, 재밌는 경기 일단 감사드리면서 오늘 승리 좀 어떻게 거두시게 되신 것 같으신가요?
오늘 솔직히 오늘 좀 잘했는데 게임이 지니까는 좀 불안했는데 그래도 저희 팀이 텐션 올리고 해서 이긴 것 같아요.
I mean, I gotta say, I was pretty good throughout the whole match, but first two maps we were losing, so that got me a little bit worried. But I think we kept the tension up, and I think we, just powered through to the end. I think that's how we got the win. I mean, you were right. I think the first, half of the game, Florida Mayhem definitely had the ball rolling. Was there a time in the match where you guys or you Pelican personally thought that this could go pretty bad, we could lose this? Was there like a specific moment when you sort of were worried about the match? 자, 방금 말씀하셨던 것처럼 당연히 잘하신 것도 잘하셨지만 일단 전반전 쪽에서는 좀 더 플로이다가 좀 좋은 모습을 보여줬던 것 같아요. 좀 어떻게 보면 펠리컨 선수가 보셨을 때 좀 개인적으로 어떤 오늘 경기를 하면서 이거 잘못하면 질 수도 있겠다라는 좀 그런 순간이 좀 있으셨나요?
오늘 유킨에서 저희가 완전 그냥 이제 손브라가 완전 말려가지고 이제 아무것도 못하고 이제 1거점 줄 때 그때 좀 이거 질 수도 있겠다 했는데 다행히도 잘해가지고 이긴 것 같아요.
Overall, I mean, I do have to point out that, I think it has to be the new Queen Street map. I was sort of worried when, our Sombra tactic didn't really work out. And when we first gave the first checkpoint, I was worried. But towards the end, we got better and we were able to clutch that out. So we got the win. All right, I mean, I think this was... You guys have one more match, actually. You guys are going up against the Vancouver Titans next. That is going to be final match before you guys go on to Korea. How confident are you going into that match? Because Vancouver Titans are, a team that are sort of on a roll as well. 자, 이번 경기 끝으로 이제 다음 경기 하나가 남았습니다. 밴쿠버전이 남았는데 이제 그 경기를 이기시게 되면 이제 한국으로 미드 시즌으로 가는 걸로 확정이 나는데요. 그 경기 좀 얼마나 쉽게 이기실 것 같으신가요, 펠리컨 선수?
오늘처럼의 경기력이면은 솔직히 좀 힘들 것 같고 내일은 긴장 안 하면 쉽게 이길 것 같아요.
I mean, if we Houston Outlaws play like how we did today, it's gonna be a tough battle against Vancouver Titans. But I think if we sort of are less nervous, I'm pretty sure it is going to be an easy win for the Houston Outlaws. All right, Pelican, thank you so much for the amazing match. Thank you so much for the interview, and congratulations on getting the win one more time. 자, 감사드립니다.
감사합니다.
Always great to hear it from Pelican. Houston Outlaws take this series and get a victory on the board. Love the intro there, right from the bat. He's like, oh, I was
pretty good.
I was really good. Never worried, actually. Love the confidence. But I mean, if you play like that, you can have that confidence. Right on, though. But would they be nervous going up against the Vancouver Titans? Do they have a reason to be nervous?
I mean, I think they do. I think Titans is a threat. I don't think you can take them lightly after some of their recent performances. But clearly, I think the Mayhem game was the more difficult game, the more likely one to lose. So after getting this one, I think they probably will feel less nervous, feel confident going into the next series.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to secure the trip to Seoul, Korea, of course. It hinges on them now, essentially. If they need to get this win, or I guess, Boston has to beat Atlanta in a bunch of different scenarios, right? But it's not quite there yet, but it should be all booked for Houston Outlaws at this point, pretty much.
Yeah, they're just hovering over the buy button.
They're hovering, waiting to pull the trigger, yeah.
But the tap is open. Shu also tweeted, GG's Florida Mayhem, good dive team. Okay, I played very easy. Oh, whoa.
That's a thumbs up.
That's a thumbs up. That's a pointing up.
Is that a minus 1K on broadcast?
Was that a...
No, that's a point up to Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, listen, the screen is very... I saw something else and I was like, oh, sure.
No, you saw it right.
Oh, I saw it.
I see production. I see how it is. All right.
Oh, okay.
I gotta.
It shows violence today. I like it. Why not?
I gotta say, it really hits me that I got my pred wrong here.
I got it right.
I am sad. This moment is making me sad.
Tell the Mayhem. That's a thumbs up.
We were this close.
This isn't a thumbs up.
Man.
It's okay. You win some, you lose some. You're still ahead in the Preds. Does that make you feel better?
We were this close to greatness. We were this close.
We were. You hear that, sports fan over there? We were. Because you had so much to do with it.
The clout, Zoe. The clout. That's what it's all about. It's about the clout, Zoe. And I wanted the clout of getting the underdog pick, Zoe.
Yo, chill, all right, man.
I'm putting the clout off my bingo card.
Well, I think now is as good a time as any to revisit the matches today, just to rub it in again what happened there. Oh, 3-2 in that last one. Who could have seen that coming? I mean, we had some surprises today, though. I mean, Mayhem not only were the team to show up to play, New York Excelsior won it out over the Washington Justice in a really, really dominant fashion as well, which should make a lot of New York fans, of course, excited. Now let's take a look at our current standings. Reigning supreme is still Atlanta, up on top with 0 losses on the board. And the Houston Outlaws are, getting closer and closer to securing that bye, which is really a position you want to find yourself in. You don't want to face any of those hungry teams in the knockout brackets, because one of them could just make a run for it, right? And there was only 2 slots up.
It's such a huge deal. The difference between second and third, I mean, it's a gulf between these teams, especially with a lot of these mid-table teams looking potentially threatening. They can bring you to weird maps, play weird comps against you. You never know what could happen.
It's also about peaking at the right time. We've seen some teams have ups and downs. So, for example, Washington starting strong, and now we're questioning the Washington Justice a little bit. Gladiators dropping maps at some point. Shock were bad to start the season. Can they perhaps fire up for the knockout bracket, right? So, we've gotten some good impressions from team early on here in the season. But when the knockout bracket starts, it all shifts. It's all about the bracket. The regular season qualifiers doesn't matter.
Yeah, and that's also when nerfs can come in, right? It's a different scenario. There's a lot more on the line. It doesn't just feel like it's a regular match day, right? Because there's a lot to play for. We're looking at $900,000 on the line in the Mid-Season Madness tournament, and of course a trip to Seoul, Korea, the motherland of esports. And that's really where you want to see yourself, right, as a team. So let's see who can get it done. For now, though, we're just gonna, take a trip down memory lane, just to use the same phrase twice within a few minutes time. Great job, Zoe.
Nice.
I want to talk about our best of the day. There were plenty of highlights to choose. Danny, which one made it into yours?
All right, for me, Florida Mayhem, they couldn't beat Houston Outlaws, but they won my heart. Here's a play from Chorong. He had some crazy boop on Fearless on first map. He gets a kill on Shu, and then he gets a boop after, and I think this boop was definitely the round-winning boop, and after that they just clean up and win. I thought that was, we've been hyping up Chorong since the pre-show, and I think for a really good reason. He's just a talented player.
Yeah, he's so good.
Booping the nano and
That's good value. It's good value right there.
Nano,
good value.
Matra, yeah.
Also, boop, there it is. Very smart.
Yeah. Good job, Nathan.
Good job. I love that. Jake, what made you highlight reel today?
I went with, I believe we've got the Shockwave Bob play, catching them all, trying to retreat away from Bob. It's a dangerous game, but it was a great move off the top ropes, which is always something I'm excited to see. Which, boom, I love this type of Bob, right? You know, usually with Bob, if you get that uppercut, it's all over for them. You know, if you get the uppercut, it's going to be a good Bob. And then I like just finishing it off with a nice oh, easy. So Shockwave, he talked about being very confident in the long-range hit scan. Here it is.
That's a good shot.
Those cinematic shots, love that.
That's also why they won the series, right? They just came out and just like engaged with Bobs like that and just went all in. You love to see that. I love the aggressive
taking the
play.
tempo and Justice caught flat-footed.
Yeah. Something that happens to me regularly in my ranked games, it's getting slept dart when I don't really intend it to, all right? I know you weren't aiming for me, and that happened to Checkmate on Junkertown when they were playing against Shu. Shu here, trying to quiet down the Widowmaker, but instead, wait a second. I have to take this sleep dart instead, and it was actually really crucial. So you can clearly see, Shu just fires away trying to hit Merit, but instead, right onto Checkmate. That happens to me all the time. Or maybe because I'm playing Winston, but I don't know, man.
Or maybe Checkmate was like, hey, I gotta protect the Widow, and he maybe body shot.
Merit.
Big brain. He's taking a bullet for him. That's friendship, everyone.
It's a tragic angle, too. He just like watched the card get capped while he's asleep.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't think he would have hit Merit.
I also don't think they would have won the team fight, but you know, it is what it is.
Well, he hit someone. It's like, I was aiming for that one all along.
That's always, if you hit the shot, you're aiming for it. That's a basic rule. There's no accident. It's always your shot.
Yeah, no. And
I aim for that.
You can't prove them otherwise, right? In the same match, I found my best of the day, and it wasn't necessarily the play. It was just the player cam reaction, because
What did you
I'm living for it. It's Merit being just happy. Vibing.
Oh, is this the 4K?
This is the 4K, which is like, okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, I remember when I
This is so nasty. Going to the spawn bar.
Yeah, he's living in there rent-free.
That's what I'm talking
But
about. Those were good times.
It was this one.
Hey,
you were so
good
happy,
times.
so pleased.
I have never seen so much emotion from Merit.
For real.
I mean, this was when I really was like, oh, we got a series in our hands.
Yeah.
Love it.
And there's a little tug on his shirt. It's like, I did it, guys.
I made it.
I did it.
I did it, guys.
It's fantastic. I love player cam emotions.
Yeah.
Like, shame on every player out there who's not having a webcam on, because you're depriving us of joy.
And content.
Or the opposite, and content, free content for us, which is really what this is all about, the entirety of
Content for us.
It's for us. We need to be entertained.
I understand now, since moving to LA, it's the only things that matter. Content, clout. This is the only thing that matters.
Yep.
That is, yes,
fair.
that is exactly it.
Are we wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
We're wrong? We're not wrong. We're not wrong.
No, you know what? You're not, because there is more content happening overnight in the East. Transition, swish. Let's take a look at what we got in store for you, because there was always more matches, right? We got some really good ones. Which one of those are you most excited to see?
Shanghai, I still believe in you. Shanghai.
You're going down with this ship. That's okay.
No, but O2 Blast is looking.
I will say
Fearsome.
Dreamers versus Dynasty, I think it's going to be a pretty good matchup, but it's also kind of like a matchup to determine who will face off against Hangzhou and Guangzhou in sort of like getting that one spot to qualify, right? So along the line for Dreamer versus Dynasty, I keep my eyes out for that one.
Tigers versus Unicorns. That's the
Profit's
match.
still out, right? So, I mean, Dynasty could be in a weakened state.
Yeah, but, you know, they've looked all right. I know.
They'd still get the win. You'd still call them a favorite.
They've been all right.
Right, and this is our schedule for the West tomorrow. Again, nothing has been set in stone there, really. A lot of those teams still have stuff to play for. Some could still be completely eliminated from the knockouts. Others could secure their spots. And there is, of course, also other teams which can meddle in other teams' affairs, to be very vague, because I don't know the specific.
Boston Uprising versus Atlanta Reign.
There's a lot on stake there, actually. And Boston Uprising currently on 5-1. I know we've been like kind of like they're funding, but actually like they're just as good score-wise as our top teams.
Yeah.
So
If they can beat Atlanta, I'm a believer. But tomorrow is a
That's what
day
it takes.
you just can't miss. I mean, all 4 of those matches have huge implications.
Yeah.
They're all going to define, like, does London get eliminated? Or do they still have a chance to be in it? And then who's taking that second seed? Like every single one of those matches matters a lot. So I mean, I'm just really excited to see who ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, and all of that is going to go down in just some hours. Not going to do the math, but we're going to be here. Most of us are going to be here. I am excited. Gentlemen, thank you once again for lending me your voices, your faces, and the wrinkly brains of yours for all the insight we needed here on Watchpoint. That's it for today. Thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back again, same place, same time tomorrow. Stay tuned.
안녕.
Pull it away. Pull the camera away. Ah.
Ugh.